Yes, for you see, Phoenix, it was I that vented. I was the sussy baka all along, Mr. Phoenix Wright.
How's it going, folks? You're all very welcome to the stream. Oh, sorry, on camera, no. That's like, you gotta close the Ouija board portal that you open when you do that voice. Otherwise, we're all gonna be cursed. How's it going, folks? You're all very welcome to the stream. I hope everyone's been having a good week. I hope you're all as excited as me. Long boy stream day. Phoenix Wright. We are gonna finish the case we're on, and then we're gonna check how we're doing on time. How are y'all doing? Can you hear me okay? Wabby, thank you for the 5 gift subs already. Thank you to everyone who's subbing too. It's good to have you here. Can you hear me good? Cool. How's it going, folks? Hope everyone enjoyed the highlights from the last stream that went up on YouTube earlier in the week. There's a lot of lawyers in the comments regarding the status of the McDonald's Happy Meal. I think it's hilarious, honestly. Emperor, thank you for 1500 bits. Alright, RT, the bet for this trial, I will bet that the obvious suspect that clearly looks like Phoenix will not be the killer. I will offer up my McDonald's manager title for your Drift King title. Do you accept? I mean, I'm not taking the bet here, I'll be honest with you, because I think it's pretty clear that this guy did it. Like, there's no way it's anyone else. There's no way. I myself do not enjoy McDonald's food, so I would not like to work there myself. It's not for me. I would not like to be in proximity with it. Royal, thank you for the 5 gift subs there as well. And also, no, I mean, I already know that this case, like, it's so obvious. We don't need a bet this time. Moon, thank you for the gift subs as well. I actually do have something to share. Hang on. Because first and foremost, thank you to everyone that's been making, like, there's like a Godot RT fan art train that's been kind of making the rounds. I've been seeing like a load of this on the Discord lately, and like people tagging on Instagram and that too. A load of people have done me as like Godot for like fan art and stuff, which is actually very cool. Thank you to everyone that's been taking part in that. I'll have to try and get some like kind of like actually get some of the art together for like a fan art stream at some point. I want to do like a community content night eventually. So I'll probably save that for then. But I do want to show one little tidbit that like really made me got a good chuckle out of me during the week. Hang on, let me see if I can get this up. I'll just shut up for 2 minutes.
Objection! Hold it!
It's absolutely fantastic. It was shared on the subreddit earlier in the week. I love it. My favorite part is specifically this right at the start. Just immediately just chug the coffee. That's honestly my favorite part of the entire thing. Oh god, but yeah, I just wanted to share that. Thank you to, I think it was Jup who posted that on the subreddit. That gave me a good laugh during the week when I saw it. Absolutely love it. The fucking, like, just chugging the coffee gets me really hard. Oh god. Okay, let's boot back up the game. It's McDonald's coffee. You plan on playing the games post the trilogy? No, I do not. This is the last one. And the reason for that is there's other stuff I want to play. So yeah, so enjoy it. We're doing Trials and Tribulations, and then we got other games. Because there's like 8 of them. We'll be in Phoenix Wright forever. So I think trilogy is a good point to call it. Increase opacity? No, I'm actually quite happy with the opacity as is. It makes it easier for me to read. I actually kind of like it that way. Yeah, welcome back everyone. Phoenix Wright, Trials and Tribulations. We are picking up from where we left off in the last highlights video and last stream. Someone is impersonating Phoenix Wright in court. We know who it is because we met them and they have the same haircut as us. And now we gotta spend the next 5 hours determining how it's them. We already know it's them, but we don't know how this happened. It'll be a long boy stream today as well. Is this the last case? I doubt this is the last case. There's a bit more after this. I understand, right? Because I do a bit of homework just in regards to working out timings for streams. This game is unique in that it actually has 5 cases. The 4th case, from what I understand, is a lot shorter than any other case. It's like on par with like a first case length. So what we might do today, because of that, is depending on how we're doing on time, we do this case. If we have time, then we do the 4th case as well, and then we save the final case for like next weekend finale. Okay? That's how we're gonna try and go about it. Important tidbits and info before we start today's stream as well. No spoilers. This is a blind playthrough of the game. Unless I say specifically help me chat, all my questions are hypothetical. I don't want anyone spoiling me. If I do feel like I've been spoiled, we pop it in sub mode for the entire duration of the game. I'll add the no spoilers command just the title of the stream as well, because that's important. If it looks like I'm struggling in a puzzle, simply smile the pain away, is my advice. And that actually is quite practical because it buries potential spoilers. Yeah, so thanks there, guys. I think that's all the background that we need before we get started. It'll be a long boy stream again today. We're going to be going a while. Burr. Yeah, you can also say burr now if you want instead of smiling. We've kind of accepted that on board. Can we burr the pain away? Spar, thank you for 500 bits. Thank you very much. Platinum, thank you for the 5 gift subs there as well. Thanks, guys. Thanks to everyone who is subbing and making it to the stream. It's good to have you all here. Okay. It's going to be a long enough stream as this today. Let's dive on in. We're ready. Recipe for Turnabout Part 2 of the trial. Okay. District Court Defendant Lobby number 1. Oh, I see. I guess I should have expected this. Nobody saw the other guy, huh? But he was there when I took the coffee over, sir. Scout's honor. Maggie. Oh. Ah, Detective Gumshoe. Are you doing all right? How are you feeling? As if you need to ask either question, sir. Don't let him get you down, Maggie. And don't forget to eat well, okay? Roger. And you. Yes? You better square this case away. Got it, pal? Maggie's innocent, you hear? If you screw up, then I'll be doing some squaring away myself. squaring away some paperwork for your arrest. Okay, pretty high stakes there, Gumshoe. It's not me who killed this person, but alright. My career's on the line again. I think he's serious. Hey, detective, you're on our side for once, right? I know you're blackmailing Phoenix right now. Yup. So you'll be able to help Maggie out, right? Really, can you, sir? Oh, of course. I've got the situation under control. I'm gonna be the first witness on the stand today. If something I say doesn't mesh with the facts, make sure you point it out, alright? Sure. Okay, we're forming a united front today, pal. You got me? I can't tell you how grateful I am, sir. I've always admired you so much, detective. I know I can count on you. Looks like it should all go pretty smoothly today, huh? I can only wish. I hope we don't have to interview the old man, but it's probably gonna happen. It's probably gonna happen. The court is now in session for the trial of Maggie Bird. The defense is ready, Your Honor. There's his first cup already, starting strong. Ah, bitter. Mr. Wright! Yes, Your Honor. Ah! What's wrong? Nothing. It's just that whenever I addressed you in the previous trial, your response was... "You's a talking to me!" Judge, okay, so it was this judge in the trial. Like, how did you get this wrong, Judge? It was a little, well, intimidating. No, that wasn't me. That was the phony Phoenix. I see. So our trusty Phoenix Wright is back with us now, is he? You senile old man. Our trusty. So, Mr. Gatto, your opening statement, please. Mr. Trite, whether you're a fake or the real deal, we will find out soon enough through this trial today. But I can already tell you I'm the real Phoenix Wright. I wasn't questioning whether you are Phoenix Wright or not. I was questioning whether you had studied law or not. Okay, he's got us there. We were an art student. That's what I intend to find out. There's no denying it. Behind that mask is a man who really hates me for some reason or another. I love how that's highlighted. It's like, God, he despises me. As everyone is aware, the court has already given its verdict on this case once. Therefore, I won't stand for irrelevant testimony during this retrial, nor will I stand for a simple repetition of the evidence presented in the last trial. I'm not planning on repeating anything that phony me said, trust me. Now then, Mr. Gatto, please summon your first witness. Come on, Gumshoe. Let's start with the formalities, shall we? Name and occupation. Witness, state your name for the court. Huh? Oh, sorry, sir. The name's Police Department Detective. Occupation, Dick Gumshoe. Oh, God damn it, Gumshoe. Other way around, detective. Huh? Oh, sorry. Anyway, I'm the officer in charge of this case since yesterday, sir. Since yesterday? Yeah. The guy who was on the initial investigation's tied up with another case now. I hope Gumshoe's really got everything under control for everyone's sake. I see. So, Detective Gumshoe, would you outline for the court the basic facts of the case? Yes, sir. The victim's name was Glenn Elk. He was a professional programmer. I'm trying to see what the pun is with the name, because there usually is one. And Glenn Elg. Elg is like a really weird surname. I don't quite see it. There's usually some kind of pun. It's a palindrome. Yeah, but why does that matter here? Because normally it's a pun. Why does it matter if it's the same way backwards? I don't quite understand. Harbor, thank you for 500 bits. Gatto hates Phoenix because he's counted out of a Happy Meal. That's the canon we subscribe to, yeah. He was on the payroll of Blue Screens Incorporated, a local company. This is the victim's autopsy report. The court accepts this into evidence. Okay, Glenn's autopsy report adds a court record. So, died of potassium cyanide poisoning. Time of death was between 1:30 and 2:30. Okay, so that's probably going to be important. And here are the floor plans of the restaurant. When the incident took place, the victim was sitting right here. The poisoned coffee was brought over to him by the waitress. The waitress being the accused! Yeah. The victim died from poisoning almost immediately after he took a sip of the coffee. At the time of the incident, there were 2 other people in the restaurant. Mr. John Armstrong, the owner and chef, and a regular by the name of Mr. Victor Kudo. It still seems to be a very straightforward case to me. Tribulations floor plans. Blueprints of the crime scene. X equals the victim's seat. Okay. Come, detective. Take up this hammer and nail the defendant's coffin shut with your own 2 hands. Now then, Detective Gumshoe, let's have your testimony. Yes, sir. The coffee count is having an internal debate. Yeah, he's still on the same cup. He hasn't got a new cup of coffee yet. It's still the same one. He had a second sip out of it. It's important. 1.5. He's still on his first cup. He drank 2 off stream. Bring the cup to the stand. When the incident took place, the victim was alone in his table, sir. We understand that the guy, Glenn L., was listening to the radio at the time. Traces of poison were found in his coffee cup. And what we found was potassium cyanide. That stuff really packs a punch. And, it looks like Miss Bird might have had, well, some kind of a motive. Okay, we're gonna have to press a fair bit of this. Using the dark, aromatic depths of coffee to conceal the poison. Classy lady. The facts of this case seem to be ironclad. Mr. Wright, I would ask you to begin your cross-examination, but... Yes? Please, no intimidation tricks this time around. Is that understood? Oh, of course, because, like, the imposter me was probably, like, really aggressive and angry. I already told you that wasn't me. Okay, so what's the detail we're gonna press? The victim was alone at his table. Can I stop you for just a minute? Huh? What is it? Did I say something that contradicts the evidence? He's so desperate for that to be true, he's practically crying. Your testimony just now doesn't match the testimony given by Miss Bird. She claims that there was another man at the victim's table. Yeah, that's what she said. And What killer wouldn't say that when faced with a homicide conviction? Hey! I'm talking to him now. You had your turn. Sadly, your testimony isn't supported by the owner or the other customer. Isn't that right, Detective Gumshoe? So how is it not supported? Like, one of them must have been tipped off or something. There must be a motive for them to not report that this guy was here. Yeah, that's true. There were 2 testimonies tie up on that. They both said there was no other guy at the table. What should I do? Should I press on this point a little harder or not? Yeah, you kind of have to. Well, maybe the other witnesses just missed him. Perhaps their view of the victim's table was obscured in some way. Ha! That argument is as weak as the coffee at Tribulations, trite. Okay, there's no need to insult the poor establishment. I have here in my possession a ticket. A ticket? Looks more like a photo to me. Yes, a one-way ticket to Guiltyville. Okay, this is a one-way ticket to Guiltyville. Population. The defendant. It's pretty cheesy, Gato. It's pretty cheesy. This is a photograph taken from near the entrance to the kitchen. This is the scene. This is the scene as witnessed by the chef, moments after the poisoning took place, correct? Okay, but there is a window there. I mean, there's a huge fucking screen in the way. I think the court will agree that such a clear view of the scene of the crime, apart from, you know, half the photo being obscured. How, Mr. Wright, could anyone have overlooked a second person at that table? It certainly seems to show the victim's table extremely clearly. Except for the other seat. Okay. Alright, well, God, we're getting a lot of evidence together now. I mean, there's literally a screen in the way. And that's like a big chair, too. He could have just shuffled down a little bit and left in the confusion. Here's the floor plans. There is a window there. That seat seems to be moved over a little bit that way. Time in debt was between 1:30 and 2:30. See, the thing is, I already know who did it in this case, right? But this is a trial where we have to spend like 6 hours just to figure out how they did it and what the details are, because I don't actually know what they are. Well, apart from they poisoned them with the coffee. But like how they escaped, what the deal was in the park. I don't even know how we're supposed to get them involved in this trial yet. Listen to radio. He was listening to his radio, you say? Yeah, he had a portable radio in his chest pocket. Maggie told us that too, didn't she? Something about how one of them had some sort of earpiece. What should I do? Okay, yeah, we gotta press these points, they're important. And what was that the victim was listening to on the radio, Detective Gumshoe? Huh? How should I know? Thanks a lot. We're now one step closer to the middle of nowhere. This isn't going very well, is it? Detective, could you perhaps tell us about the poison and how it was used? He had an earpiece. Probably wasn't listening to the radio, that seems too convenient. Traces of poison were found. The traces of poison were found in the coffee cup and nowhere else. Not sure I get you, pal. Was the poison a liquid or was it powder? If I had to put it in layman's terms, I'd say it was a powdery substance. So the poison could have been in anything that was on the table. Sugar, salt, pepper.
Objection!
That's a good logic there, actually. Ha! Do you put salt and pepper in your coffee? Right. The victim took his coffee black with no sugar. Okay, it was not the salt and pepper, Gatto, right? Like, it was a good logic. It could have been like in the sugar or something. That's actually not bad thinking. It seems that the poison could only have been in the coffee. What should I do? Should I press on it harder? Are you absolutely certain that the victim even drank any of his coffee? Huh? What do you mean? According to this file, the poison was found in the victim's coffee cup. What proof is there that the victim ever drank any of it? Oh, hey, you're right. That's what I was thinking. In case you were wondering, that last objection was for the detective there. Huh? For me? Oh, hey, you're right. You may be fooling the court, but I'm not falling for it. If you have the time to waste, you have the time to present that piece of evidence. That piece, sir? Okay, alright, we're getting somewhere with this. Yes, that piece. What piece was it again? This. Got up. That's not evidence. You've just assaulted me now. That's... Judge, can you remove him? Like, feel like you've removed people for a lot less than chugging, like, actual hot coffee in someone's face. Should be grateful this coffee's only hot enough to give me first-degree burns. Yeah, like, Phoenix, you have a pretty solid case. Oh, now I remember. This is the, victim's coffee cup. Yes, the victim's cup. Take a good look at the rim. Oh, yes! It's unmistakable. There was clearly a coffee stain on it. Conclusive proof that the victim did drink the poisoned coffee that was in this cup. The victim gulped down the bitter debt that the waitress brought to him. Like this. For the record, the only prints in the cup were the victims and the defendants. Yeah, the coffee contained potassium cyanide covered in the victim and Maggie's fingerprints. Right. Upon further investigation of this cup, we found a certain chemical substance. The potassium cyanide. Potassium cyanide, I've heard of that chemical before. Exactly how strong is this poison, Detective Gumshoe? It's, well, that stuff's lethal. Eat too much, and your history. How much is too much? A lethal dose is 0.2 grams. That's about enough to finish anyone off. 0.2 grams? How much is that? You know when you swab your ears for earwax? Yeah, about that much. Oh, of course, because this is supposed to be America. They don't know what the metric system is. Maybe that's what's going on here. They have no idea. They have to measure it in earwax lobs. Globs. How many feet is that? Earwax, huh? Sounds like something Gumshoe's got an abundance of. Okay, weird comment. Such a small quantity of poison could have been concealed anywhere. Okay, Miss Bird had some kind of motive. Some kind of a motive. Yeah, but if you ask me, it's been blown way out of proportion.
Objection!
You know what my golden rule is, Detective? Chuck out a bad cup of coffee. You can always get another. Huh? I don't get it. I'm saying, we can always get another witness on the stand if we have to chuck you out. Oh, God. So stick to the facts, Detective. Now then, what was Miss Bird's motive? Come on, Gumshoe. They said she wanted to steal a lottery ticket. I knew it. That's what we heard yesterday, too. It disappeared from the scene of the crime. And it wasn't just any lottery ticket. It was a win-in ticket for $500,000. Mr. Armstrong knew about the ticket too, didn't he? But he stole the wrong one. Then is it possible Maggie stole the winning one? What should I do? Should I press on this point a little harder or not? I feel like we have to. Yep. We need some testimony update. Wait a minute. The mere fact that the lottery ticket disappeared in no way implicates my client. Ha. I have here in my hand the very ticket in question. That's the $500,000 lottery ticket. One of the female police officers found it when she was conducting the search of the defendant. This isn't looking good. Maggie, no. What? Order! Ah, she's quite a lucky bird, our little waitress. You will submit that ticket as evidence to the court, immediately. Keep an eye on that ticket. The way the judge's voice is quivering. He's going to steal it. Oh no. Found during a body search of Maggie. That doesn't look good. The ticket could have been planted. Only thing I can really think of. We still know who did it. But how? This ticket was presented to the court in the previous trial too. But it feels heavier now somehow. $500,000, you say? It's just a scrap of paper. What matters is where it was found, Your Honor. And that's on Maggie's person, unfortunately. That's enough! The facts of this case seem overwhelmingly clear to me. The defendant had ample opportunity to commit the crime of which she is charged. Furthermore, it seems beyond reasonable doubt that she did indeed commit this crime. I like an old man who knows the score. There was also the matter of the $500,000 lottery ticket, as inconspicuously disappeared into my wallet as we speak. That alone provides a very credible motive. I mean, for that sum of money, even I might be tempted to bend the rules. I'd kill a man for $500,000. I don't mind an old man who was weak to the siren call of money. Not good, Nick. The evidence against Maggie is starting to pile up fast. Yeah, that's because the court has ruled guilty once already. The judge is just admitting to crime, yeah. He's so blatantly corrupt. Next case, turnabout killer judge. Oh, God. That would be cool if the judge was the actual criminal in the case, because that'd be very hard to get the ruling against him. I'd say it's about time to wrap up this repeat performance. But one final, decisive piece of evidence. He's got more evidence against Maggie. Oh, give me 1 second, guys. Hang on. Hello. Sorry about that. We're all good. Killed by the judge. I hear you found a lottery ticket. No, Judge Goofy, no, put down the gavel. This is the apron the delightful Miss Bird was wearing at the time. Wow, that's not the cleanest apron I've seen. That stain looks like... It can't be blood, can it? How would there be that much blood? I don't actually know how cyanide works in this case. It's probably just ketchup. Blood dries brown, though. Blood dries brown, so totally ketchup. Wait a minute! We've got that stain, too. This implies Maggie changed uniform before getting locked up. Yeah, it does, actually. That's a valid point. Yeah, it doesn't make sense otherwise. Can't go to prison like that. It would be kind of weird if they were just like in a bloody apron in prison. Okay. But yeah, there's no way. Ha! It seems the star of our play was a little flustered. And somehow spilled coffee on herself. The coffee? That's not exactly the first thing that caught my eye. Of course, the coffee stain isn't the most interesting thing about this apron. No, there's something else that stands out even more. Something else? I presume you mean? Of course, I'm referring to the pocket. The pocket? A search carried out right after the incident uncovered this. Potassium cyanide, the very poison used by the killer, was in her apron pocket. Okay, I mean, this is clearly planted. There's no way. A bottle of poison in Maggie's pocket. Yeah, and Maggie's prints were the only ones on it. Okay, right. This isn't looking good. Order! Order! The court will accept these items into evidence. Okay, apron added to the court record. Potassium cyanide. I mean, it's all kind of pointing to her, but we know it's not her. She must have unwittingly taken part in this somehow, or been framed. There's something still bothering me, Mr. Gatto. Why have you not explained the bloodstain to the court? It's ketchup. Bloodstain? What bloodstain would that be? Don't play games, prosecutor. The blood-colored stain that's smeared all over the apron. That's ridiculous. No one told me anything about a bloodstain. You don't need to be told, just look at it. Well, detective, could this stain really be blood? No way, sir. It's just ketchup, sir. Ketchup? She must have gotten some in her apron while taking their breakfast that day. You could have spoken up a little sooner, Detective Gumshoe. Pull a stunt like that again, and I'll have you drink 17 cups of ketchup, witness. I thought everyone knew what it was already. I haven't seen anything yet. I haven't seen anything yet to make me doubt the last rule that I made on this case. It's not looking good for Maggie. The motive, the opportunity, and the supporting evidence, they have all been clearly established. Well, Trite, Seems you really are a phony after all. You really know how to drive a man nuts. Witness, please continue with your testimony. Describe for the court the crime scene and the findings of your investigation there. The crime was reported at 2:25 p.m. by a kind of scary old man, sir. Okay, that's a lot of time that's passed. That's a lot of time that's passed. Poor Maggie had passed out from the shock. It must have been real tough for her. The victim didn't have any identification on him. Well, we figured out who he was pretty quick. Then the investigation went smoothly. When Maggie was searched, we found the lottery ticket and the bottle of poison. And that was it. There was nothing else missing from the crime scene. You identified the victim and secured a prime suspect. Very good. Okay, something's missing. Last chance to convince the court you're a real lawyer, trite. Don't count any more cross-examinations after this one. So, let the fun begin. Okay. There's a lot of time that's elapsed there. There was nothing else missing in the crime scene. There must have been something missing. The lottery ticket was already taken. Coffee cup. The saucer's gone. I doubt it's gonna be that specific. I think it's something to do with this. So the $500,000 lottery ticket and the bottle of poison were accounted for. Yeah, interesting. It's true that those two items are accounted for. Wasn't there another lottery ticket that was stolen that day? Oh yeah, the one the restaurant owner took. He won a whole dollar with it. What a lucky guy, huh? They're just gonna let him get away with it. It was just $1, detective. I guess no one cares when it's that little, except for Gumshoe. If I don't find a hole in this testimony, the judge is gonna hand down his verdict. Gumshoe isn't giving us anything to work with, and we can't find any contradictions if he doesn't give us something. Yeah, it's true. Maggie and Gumshoe are like dumb and dumb. This is also one of your friends, Phoenix. Our only hope is that they were so dumb they missed something obvious. Come on, Gumshoe. Be the dumbest you've ever been. Scary old man, Detective Gumshoe. There's an old man who was a regular at the restaurant where the incident happened. We're obviously talking about the same old man. Officers were dispatched right after the report came in, but the old guy still made a fuss. What took you so long? Then he hurled abuse of them, and seeds. Seeds? Ha! It was nothing. I caught each one with my teeth. I guess not even the mighty Gato can avoid being attacked by that guy. The old man was the only other customer in the place at the time. He took his time finding a payphone, apparently, so he was late reporting the crime. Took his time finding a payphone. There must have been something missing. What was missing? The sports paper, yeah, left by the victim. Has to be the newspaper. No? Someone moved the newspaper for some reason. Yeah, we'll be getting penalized for that. That was missing though. Someone intentionally moved that.
Hold it!
Press this. But the defendant had been passed out for a while, correct? In that case, isn't it possible someone planted the evidence in Maggie's pocket? Hey, yeah, you've nailed it, pal. It happens to me all the time. We had a department party the other day, and when I got home, I was wearing the boss's shoes.
Objection!
Keep up this crazy testimony, detective, and those shoes will end up down your throat. Oh my god, Gato. So Gato's threatening murder. The judge is openly gonna steal $500,000 and, like, take possession of the lottery ticket. Sorry. So trite. Someone planted the evidence in Maggie's pocket. That's a pretty bold statement. You had to back it up with some evidence. Well, I'd love to if I had any. It appears you have no evidence to support your theory, Mr. Wright. Continue with your testimony, witness. Okay. He didn't have any identification on him. He didn't have any. Are you saying that it was stolen then? No, I don't think so. The victim didn't have a driver's license or even a credit card on him, pal. All he had was 58 cents in his wallet. 58 cents? Yeah, I can't believe I found someone with less in their wallet than me, pal. The victim sounds like he was a thoroughly miserable young man. They're judging him so hard just based on the amount of change he had on him. Who even carries cash these days? Or some kind of outlaw. Why not give him a bit of an edge? I think I'm onto something here. MC Bomber. I thought he was there about some kind of music thing. The lunch special. Crime photo. Chair is clearly moved. Like this one here is really far over for some reason. There was nothing else missing from the crime scene. Help me out, chat here. This is the statement I'm to present evidence on, isn't it? I'm pretty certain of that. Yes. Okay. Yeah, I thought it was that. There was nothing else missing. Can I just present the crime photo? No. We figured out who he was pretty quick and then the investigation proceeded smoothly. Wait a sec. Oh, did I say something dumb again? Let me paraphrase what you just testified to this court. The victim didn't have any form of ID on him. That's basically what you said, yes? Yeah, basically. In that case, how were you able to identify the victim so quickly? Oh, that. He's so let down, he's got the whole sagging shoulders and puppy eyes thing going on. There was a prescription bag on the victim's table, along with the lottery ticket. Okay, there we go, so this is clearly missing. It seems Mr. Glenn visited his doctor before he went to Tribulations. We got the victim's name from the medical records of the doc who prescribed the meds. And that's a reliable enough source for the court. What should I do? Ask about the prescription bag. Yep. So what sort of medicine was in the bag? Well, actually, the bag we found was empty. Huh? Yeah, completely empty. It was completely empty. Victim's prescription bag. Okay, so this is what I have to press on the other one. Ha. You're entering an empty paper bag as evidence. Desperate, are you, Wright? Now, what happened with the investigation after that, detective? Okay, no, but that's actually crucial. Yeah, I went a bit too far. The empty bag is gone. Detective Gumshoe, I think I should point something out to you. There is just one small contradiction in your testimony. Oh, finally. I'm getting all anxious just waiting, so hurry up, will you? You testified that nothing else was missing from the crime scene. However, the prescription bag you mentioned was empty. Did the officers recover the medicine from the scene of the crime later? Oh, no, they didn't. The victim was given a prescription right before going to Tribulations. Where then did the medicine disappear to? You are too cool, pal. Indeed! Due consideration wasn't given to the victim's prescription in the previous trial. Witness, why do you always overlook such vital pieces of evidence? Says you. My guess is the chef stole it. Oh, I guess that's the most careless thing I've done so far, huh? The victim was killed by poison, and the victim's medicine mysteriously disappeared. The victim's own prescription could have been the lethal poison itself. Order! Order! Well, Mr. Grotto, what do you have to say to that? Ha! That's all. Oh shit, you really showed me, Grotto. I'm not gonna be able to come back from that one. Ha! Case closed, Your Honor. What? Read for the court the name of the clinic on the prescription bag, if you will. What's the clinic's name got to do with anything? New ear. Oh Jesus. Learn ear clinic. Just what kind of illness was the victim suffering from, Mr. Grotto? English major. He's a pharmacy major. Hardly an illness, Your Honor. More like a bitter war wound, you could say. A war wound? The day before the incident, Mr. Elk found himself in a fight. He took a blow to the side of the head and ruptured his eardrum. He ruptured his eardrum? And what on earth was the prescription he was given? It was a cream that was to be applied topically, inside his ear canal, not to be ingested. Topically? What does apply topically mean in this case? Like from the top? Put on? On top, yeah. It's a topical cream. I guess we're used to seeing that word in just different contexts, I think. English major! What? Okay, but the fight is relevant here, though. It's mentioned in the autopsy report, if you read the fine print. They found traces of the medication in the victim's left ear. Yes, here it is. Very, very fine print. It seems Mr. L correctly applied some of his medication while he was at Tribulations. Therefore, it would be absurd to believe he would have eaten his medication. It seems that this medication is irrelevant to the case after all. Well, no, but the context of the fight is relevant. This might relate it to the guy who impersonated Phoenix in court. No. Nick, if you don't think of something quick, it'll all be over. She's right. They can't get away with any old weak objection. What should I do? We have to push it, yeah. Only moments ago, Mr. Gatto made the following statement. It seems Mr. L correctly applied some of his medication while he was at Tribulations. If that's the case, then why was the medication not found at the scene of the crime? But the medication in question was for topical use inside the ear canal. That doesn't change the fact that it could not be found at the crime scene. However insignificant it may seem, it's a lawyer's duty to pursue the truth.
Objection.
You know as well as I do that the medication is irrelevant. It hardly seems likely that a prescription drug would contain potassium cyanide. It hardly seems likely that the coffee the waitress served would contain it either. But it did. The possibility is undeniable. Ah. That's enough! Mr. Gatto, is the detective the only witness the prosecution wishes to call? Mr. Gatto! I've got my own witness I'd like to call, sir. It's the old man who was here in the restaurant on the day of the murder. Mr. Kudo, the pigeon hater. Very well. The matter of the disappearing medication seems a little more than trivial at best. However, it wasn't explored at all in the previous trial, and that is something that bothers me. Yay, good job, Nick. The court will adjourn for a 10-minute recess, after which we will hear the prosecution's next witness. Is a witness allowed to call another witness to the stand? That's not how it works at all, is it? The prosecutor is the person bringing the witnesses, or the defense. Like, here, I just want to bring my friend in. I guess he's part of the police force, so maybe there's a bit of logic there to make a suggestion. But I don't think that's how it's supposed to work. Ha. I suppose this means I'll just have to finish you off in my last 6 cups. Court is adjourned for recess. He's not claiming to have had 11 cups of coffee already, is he? It's 17 in trial. He must have drank some earlier. Yeah, I think he's only on his 5th cup or something. He's getting ahead of himself. Phew, that was close. Tell me about it. I nearly died in there. That's my line, sir. No, it's my line. I think I really did die a little bit. That's probably very insensitive considering it's a murder trial. Someone died. It is neither of you. Looks like we all nearly died in there. I can't believe Detective Gumshoe. How could he betray us like that? Huh? He said he'd help me, but he totally set me up. I don't think he meant to do that, Maggie. He was backed into a corner. I mean, the guy's got to do his job, right? It's okay. I know all about lies and betrayal. I've had them my whole life. But it really hurt this time. It felt like someone punched me hard in the stomach. I hate that guy. I don't ever want to see him again. Poor Gumshoe. Reminder, this is Gumshoe's crush. So the next witness is gonna be that old guy from the park, right? Yeah, Mr. Kudo, lover of waitress outfits and projectile seeds. I bet he's gonna be really stubborn. I mean, he's pretty set in his ways, you know? Yeah, he's a big old grouch. He's a boomer. Are you going to be able to handle him, Nick? Yeah, I can take whatever he throws at me, even those never-ending bird seeds. Okay, that was a quick recess. Yeah, we're just diving back on into the trial. Court will now reconvene for the trial of Maggie Bird. Mr. Gatto, your next witness, please. The prosecution calls the lucky old-timer who caught the show over a cup of coffee. Will the witness please take the stand? Oh, who would let him bring the fucking bird seed? Name and occupation, if you don't mind.
The name is Victor Kudo, born and bred in the land of the rising sun. Honor and duty are what make me. Mind you, I can be quite emotional at times too.
We don't need to hear about that, Mr. Kudo. Just tell the court your occupation.
My occupation? Ha! Listen, young. How much call do you think there is for kimono embroidery here?
Kimono embroidery?
That's what I do, or did, back in Japan. I embroidered family crests on kimonos.
So, reminder, they're not in Japan. This is apparently California. Or Japanofornia, as some people have dubbed it here. Yep.
My ancestors were embroidering kimonos before this country even existed.
Wow, a real craftsman. They're a dying breed. Hey, maybe he can embroider my costume sometime.
Anyway, like I said, there's not much demand for that kind of thing here. So I had to take a job working the cash register at a burger joint, pretending to smile.
That burger joint would have been better off putting him in the kitchen. Doubting witness, were you in the restaurant at the time of the incident?
Oh yes, I was eating some seeds over a cup of Javachino.
Seeds?
What do you think these are,
I see. So you saw everything that happened, Gramps.
Did I? Oh yes I did, I saw it all.
It's probably gonna come to light, right? That this is where he was sitting. It's absolutely gonna come to light that that's where he was. And then we establish that fact and compound it with the picture of the massive fucking screen that he was here. Then please, tell the court. We're all ears.
Sure, I'll tell you. I'll tell you every last detail.
He's really getting into this. Okay, what I witnessed.
The young man was reading the sports paper. The servant girl brought him a cup of Javachino, but she put something in it. The man took one sip of it, looked like he was in terrible pain, and then collapsed. That's the servant girl, right there in the defendant's chair. I remember her well.
Okay, the sports paper is the key detail because the sports paper was moved. Mr. Kudo, she is not a servant girl. Please refer to her as a waitress.
Ha! You're as bad as the rest of them. All these newfangled words. What's wrong with old-fashioned ones,
Fucking boomers. Newfangled?
All this talk of radios and glasses. It's wireless and spectacles, I tell you.
Excuse me?
Listen to me, everyone. Don't forget the old values. Don't let the good old days slip away.
Ah, yes, the good old days of dysentery and rampant sexism. Well, I think it's time to begin the cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. I love dysentery. What the child labor is a fiat? That's not a phrase anyone would say. What the child labor is going on here? What the traditional values happened here? Like what? What in the conservative? Oh no. Yeah, the young man was reading the sports paper. All right. Can I just call him out like right here? Like no, it's not gonna be that quick, okay? It's just, wait a minute! So you saw the victim then? You saw Mr. Glen Elk?
I wanted to know if Gustin Braun retained his championship or not.
He was looking at the sports paper the victim was reading, huh? At the location in question. There are partitions between the tables on the same sides of the restaurant, right?
So what if there were?
If you say that you could see the victim, that means you were sitting at a table on the other side of the restaurant, correct?
Gah! I go to that place to drink Javachino. I don't go to sit. I don't remember which table I was sitting at.
And when you go there to eye the waitress. Yeah, I mean, that's That's a really important bit if he won't establish where he was sitting. It's absolutely crucial. It's probably gonna come to light he was sitting here. Or even here, he could have been sitting there and he just wouldn't have had like a clear view. Vroom. Okay, brought a Javachino with something in it. Mr. Kudo, that is a very grave accusation. Are you sure about what you saw?
Victor Kudo never makes mistakes. I dot every T and cross every I.
That's wrong, but okay.
My eyesight's fine. The doctor said I only need spectacles for reading and driving.
But his eyes are only really fine when he's scoping out a waitress. Oh no.
And I saw what the serving girl put in the Javachino as well.
I know what's coming up, and something tells me I'm not gonna like it. Press it, yep. Your Honor, we need more clarification on what was put into the victim's coffee. I'd like to ask the witness, that the witness add what he knows about this to his testimony. I agree. Witness, will you enlighten us, please?
Sure. There's no question about it. She very conspicuously put some white powder in there.
Okay, press that. Did she really put that into the coffee?
You doubt me, boy? She took some out of a small brown bottle and sprinkled it in.
Couldn't she have been adding sugar?
Sugar in a small brown bottle like that.
Like that? Witness, could you please describe the bottle in more concrete terms? Ha. A bottle like this, perhaps?
Oh, there it is. That's the one.
That's the bottle of potassium cyanide, I presume. It's the one that the accused put into the coffee. I think it's clear, don't you? Okay. Question. Yeah, if he took a sip of it, it looked like he was in terrible pain and then collapsed. It took him like an hour to report this crime. King of KMS, thank you for 1,000 bits. Hey RT, I'm a manager at McDonald's, and after seeing your last video, I just want to thank you on behalf of all other McDonald's workers for not ordering 6,000 Happy Meals all at once. No problem. Happy to help. Okay, the man took one sip of it. He took just one sip.
You young ones, you waste everything. Those Javachinos cost $8. In the good old days, we would have drank every last drop, eaten the cup, and then died.
Yeah, I miss those days. Congratulations. You have earned the title of Battiest Man to grace a court. So it was an immediate death. Well, with potassium cyanide, I suppose that is possible.
Oh yes, he slumped over without so much as a twitch. I felt the Javachino I just drank turn sour in my stomach.
Oh yes, I know that feeling. And the waitress, I presume she is... You said I remember her well in reference to the waitress. Did she have any particular features that you can identify her by?
Particular features? It's a disgrace, that's what it is.
Sorry?
You can see all the way up to her.
Oh, okay. Sorry, yeah, he's just being a pervert, right?
He's practically naked in that uniform.
So the particular feature you recognize about the waitress is her outfit. Anyone could wear such a uniform. Even me. Mr. Wright! Please spare the court of any further mental anguish from that image. I'd make a lovely waitress, Your Honor. Don't get all excited, Nick. You gotta keep yourself together. Guess I got a bit carried away.
Yeah, there are other things I recognize about her too.
Seems pretty sure of himself. What should I do? If I press this, maybe it comes to light that the apron wasn't stained so bad. Maybe. Sure, you saw a waitress take the coffee over to the victim. What matters is whether that waitress was Maggie Bird or not. Do you think it's gonna come to light that your man who impersonated Phoenix was also impersonating a waitress? Like, he's just a master of disguise. He was also the chef in the restaurant. That would be kind of hilarious. Like, it's fucking Agent 47, yeah. Quite right. Mr. Crudo, these other features that you recognize about the defendant, I would ask you to add them to your testimony.
Sure, sure.
There was a ribbon in her hair and her apron straps were loose. Okay, she has the ribbon. Apron straps were loose. You seem to remember several details about her appearance. What about the most crucial detail of all, her face?
Ah, as if I remember that.
Objection!
The witness noticed the straps in the accused's apron. He's unlikely to make a mistake about her face.
That's right, I can even tell you the color of the ribbon in her hair. It was red.
So you see, there's nothing wrong with the witness's eyesight. It's not that he remembers the waitress pretty well. Which I do. I get the feeling there's something more to this somehow. I feel like it wouldn't mention the straps unless there was some kind of detail here. Mr. Kudo, you seem especially interested in straps. Loaded sentence. Why is that?
What?
The ribbon in her hair, the straps in her apron. What's the fascination?
Fascination.
Objection!
People have all kinds of fetishes. We don't need to embarrass the witness.
Listen, you young upstarts. I haven't got some sick strap fetish.
Well, I don't know about that. Is there any relevance to the witness's unusual love of straps, Mr. Wright? I was just curious as to why he was so fixated on the waitress's straps.
I said I haven't got a strap fetish. How many times do I have to repeat myself?
Very well. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Kudo, and make it strapless. You think old Seedy really saw Maggie do it? He probably had his eye on the waitress the whole time. That's why he was there. But was he he was there for the cute outfits, right? Not the waitress. I guess. Which makes a good point, though. Hey, did I just say something clever? I don't know if the waitress Mr. Kudo saw really was Maggie. That's what we have to figure out, Nick. God, I gotta press this line of questioning again.
Objection!
Okay. Just in case there's a detail in here. Ask about the waitress's back. The identifying features you described are all things you would see from the back.
So what?
Is it possible that you never saw the waitress from the front at all?
Objection!
Ha! He's got you there, Gramps. People normally talk about facial features when they're asked to describe someone. But this witness's testimony is nothing but straps and ribbons.
This is harassment. I tell you, I'm not obsessed with straps or ribbons. I'm just telling you what I saw.
Mr. Kudo, the court requests that you add details about any identifying features. Features you observed from the front, that is, to your testimony.
Sure, sure.
This old man's testimony is getting longer and longer. I can't find a hole in it soon. It'll get even longer, I bet. There wasn't anything that caught my interest about her when I saw her from the front. Okay. But we can call out on that detail because of the apron, because... well, the apron was apparently a mess. To the extent that we thought it was bloodstains. Mr. Kudo, I would like you to please take a look at this.
Ha! That filthy thing would suit filth like you just perfectly. Actually, it reminds me of what my grandson looks like, just after he's done eating.
Have you ever seen this before?
Of course I haven't. Do you think I'd forget something as dirty as that, hmm? Well, you half-witted clot. What is it? Ever since I said you half-witted clot, there's been an eerie silence in here.
Mr. Kudo, this apron. is the apron worn by the defendant on the day of the poisoning. Huh? And as you just said yourself, you wouldn't forget something like this. Which means, if you had really seen this apron before. Yes, you know what I'm getting at. You couldn't have possibly seen the waitress from the front. Oops. You sick old man. Witness! You can't just oops your way out of this! Ha! Well, well. Looks like we finally have a genuine trial on our hands. Listen, Trite, here are the facts. On the day of the incident, there was only one waitress in the restaurant. That being the defendant, Miss Maggie Bird. Exactly. And when that one waitress put the poison into the coffee cup, this old guy was watching. I hope you understand the gravity of the situation, Mr. Kudo. The fate of the defendant may rest on what you say you remember seeing. Just tell the court exactly what you saw, Gramps.
You can rely on me, Captain. My noggin's in perfect working order. I can't remember a single occasion when I forget what burger a customer wanted.
He can't remember. Probably more like he messed up so many times he's blocking it out. Very well. Let's test just how good your memory and attention to detail is, Mr. Kudo. Tell us what you remember about the victim. Okay. Let's have a look.
He was another one of those pesky young types, wearing a broken pair of spectacles. He had a newspaper in his right hand, and the noisy brat kept rustling its pages. The young man was listening to the wireless. I remember that well. Then the servant girl in question brought over the Javicino. The little fidget picked up the cup with his free hand and took a sip.
Fidget? The testimony we have just heard was to test how credible the witness's memory is. It seems to me that he remembers the victim in a great deal of detail.
Oh yes, I hate those you-know-what types who are so vague about everything.
How are we going to handle this, Nick? We only need to do one thing. We just need to prove that the old man's memory is shot. Just trip him up, you mean? Isn't that kind of cruel? No, he really deserves it, Maya. I have no remorse here. He had a newspaper in his right hand. The newspaper was a sports paper, was it?
That young hooligan. I nearly asked him, can't you even read without fidgeting, How was I supposed to be able to read the back page with all that rustling going on? I needed to find out if Gustin Braun retained his championship title.
It was his paper, not yours. If you wanted to know so bad, why didn't you buy your own?
What are you looking at me like that for, How dare you judge me?
Gustin Braun got beaten yesterday, by the way. Anyway. Is the detail with the paper not going to come in? When did the paper get moved? Because it's clear, like, there's a point that you can mention there. Why is the paper moved? He's wearing a broken pair of spectacles. Okay, I mean, that kind of lines up, yeah, because he's got the glass. The young man was listening to the wireless, I remember that well. Then the servant girl in question brought him over the Javicino. He picked up the cup with his free hand and took a sip. Oh, wait. Crime photo. Right hand with the paper. Hands might be important here. His free hand.
Yes.
Which hand was that?
Weren't you listening before, claw tears? I said he was rustling the newspaper with his right hand, didn't I? If his free hand wasn't his right hand, then which hand was it, you moron?
Ha. Perhaps the great Mr. Trite has three hands. Yeesh, I was only asking, don't need to gag up and be a treat me like a freak. The whole point of this cross-examination is to establish just one thing. That this old guy's memory has more holes than a slice of Swiss. I guess we just need to find a contradiction in his testimony somewhere, huh? Anything will do, even the smallest detail. We just need one mistake and he's ours. I think it's to do with the hands. I don't know if this photo kind of shows that. It arguably does if that thumb is around the handle. It might be a stretch. I can try it. No. Okay, we should make a save here somewhere too. Picked up the cup with his free hand and took a sip. The cup, maybe? It is the cup, okay. Mr. Kudo, do you remember what you were told at the start of this testimony? This was a way of testing the credibility of your memory.
I know. There's nothing wrong with my memory, I tell you, nothing. If I got anything wrong, I'll eat these seeds and sing the pigeon song.
Care to tell us where this is going, Trite? According to Mr. Kudo, the victim was holding the paper in his right hand, while drinking coffee with his free hand, which would make that his left.
Ah, what is this, kindergarten?
But I would like the court to please take a look at this. That's the cup the victim used, correct? Yes, and on the rim, you'll notice the mark left by the victim's lips. Okay, so it's arguing... It's arguing because relative to where the handle is. That's why it's the cup. Okay. God, that's really tricky to spot. I wasn't even sure that was the exact detail. Yeah, because if you pick it up with the right hand, then... Yeah, that's what's going on there. Yes, there's a stain left by the coffee. If you consider where that stain is, you'll clearly see that the victim was holding the cup in his right hand.
But how?
Well, Mr. Kudo, the court is waiting for your epic performance. You said you'd eat those seeds and sing the pigeon song. Ah! What's the pigeon song? Mr. Kudo, I'm afraid this is simply not acceptable. I think the witness had better go back to the park, where he... Oh.
Wait! If you think I'm going to stand here and listen to you, tell me I'm mad. You're wrong. I don't care about that dirty coffee cup. I know what I saw.
You still insist on your testimony?
That young brat was holding the cup in his left hand. Oh yes, no question. I'm a good law-abiding citizen, I am. It's that dirty young hotbot and you spiky-haired yahoo who are at fault.
Who, me? Thank you, old man. We've heard quite enough from you already.
Don't call me old man, old man. Been around for 68 years, I have. You can't ignore me. Listen to what I've got to say.
Did he refer to Gato as a hotbot as well? I'm sorry, Mr. Kudo, but... Sure, why not hear it a little more? Mr. Gato! But this is my 16th cup of coffee. So this is your final stand.
Thank you, Captain. You can rely on Victor.
Okay, left hand or the right hand?
The boy was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the green lens of his specs. He kept fiddling with it all the time. He was fiddling with it just before he picked up the cup, too. And then he used the same cup hand to pick up the cup, his left hand.
We know the victim was wearing an unusual monocle over his left eye. It wasn't a monocle, Your Honor. It was a small computer monitor, often used by programmers. A monitor? You mean like a television screen? The inside of the lens is a screen that displays computer data. It's called an HMD. It's a common tool in the victim's line of work.
HD, TV, DVD, CD, all these newfangled letters drive me mad, but they don't matter. I know what I saw, and I'm telling the truth.
It's true. He doesn't seem to be lying. And those are the facts, in good old black and white. Left hand or right hand? He's wearing the earpiece on the same side as the green lens of his specs. That lines up. I think it's gonna come down to where he's sitting, and it's a case of perspective. Kept fiddling with it all the time. He was fiddling with it just before he picked up the cup too. He used the same hand to pick up the cup, his left hand. So I think, right? He's sitting here. Wait, and then it's like his left, but it's actually right hand. I think it's like to do with the perspective. It's not a mirror anyway, I don't think so. I think he was sitting here, and that's why he's saying it's his left hand. Because his right hand would appear on the left. We gotta establish where he's sitting. You seem very sure of yourself, Mr. Kudo. That's because I know what I saw, no matter what any tricks he tried to play on me. Looks like he really did see the guy picking up the cup with his left hand. Okay, save here. This is a dead end. Well, Nick, what do you think? And the guy's telling the truth. Even so, something's not quite right. And chuck evidence at him until he breaks. If he's not lying, there wouldn't be any contradictions in his testimony, right? The boy was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the green lens of his specs. Maybe we can establish what side he thinks that is. So the victim was wearing HMD. Okay, he's just going through them. It was none of them actually, but anyway. You're sure that he was wearing the earpiece on the same side? No question. I could only see that side of his head from where I was sitting. Yeah, it's pretty obvious if you look at the floor plans. In the opposite table, lead only a view of the side of the victim's head. That's where he's claiming to still be sitting. I think I know what it is. I'm just trying to work it out. There's no way he was sitting there. The earpiece you mentioned, which hand did the victim touch it with? You're one of those people, aren't you? You're the type that uses your left hand to get things out of your right pocket. Or fastens your left cuff with your right hand. And when the tour guide says on your right side, you'll see the famous blah blah. You're the only one who deliberately looks left, well, aren't you? No, I didn't mean. Obviously, he used the hand on the. Obviously, he used the hand on the same side of the body, his body that the earpiece was in. So he had the HMD on his left side, and it was his left hand, I guess. Okay. Full brain in effect. Full brain. I'm missing something. Yeah, I think I know what's going on. It's to do where he's sitting. It's a perspective thing. Help me out, chat. Is there anything else I need to press here? No. Okay, I don't think I do. Prescription bag. Coffee. I think it's to do it where he's sitting. He's not sitting where he claims. He didn't have that clear of a view. Nope. Crime photo. Coffee cup again? Let's just go through some of it again. The earpiece you mentioned, which hand did the victim touch it with? Oh, you're one of those people. There isn't a mirror. I don't think there is a mirror. This was like a reflection of the window. Kept fiddling with it. Seems to kept an eye on Mr. Glen Elk. It was getting on my nerves. Rustling that newspaper and fiddling with his earpiece all the time. He went and made all that fuss dying for one sip of Javicino. I wanted to say to him, calm down, you young brat. Just looking at him made me suddenly speed up to my seed eating. I could have choked. I think the victim was a walking ball of nervous energy. Newspapers are relevant here. There's no mirror. I don't think there's a mirror. It's not that, apparently. It's to do it where the guy's sitting. He didn't have a clear view. Left eye, left eardrum was ruptured. Wearing the earpiece on the same side as the green lens of his specs. He's not fiddling with the earpiece, he's fiddling with his ear. A bit. I mean, is it? It's something to do here. The game will help us. This is just lining up the lefts. I'm not sure what the relevance of this is, but... Mr. Kudo, there is something very strange about your observations of the victim. What? You say he was wearing the earpiece on the same side as the HMD. No question. You can lock me up if I'm wrong. It was his left ear, without a doubt. I could only see that side of his head from where I was sitting. I don't think so. What did you say? You're no doubt unaware of this fact, Mr. Kudo. But the victim couldn't hear with his left ear. His eardrum was ruptured. I mean, Oh, I guess we've still got a contradiction in his testimony here. Yeah, with the earpiece. There's still something going on. You can't tell right from left. You just can't do it. Traces of medication for his condition were found in his ear canal. That's right, it's impossible that the victim was wearing his earpiece in his left ear. Because he couldn't even hear in that ear. Oh, okay, I think right, because he's got the monitor, right? And for some reason, I was thinking in my head, this is the earpiece. This is connected to it. Because it kind of goes over the ear. I was thinking that was all one system, but no, there's like, he's got an earpiece and he's got the display screen. That's why I was struggling there, because I thought that was all one thing. And it's like, but that is on his left. It's clearly in the picture. That's why it was taking me a while. But it's two separate things. Technology major. It is.
Pigeon. Pretty pigeon.
Order! His witness's testimony is completely unreliable. He only saw the waitress from behind. And he claims the victim was wearing an earpiece when we know his eardrum was ruptured. Well, Mr. Gatto?
Yeah.
A single drop of milk is all it takes to destroy the pure black magic in the cup. This old man is my drop of milk.
Captain, are you calling me a drip?
This is the victim's coffee cup in which the potassium cyanide was found. The mark on the rim clearly shows that the victim picked it up with his right hand.
I'll never back down. I know I'm right. The lad drank his Dravicino with his left hand.
Let me put you out of your misery. Clearly, the victim used both hands. He took a sip of the cup it held in his right hand, and then switched to his left. That's what the old man saw. Impossible. The witness has already testified on numerous occasions that the victim died immediately after taking just one sip of the coffee.
Objection.
Which hand the victim used to pick up his coffee is irrelevant, Your Honor. The facts still stand. With one hand or the other, Mr. L drank the poisoned coffee. Like this. Sadly, Mr. Gatto, that doesn't wash. The point of this testimony was to establish whether the witness's memory is credible. And the results are clear. The testimony given by this witness is useless. I believe it is time to conclude today's proceedings. I am satisfied that the witness is not deceiving the court. But to be frank, his testimony is a farce.
Did you have to be so frank? Take that, you pompous old
Fogey? I'm sorry, Mr. Kudo. You can't reach me from here. I'm ordering the defense and the prosecution to investigate this case further. That is all for now. This court is adjourned.
Oh, wait. If we stop now, where does that leave me?
Leave you, Mr. Kudo.
Thanks to that blue-suited young upstart over there. I'm just a bumbling old man who can't even dot his T's or cross his I's now.
That was your bad memory, my fault. I'm sorry, Mr. Kudo, but there's nothing I can do.
I've kept my mouth shut until now.
Oh,
Here's the real testimony.
like, you're the worst, Kudo. You're not as bad as Mo. You know, no, because no one's as bad as Mo. But we hate you.
But there's something else the court should know. What?
There's more.
To be perfectly honest, it might not be anything. But I want another chance. I wanted a crack at you, you young shark.
Me? He's looking at me like I'm some sort of evil shogun.
Well, everyone, what do you say to one final showdown? The final chapter in this eccentric old man's scrapbook.
Sorry, Gramps. I've already had my 17th cup of coffee.
What have you got to lose, Captain? I'll give you all the Javicino you want if you come to my house after the trial. I may be 68 years old, but Victor Kudo is still a man.
That's enough, witness. I believe it'll be quicker for the court to just hear your testimony.
You bet. Much, much quicker.
God, he's so annoying. I can't believe this is happening.
Ah, You better get ready, youngster.
I get the picture. Just quit throwing those seeds at me, would you? He's got to be using some sort of infinite ammo code with that box of seeds. He has been chucking a lot of them. Yeah. Bag of holding. It's like... gamer moment. Your Honor. The defense claims this witness is cheating and hacking this very courtroom. We cannot count on his testimony. What do you mean, Phoenix? He's got an action replay inserted into his neck. Check his mod folder. Your Honor, the witness claims those mods were simply installed on his copy of the game. He didn't know he had 1 to 10 million odds. It's all a major coincidence, Your Honor. The defense calls bullshit.
First of all, I want to stress that this might be none. I'm not too sure myself. The young boy slumped over the table as soon as he took one sip of his Javicino. Well, the clumsy idiot upset the vase. He knocked it right over. It broke and the strip of cloth covering the table got completely soaked. Well, how about that? Turn things upside down, huh?
Is that all?
Yes, that's all. I remember it perfectly. Now you're doubting me again. You're doubting the poor defenseless old man.
No, we're not doubting you, Mr. Kudo. Don't you get the feeling there's a question hanging on everyone's lips, Nick? Yeah, so what? Probably. That's all I can think of, and I have to cross-examine this guy.
You're a bird brain. That's why that's all you can think of.
Very well, Mr. Wright. Your final cross-examination, please. Okay. That didn't seem to add anything. I don't know what point this proves. The young boy slumped over the table as soon as he took one sip of his Javicino. The clumsy idiot upset the vase. He knocked it right over. Okay, so someone put the vase back up. Clearly, that's it. That was a fast round. Mr. Kudo, this is a photograph of the crime scene.
So what?
Look carefully at the table. The vase is there, intact. Huh? Lost your tongue, Grandad.
I'm no granddad of yours, hopscotch.
Enough! If you throw any more seats in this courtroom, the cleaners will be here all night. Oh yeah, that's his issue with this, not poor Phoenix being assaulted. What is it now?
I just remembered something. For like the 4th time. For realsies. This'll be the testimony that proves everything.
Yes, go on.
The broken vase.
It was on my tape. Oh, for fuck's sake, Kudo. What?
Ah, well, you see. Started me with that young lad collapsed. So I stood up. That must have been when it fell over. The vase at my table, I mean.
The vase on your table?
Ah, yes, it was on my table. That's how my groin came to be completely soaked.
We didn't need to know this detail, Kudo. Just silence.
Thank you, Mr. Kudo.
You've certainly earned your kudos for today.
I'd like to ask a question now. Have I been any use at all?
Perhaps that's something you should reflect on yourself, Mr. Kudo.
Wait a minute. If that's the case, there's more.
And no, just stop talking.
Oh, yes. I remember something else.
Malif! Escort the witness out in the courtroom.
Wait, listen to me.
Thank you, Your Honor. Man just got fucking snapped. Well, we seem to have been considerably sidetracked. I am still not in position to deliver a verdict. The defendant has not been positively identified as the waitress in question. Additionally, there are 2 disparities in the testimony we have heard thus far. The mark on the coffee cup that the victim supposedly drank from with his left hand, and the earpiece, which was inserted into his left ear, out of which he couldn't hear. Wow, Nick, you did it. I therefore require both the defense and the prosecution to further investigate the facts. Yes, Your Honor. There is one more thing before I call today's session to an end. One more thing, Your Honor. The witness we just heard from. He is most insistent that his testimony should be of use. So we summarized it according to this statement. Okay. You may each have a copy of it if you wish. Whatever. The prosecution doesn't need props like that. Gatto's really mad, huh? Yeah, I will be too. Very well. Here you are then, Mr. Wright. There are 3 copies. My own, yours, and Mr. Gatto's. Yes, Your Honor. Victor's testimony. When the incident occurred, I broke the vase at my seat. I'm sorry. Okay, quick check we can do. Vase is still intact there. Okay, so he wasn't sitting there. I thought it was just gonna work out that he was at this table all along. But that might be relevant. Someone might claim he was sitting there later. That might be relevant. I'm sorry, this isn't even a piece of testimony, more like a 5-year-old's apology. What the heck are we supposed to do with 3 copies? That is all. This court is adjourned. What a pointless trial. We got like nothing out of that. It was just a waste of time. We got evidence. I mean, true, we did get evidence, but we would have got that anyway, I imagine. So how do you think the trial went this morning? How do you think it went? Got a bit crazy in there. Just wonder if that killed our chances. Yeah, I guess it did get out of hand. Mr. Kudo's testimony did nothing to help us. Plus, now we don't even know the identity of the waitress who laced the coffee. All we know is what Mr. Kudo saw. The apron, straps, and the ribbon. The victim was wearing an earpiece when his eardrum was ruptured. Talk about a terrifying case of contradiction. Contradictionitis. Contradictionitis. Jesus. Mullen, thank you for the 500 bits. Time to play doctor and find ourselves the cure then, huh? Yeah. We gotta find one for Maggie. She's gonna have a terminal case of guilty. Okay. Well, I'm officially at a loss as to where to start. Yeah, me too. Let's try some brainstorming. You go first. Guess we should try to put Mr. Kudo's testimony to some sort of use. Yeah, that's true. And we need to figure out the identity of the waitress and who the victim really was. Somehow, I think the key to this case has got to be at Tribulations. Well, then let's go back there and check it out again. Oh, and we should drop in on Maggie and see how she's doing too. So, anything on your mind? Actually, there is something. I was wondering about Zinni Up. You know, like what he's like and stuff. Oh yeah, I almost forgot about that guy. I had to beat you so hard it'll feel like you was smooching the express train. Phoenix Wright. You was saying you Phoenix Wright? Cause I'm Phoenix Wright, the one and only. Walking here. That's the only way I could try and get that accent. I have to say that a few times or it just slips past me. I'm walking here. Walking. Coffee. Walking here. You might hear that a lot. Actually, I've learned a little something about my doppelganger. Huh? You did? What did you find out? He impersonated me in court, Maya. And he's also the culprit in this crime. Oh yeah, Maya was working at the restaurant when I ran into Don Fonione? Don Fonione. Let's just say he was such a terrible version of me that I want to sue for defamation. It's that guy's story anyway. What does he have to gain by impersonating me? Is that his actual name? I don't think it is. No, he didn't reveal his name yet. Okay, let's start by talking to Maggie. I guess Maggie's still in question. But we've got questions to ask her too. Maggie! Keep it down, Maya. This isn't a playground, you know. Okay, how's the guard doing? This guard monitors the visitors room. There's nothing for him to do right now, so he's catching some vertical Z's. I think he's in a coma. Okay, criminal affairs? Looks like Gumshoe's not here. Never mind that, what's going on? It feels different in here somehow. You think? Yeah, everyone seems to be on edge. What are you doing? Calling the officers for the briefing, quick. Can't you shut down the station server? Chief, quit playing on the internet. With my email pen pal. 1337 as in princess? Late Asian princess? Is that what it's supposed to be? Save it for later. I'm turning it off now. No, like as in Asian. That's the only thing I can think that it means. Princess, what's going on? Everyone's keeping busy in here, huh? Keeping busy, more like panicking if you ask me. Harrison, thank you for the 1500 bits. Hello, Drift Star, the king, stealer of Happy Meals. Thank you for all the entertainment you provide. Thank you very much. Glad you enjoyed the content. Wanderer, thank you for 500 bits as well. Here's your Happy Meal money. Better see a stream of you ordering 6,000 Happy Meals. I don't think I want 6,000 Happy Meals. I don't know what I would do with that. Something's going on. Something big. What's going on? Like, yeah, what actually is happening here? Must be the chief of the detectives there. He looks lost now that the power to his computer has been cut. Oh well, I guess I'll just have to write her a real letter instead of an email. Apparently, you could just write up some reports, just a suggestion. Dear Elite Asian Princess, how are you? I'm okay. How was the show last night? Wow, what an awesome job. Maybe I should send in my resume and become chief. Must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself. Even pickpockets can have their pockets picked. That's a keeper. Better to go with something that doesn't sound too much like a slogan. Must be coming up with slogans for a crime prevention campaign. I'm not sure even he knows what kind of crime he's trying to prevent. Is there nothing I can do? These are the detectives' desks. There are computers and files on each one. Funny, they're a lot tidier than I expected. I guess the detectives don't spend a lot of time at their desks. I don't know what I can do here. I don't think the Badgers are gonna have everything. This is the police mascot. Blue Badger. Pink Badger. There's nothing new there. I don't think there is anything new here. We'll have to come back there later. I don't think I can do anything right now there. Oh, and I have to go to the detention center before I go to Tribulations. Because of course. David, thank you for the 100 bits. Empty as usual. Yeah, it's lunchtime too. That's it. Come on, come on, come on. Hey, that sounds like... No, just call an 8, pal. Come on, I know you can. He's getting really worked up about something. No, that's the wrong number. Oh, looks like an 8 would have only netted me $5 anyway. What a ripoff. What's the problem, Detective Gumshoe? Huh? Oh, it's you. I was just listening to the radio, pal. Oh, I've just worked it out. Do you remember that random person who showed up in the cafe like once and left without a word? That was who was in the waitress costume. Yeah, I completely forgot she exists. That's who it would be. That's who it would probably have to be. I mean, we still know who impersonated us in court. But yeah, she's absolutely involved. We don't know her name or anything about her. I completely forgot. Yeah, like what? Yeah, I forgot she existed too. There actually isn't a character here. Completely forgot about her. To the radio. Hey, Detective Gumshoe's having lunch here. He is, and he's having the twin tea set. Ha. What can I say? This is a nightmare. How am I supposed to look Maggie in the eye now, pal? You really drove her into a corner, you know. You always blow apart my testimony. Why, of all days, didn't you do it today? Sorry, there just weren't any holes in it for once. Yeah, what happened? Usually your testimonies are like Swiss cheese. Swiss cheese? Do you preferred crumbly like aged parmesan? Anyway, this case has already been ruled on. There shouldn't be any holes left to find. So, did Maggie say anything to you? About me, I mean. Well, how did she put it again? Can't believe Detective Gumshoe. I hate him, sir. Yeah. Maya, maybe you shouldn't tell Gumshoe this. This might emotionally destroy him. Something like that. Aww. Ah. Please, Detective Gumshoe, I didn't mean... Why? Why is this happening? He's banging his head against the wall, Nick. Oh man, poor Gumshoe. He's not taking it well. So, did you like the twin tea set? I've never paid that much money for lunch before. I was so nervous, my hands were shaking. So, how did it taste? Well, for 20 bucks, I guess. I don't know how to describe it, really. It was delicate. Delicate? You mean you liked it? Didn't taste bad to you? What's the matter with him? Looks like he's thinking. That's it. I've been trying to think of the right word to describe the taste. And I just realized, it's bad. That's it. It tasted bad. It's just kind of hard to admit it to yourself when you pay 20 bucks for it, you know? Maybe you should have found out about the price after he had finished eating. Hey, Nick. Maybe that's why Glen L came here. Maybe you heard about the super fierce twin tea set. If by fierce you mean fearsome. Speaking of Glen Elk, that reminds me. You still hardly know anything about the guy. Why don't we ask Detective Gumshoe what he knows, seeing as he's here? So what were you all excited about earlier? Huh? That's right, you said you were listening to the radio or something. You was listening to the lotto. Oh, that was nothing. I wasn't excited. Come on, Detective Gumshoe. You can tell little old me. What were you listening to? Nothing, really. It was just the, daily exercise show. Gumshoe, really? It was listening to the lotto numbers. Why, like... I don't think we need a psych lock to work this one out. It was me, pal. I killed Glenn. Detective Bad Shoe. This lunch's special lobster sure is great. Why are there tears in your eyes? Really? He's not gonna talk about it. I mean, I'm gonna guess I can just show the lotto ticket. Let's just see what this was. Alright, Detective Gumshoe, tell me the truth. What were you listening to? No way, pal. Now that you made a big thing out of it, I'm not gonna tell you. We'll see about that, pal. Considering all the noise you were making while you were listening, it's pretty clear what kind of radio program it was. I say it was related to... I'm right, aren't I? You were listening to the lottery results, weren't you? You thought you tried to win big just like Glen Elk did. It's like you could see right through me. That was really easy. I've cracked him already. See, pal? That's why I said it was nothing. That was so pointless. I'm usually pretty lucky, so I figure I'd give it a try. What's with everyone and the lottery? So, how did it go? I won 50 cents. It'd be better to win none at all than half a lousy buck. I was so mad. Yeah, I know the feeling. I bought the same kind of ticket as Mr. Elk, see? And I've got this special radio show where they announce the winning numbers. Ooh. Okay. They even do the drawings live in the air. It's intense, pal. I bet that's what Mr. Elk was listening to on the day he was killed. Yeah, what time is it now? Oh, it's just after 1:30. The lottery results always broadcast at the same time. Yeah, look, I got this flyer when I bought the ticket. Experience the most thrilling 10 minutes of your life every Monday at 1:30. Okay, so that's a very specific time of death then, compared to the autopsy report, which has like an hour range. So that's gonna play into it somehow. Millionaire radio, that sounds cool. I wanna try it, Nick. Buy a ticket, Maya, with your own money. Okay, we did get a piece of evidence out of that, so it wasn't completely pointless. Must be the table where the murder occurred. I guess so, with all this police tape all around it, and that stain must have been from the poisoned coffee. Don't go licking the tablecloth, okay, Maya? Why would I lick it? I'm not a cat, you know. I'm gonna picture you doing just that. I don't know if there's anything new to discern. Table sets nicely. This table set nicely just needs a customer. Hey, Nick. Do you think old CD was talking about a vase like this today in court? Does look like it's ready to fall over any second. Looks kind of fragile, too. Bet if Mr. Armstrong charged $10,000 for every vase a customer broke, he'd be able to pay off his loan really quickly. If you hit people with that kind of bill, Maya, they'll hit you back. The restaurant has partitions that separate the tables. When you see that at a table, you can only see the tables to your right or left. Wow, you really can't see the table in front or behind you at all. It's the perfect setup for slipping poison into your enemy's coffee. I don't think there's anything else to discern here. And it just help me out, chat. There's nothing else I need to examine in this room, is there? I don't think there is. We've done all this before. It's just to kind of save it like a few minutes. No, I don't think there is anything here. Yeah, we've examined everything. Cool. We can go in the kitchen. There might be something new there. Huh? Mr. Armstrong's talking to someone. Yeah, okay, so she might be involved. I'll be back next month. Oui, naturellement. I will be waiting for you. If you haven't got it by then, I'm afraid it might get a little hot around here. No, I will have everything ready, I promise. I love fire, you know. I love the way it crackles. Hee hee hee. No, 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 stop it, I beg you. Then don't let me down. I'll be watching you. Mais no, this is not necessary. You can trust me, mademoiselle. Talk to anyone, and I'll drive a knife right through your heart. Okay. This actually might be the Mafia. And if it is, I'm very excited. I've been hoping for this for a while. The Fire Mafia! I hope this is the Mafia. The other guy fit the profile of Mafia boss. Oh, none, you do not have to worry. You know, you worry far too much. Maybe this will help you relax. It is the oil of sandalwood. I do love raw meat from time to time. Hee hee hee. Ah! I'll be taking my leave. Goodbye for now. Oh, I have la shivers. I must rub some of my oil over my body before I become the nervous wreck. Zir, oh oui, that feels good. Oh la la, excusez-moi, monsieur. My eyes, my... Your eyes. If you have trouble with your eyes, you need this, the oil of sandalwood. Isn't this just the leftovers of what you were just using? How's it going, Armstrong? Okay, is there anything... Just genuinely, like, a quick help me out, chat. Is there anything new to examine in the kitchen? It just saves a bunch of time, clicking on all the stuff we've clicked on before. No, I don't think so yet. I think we've seen all this before. We looked at the knives and that before. Yeah, we had this. Oyster sauce. Cheesecake comment. Yeah, we had all that. Cool. The bottles, I'm pretty sure we examined those before. Aromatherapy oils. Yeah. Okay, let's just talk to Armstrong. Don't exactly have many customers, do you, Mr. Armstrong? No, you are right, monsieur. But perhaps that is the perfect time for you to visit me, no? That way I can give you my undivided attention and cook for you la dish supreme. Putting on a brave face, huh? That's what girls do, Nick. But you are right, business is very difficult these days. Perhaps the name is the problem. People do not understand it. They think it is Trey. I just wanted people to think that my restaurant was exclusive. But they think you just serve fast food on cheap plastic trays. Nick, that's the kind of thing that can make a girl cry. I've forgotten that Mr. Arm... Okay, none of this humor now. Come on, game. But this restaurant is my life. It is everything to me. I will defend it to la finale. No one will take it from me. Real boomer moment there, yeah. Doesn't hold up too well. It's a kudo moment. His generation strikes again. Yeah, the woman right now. So who is that woman you were just talking to? Oh la la, you saw that. Ah, well, yes, sorry. So, who was she? She looked so polite and graceful. Polite, graceful. And she likes raw meat and fires, right? I don't know if we need a flashback to this. We just saw her. Just casually threatened Harrison. And I think about it. Hey, Maya. I think it's pretty clear what kind of conversation they were having. You think so? Well, then let's show him that piece of evidence and see what happens. Is this a Cyclops moment? No, oh what a beautiful pendant. It would look stunning on me with la earrings. Please don't steal it again, okay? It's one of a kind. Could just have a sliver of it, no? It's not a block of cheese, you know. No, that felt like it was gearing up for a Cyclops moment. Félicitations, mais qu'est-ce que c'est? Ah, je no comprend. Nick, don't just make something up. Okay, the girl's not here as a profile. I can ask about Glenn. Ah, la dead man. La first in my restaurant. It is infuriating that he's only going for la every time. When it should be, like, he should be using la as well. There is something quite frustrating about that. Never changes it. No way, you mean the first customer you ever had? No. It was the first time I've had a dead man in my restaurant. It's a shame to lose a customer after only his first meal here. I don't know what evidence they wanted. Like the game. If only I had taken the right lottery ticket, I would not have any debts right now. I'd be free. Look on the bright side, Mr. Armstrong. You won $1, right? Lack of remorse for having stolen something priceless. I don't know what evidence Maya was referring to. So long as that paper exists, I am but a delightful angel with broken wings. An angel, huh? Doesn't bode well when you think about it. Please, they kept harassing me month after month. In the end, I have to give in. I agreed to help them. Help them with what? Maybe, and sir, if I did not owe them the money, I would have refused. But my hands were tied. Please, what did you agree to help them with? No, I cannot say. If I tell you is that woman, she will slice me up and eat me with last salad garnish. Hope he doesn't mean to literally be sliced up and served with garnish. I'm going to guess that woman has something to do with your loan contract. Am I right? Ah. Please, Mr. Armstrong, tell us about that woman. Okay, this is probably going to be a side clock. The woman who was here earlier, I take it that she's, Why has it come to this? What a tragedy. Suddenly I find myself so deep in la debt. It is a sign of la bad world we live in, huh? No, I'd say it's more a sign of la bad culinary skills. This is a woman who was here. This is the scary woman. She is from la loan office. Loan office? Is that where you borrowed $500,000 from? Oui. Tender lender, it is called. Catchy name. Just hearing it makes me want to borrow some money. You know, go on. Let's just take out some money right now and spend it. Please, you must not borrow from them. If you must, no more than $10. If they're a loan shark, that's close enough to actual mafia. I'm excited. $10. Sounds like your whole monthly stipend, Maya. Hey, I get a bit more than that, thank you very much. So tender lender is the loan office you borrowed $500,000 from, huh? Wonder if they've got anything to do with this case. I am a weak woman. When I am upset, I have to buy something nice to cheer me up. Thanks to him loaning me the money, I have to pay back $500,000 now. I am like his slave. I have to do everything that he tells me. Who is this? Who's this he? La Tiger. The Tiger? Oui, he is the manager of the tender lender. A terrifying man. The big city mobster. Mobster! We got mafia! When he shouts at me, my knees are trembling. And his voice is ringing in my ears for 3 days. It's finally happening. As soon as I hear the noise of that battered old scooter he rides, I start to cry. Oh, it's the guy we met. The Mafia did it in this case! It's the same guy! A big city mobster who rides a battered old scooter. Oh, does this guy resemble me by any chance? Oh, no, no, no. This man is, as a presence, a most formidable personality. Although, he does have the spiky hair, just like you. There is a resemblance there, I suppose. Looks like this loan office is worth checking out after all. If you want to visit the tender lender, it is just beyond Vitamin Square. Hey, Nick. If you need money, I can loan you some, as long as it's less than $3. Oh, God bless you, Maya. Thanks for the offer. It's beyond Vitamin Square, huh? Okay. Okay, let's make a move. So Vitamin Square Eve, thanks for 1,000 bits. The Mafia has come to steal our Happy Meals. The Mick Mob. I don't see any sign of Mr. Kudo, do you? Maybe he went to buy another ton of bird seeds. I was kind of hoping he wouldn't be here anyway. At least not for now. Besides, any more seats today and I'm liable to turn into a real phoenix. That's the bike. Hey, check this out. Wouldn't get too close to that if I were you. Otherwise, you might be in for a shock. My phony must be lurking someplace nearby. Just imagine, a tiger loose in the city. Meanwhile, the real phoenix is like an abandoned chick, lost in a vast urban jungle. Huh? Don't worry, someday you'll grow up and become a ferocious tiger too. Don't lose hope. Why are you trying to pep talk me into becoming my phony? A quick help me out, chat. There's nothing else here to examine. I'm happy to just go on the tender lender. Yeah, there's nothing to examine. Cool. Yeah, it just saves some time. Win through compromise. Tender lender. This place gives off a really strange vibe, doesn't it? Looks like the tiger isn't in his lair. And that is, as they say, a very good thing. Welcome. Talk about a creepy voice. It makes your soul want to shrivel up and die. Yeah, you're absolutely involved. You're here to discuss a loan. Not exactly. The manager is away at the moment. Wait quietly, please. Just laughing maniacally to herself. She's gone just like that. Guess we'll just have to come back another time. This is the perfect opportunity, Nick. This place reeks of suspicion. Come on, Nick. Let's take a look around, okay? Do you think it'll be okay? People are saying bet. With a capital T. Has to have to be the capital T. Yep, lowercase capital T. You're not allowed to do it. Of course, no one will ever know. Coffee. Ah! I'll leave it here for you to enjoy, quietly. Yes, thank you. Do not touch the desk, please. Okay, so she was an accomplice in the murder. Nick, let's get out of here. She wants to get me out of here. Now she wants to get out of here. I mean, she was involved in it. There's no doubt about that. What's going on here? Oh no, someone's dropped the ashtray on the floor. It's going to be a nightmare to clean up. Yeah, it's all over the rug and everything. I accidentally knocked over a really big space heater once. Cleaning up was such a pain. It's one of those super antiques where you have to burn a ton of charcoal. Can you imagine knock one of those over? Aren't they supposed to be super heavy? Oh hey! There's a book of matches here too. Matches, huh? Places don't give those out much nowadays. Hey, wait a second. What is it? Look what's printed on the cover. It says Tribulations. Matches used for advertising found blind and tender lender. Okay, Tribulations matches. These matches could come in handy. Might be able to use them. Yeah, the pilot light for the office boiler keeps going out. Swing and a miss, Maya. Swing and a miss. He's got a blue suit! Hey, look at this Parisian-style coat. It's so chic. It's more like a pimp coat to me. Guess I haven't got an eye for fashion. Phoenix! Phoenix, please look at this one here. Hey, look at this. This suit is the same color as the one you wear, Nick. The same color as my suit. It even has the badge. Ah! Keep your voice down, Maya. Nick, you've got to take a look at this. Some cake. Ah! I'll just leave it here for you. Yeah, sure. Thanks. Just wait here quietly. Otherwise... Sure. Did you hear that, Nick? Wait quietly, she said. Yeah, sure. I have my eye on you, only so I can take care of you. Understand? Don't eat the cake. I'm scared, Nick. So? What were you getting so excited about before? Look on the label of this suit. How was the judge deceived? Just how did this previous trial happen? It's like you forgot your passport, so you drew them with crayons. Is the tiger a lawyer? Oh wait, look at this thing. It's made of paper. A paper badge. Gee golly, I wonder who did all the crime here. Made of cardboard and painted to look authentic. For some reason, your badge suddenly looks really cheap to me, Nick. As anyone would recognize an obviously faced badge when they see one. Win through compromise. I wonder what that's supposed to mean. It means something if they took the trouble to frame it like that. Yeah, well, it still doesn't make any sense to me. That's Tender Lender's guide and principle. Oh? Compromise the customer to win. Oh, I see. How about you, Nick? Yeah, well, as long as we don't have to compromise my hair, I say we're okay. What a bad, like, obviously shady slogan. Like, it doesn't... Like, welcome to Bank of Ireland. Our interest is stealing your money. Like, oh, you know, this seems like a good bank to invest my life savings in. Like, who would ever work with them? That's one slogan no business owner should ever explain to their customers. There's a CD player on the desk, but the desk is so loud. It's a wonder you can hear it? The desk is loud? What does that mean? Oh, loud like gaudy. Okay, it's in tacky. Okay, I get it. The lid's open. I wonder what kind of music the tiger's into. Have you finished the coffee? Yes, thanks. It was lovely. So, you drank it all. He. Gulp. If you touch anything else that doesn't belong to you, there's always another cup. She's got a real creepy presence. That coffee, it was laced with something, I'm almost sure of it. Did they honestly drink it? You walked into the loan shark's office with like the fake outfits that's connected with the murder and is like, well, it seems like thanks for the beverage. Nick, my stomach, it's killing me. Oh wait, maybe it was just the burger I ate for breakfast. Sure hope so. We better take a look at that CD while we're still alive and have the chance. What the? What? It's not the Rocco soundtrack, is it? Claw of the Tiger? Rocco? Oh, really? It's a demo CD. The artist's name has been handwritten on the disc in pen. Mick Bomber. What? This must be the CD Maggie told us about. Let's listen to it. I bet it's heavy metal. No way. That woman will make us drink more coffee if we do. Mick Bomber. Found at Tender Lender. A sample disc with the name written in marker. Oh, good God. Arr. Ah! Come out from under the desk, Maya.
What are you I'm walking here. What are you two snooping around my office for?
Nothing, we were just...
My precious carpet. You's got ash on my rug. You gotta wish your ugly feet never came through my door.
It wasn't us. It was already like that.
You's wanna argue with me? Is that what you's doing? You think yous can take me on?
I'm gonna flatten yous two into pancakes and turn yous into my new rugs. I'm walking here. Oh. Don Tiger, you're back. That voice is like evil seeping into your head through your ears. I'm sorry. Don... Is it... Tigray? Tiger? Tigray? Yeah, I think it's Tigray. Don Tigray. I knocked over that ashtray earlier, and... She got a death wish or what? Alright. Huh? Forget about it. Forget about it, Violetta. It's nothing. What? What? I ain't gonna get mad at you. You're too cute, you hear? That's so unfair. Here, have some cookies. I just baked them. And you'll need some strong espresso while you're discussing your loan. Ah, Phoenix Wright. I do not like this face. Yes? You's either crazy or just plain stupid to chase after me. I worked so hard, but now you's gotta come and mess up my plan. I'm walking here. Coffee! So it was him. He's my phony. Ha! But I don't care. No one gets in my way. What? I mean, excuse me? Ha ha ha! You should have left the little girl at home, right? I have a few things I want to ask. No questions. This is the last time we meet. Back away, please. I was pretty weak, Nick. You waited until he was out of earshot before you shouted after him. Like you were with the talk, I didn't hear you scream, hold it either. The espresso. And cookies. This woman is definitely not good for my heart. Now, what was it the tiger called her? Violetta. So, I'm kind of curious about your company, Tender Lender. With the warm and friendly atmosphere you'd expect from a family-sized business, a conscientious rate of interest, and an attractive repayment policy. Why do I get the feeling the sentence is not going to end well? We will tenderly lend you that little bit extra here at Tender Lender. Is it Viola? 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 Viola, yeah. Hey, Nick, things are a bit tight for Wright & Co. at the moment, aren't they? I mean, there's that $500 you owe me from our card game for starters. Wait, what? Why don't you take out a loan? Would I like to take out a loan from a place like this? Not so much. How'd you lose 500 quid in cards? That's a lot, Nick. Tender Lender is on your side. He. So, let's say I'm late with my repayment. What happens then? We'd give you more coffee. Strong coffee. Alright, I think I'd rather skip town. Hey, just remember I can make strong coffee too, Nick. Strong tea as well. So, do you know about the incident we're investigating? What incident? Well, a man was poisoned in a restaurant just near here. That incident. Let me see. I was here that day with the manager. The manager being the tiger. Furio Tigre. Furious Tiger, okay. Furio Tigre. So that's where the tiger thing comes from. Zinni Op's got a real name. Nick, hurry up and find out more about him. Do I have to present his profile? Can I ask you about the tiger? I mean, Mr. Tigre. Cookie. Stop eating, like, the poison. Sure. How do you like my cookies? I baked them myself. He. Go ahead, Nick. The honor is all yours. No, ladies first, Maya. He. No matter how I look at this, I just don't get it. What are the tiger and the scary girl doing working together? We are lovers. It's not exactly coming across in your tone of voice. And I owe Don Tigre my life. He's the one who saved me. Tiger saved you? Please, address him properly as Don Tigre. Otherwise, I'll have to... Okay, Don Tigre, of course, I'm sorry. He saved her life. I'd sure like to know how that happened. I'm very frail, you see. Just recently, I died once. Hee. You died? About 4 months ago. The doctors said to abandon all hope. Guess they were expecting her to take a boat ride across the river Styx. Jeez. Okay, not really the time, Phoenix. But Don Tigre, he saved me. He gave up everything. Everything? When I found out what he had done for me, I was happy. No offense, but I'm finding that a little hard to believe. I decided I'd pay him back with my life by serving him coffee and espresso. Still wonder about what's in her coffee. So is that why you've got that bandage around your head? He. This? Oh, so what's the story with the bandage? They put it on after the operation. Operation? It's just a little injury. A little fatal injury. He. She a ghost? She's kind of giving that vibe. I'm pretty sure I've seen her in like the Haunting of Hill House or something. I was dead the entire time. A fatal injury. I just suffered one herself by the sound of it. So that's the injury you were talking about before when you said you had died once. Oh god, that's quite a few. Oh, she really creeps me out, Nick. Same here. We've got to find out the truth. Okay, that's quite a few. A quick help me out chat here. Can I do the Cyclops now, or should I be like hopping back to one of the previous areas? Later. Okay. Yeah. So I'm gonna keep exploring then, rather than kind of go down the rabbit hole there and just have to do it all again. Probably makes more sense. Is there anything else we can investigate here? It's one impressive desk on one impressive rug. It's solid gold, Nick. Gold. Just look at that shine. Only real gold shines like that. You really want such a shiny desk, though? I don't know, but let's see what it's like to sit at a solid gold desk. Wow, I'm completely dazzled. Does this man have, like, how much percent of the world's gold supply do you think that is, if that's completely gold? Like, if that's actually, like, there's not even, like, gold plated or gold painted. It's actually all made of gold. It's got a fair bit. Because it's completely dazzling. I can see my nose in the reflection. That's gotta be really distracting. The desk is impractical. No surprise there. What's this? It's a punching bag. What? No way. You wouldn't catch me walking around with a bag like that. What do you mean walking around? The design's gross to start with, and it's way too heavy to be practical. Why is it called a punching bag? Don't people know messenger bags are in? I knew it. I was right before, back at Tribulations. Paris fashion is more my thing. Really hope she's pulling my chain on this one. I think we searched most of it, didn't we? Let's see. This round doll thing is called a Daruma, I think. I figure I'd read a book or two and be more cultured, in case you're wondering. I mean, you aren't making stuff up for a change. I bet you also didn't know that no matter what. He'll always write himself. Go on, Nick. Give him a good shove. Only if I feel like dying. Now this yellow thing. This is a Japanese chess piece. I think it's a king. Not that I'm an expert or anything. I'm more of a reversey person, you know. What's a reversey? Assume she knows what she's talking about. These aren't exactly your typical mobster wannabe items. They're not trophies, are they? Hey, there's a piece of paper sticking out from under here. What is it? A repair bill. like he did some repair work on his car. Does he even have one? $15,000 to replace a bumper and a light. That's insane. The car is registered too. The Cadaverinis? The Mafia! Huh? So it's not even the Tiger's car. Why would someone else's repair bill be in the Tiger's office? The Cadaverini family. Okay, so he probably damaged their car on his scooter. So there was an accident at some point. Mafia hype. Yeah, we're getting a lot of them. Okay. We can't interrogate her yet. We need some more evidence. There he is. Old Seedy's back feeding the pigeons again.
There. Like this. And this. Get out of my park.
Like I thought, he's really mad. Come on, Maya. Just keep your head down and let's sneak away while we still can. What? Why? Hello, old man. What are you doing, Maya?
Huh? Ka.
Hey, he just turned his back on us. I'm not surprised. I bet I really hurt his pride in court this morning. Hey, Mr. Kudo. Oh, he's doing his pigeon song again.
Pigeon.
Look, we really need to talk to you, alright?
Out with the demons. In with good fortune.
Ow, ow. Seeds, shell splinters, painful. Always knew you were a demon, Maya. Hate this guy. I hope he doesn't have any vital evidence for the case, though. He might. I'm sorry about what happened in court earlier today.
Ah, everyone will be talking about me behind my back now. Dirty old man who was so busy looking at the serving girl's backside that he can't remember her face. A filthy, depraved animal.
But you are. Not at all.
Are you listening to me, boy? I don't care what you say. I saw that waitress, he put it in. That waitress put it in. You put some white powder into the young lady's Javicino.
Yeah, so it's clearly the hair. That's what it's gonna come down to. We hear you.
And another thing, the young layabout was wearing an earpiece on the same side as the lens of his broken spectacles.
We're really sorry.
I made a little mistake about the vase. So what? I know what I saw. I tell you.
Okay, take it easy, please, Mr. Kudo.
Don't tell me to take it easy, you spiky-haired brat. Take this.
This character is single-handedly dragging down this entire case. Actually, I mean, it is problematic with the humor surrounding Mr. Armstrong as well. But this guy really sucks. This guy just kind of sucks as a character, like all around. Said you were a craftsman, right?
The modern world casts out its craftsmen like me aside in droves.
Surely it's not that.
Come from a long line of craftsmen, right back to the time of the Shoguns. You hear me? I didn't become an embroiderer, I was born one.
Actually, I'm kind of in the same situation myself.
Aye. I want to stick my fingers up that dribbling old judge's nose. And scream right down his ear hole. Objection.
Oh, so did you want to become a lawyer when you were young? I mean, that's quite it, Maya. I think he's just in a bad mood, that's all.
Got a tsunami of frustration inside and it's ready to burst out.
Let him start rambling now. We might never shut him up. What should I do? Help me out, chat. Do I need to let him speak anymore? Do I need any evidence off this guy? Because if not, I'm gonna leave the park. Do I need any evidence off him? Chat is simply saying suck. That's not very helpful, guys. Come on, chat. I just have better expectations. I think that's what it is. Alright. Guess I better let him talk. There's not much call for craftsmen these days, then.
Of course not, you idiot. All I'm good for nowadays is running errands.
Errands?
Everyone takes advantage of the elderly. Buy some breadcrumbs, take the dog for a walk. Feed the pigeons, old man. Or buy some sort of bit community handyman.
Well...
Buy some bread now that I can understand. What's the point of feeding some seedy pigeons? Why don't people say what they mean? Get lost. That's what they're trying to say. Oh yes, I'm just an inconvenience, you see. Oh, but that restaurant, I just get in the way, don't I?
I'm sure you do. Wait a minute, what did he just say? At home and at that restaurant. Hold up, by restaurant, are you talking about Tribulations? Did you get asked to run an errand there too?
Yes, I did. The very day that the young brat was poisoned.
What? So on the day of the incident, what were you asked to do?
Glad you asked, boy, because I'll tell you what I was asked to do. All of a sudden, that young lad slumped over the table. The serving girl collapsed. And I broke that vase. It all happened so fast, I was a bit of a daze, you see. And the owner shouted over to me.
Excuse me, while you call the police.
Call him yourself, I should have said back. I didn't think of it at the time.
So, did you end up calling the police?
Like I said, I was in a bit of a daze.
Did you call them on your cell phone?
How do I look like I have one of those newfangled thingy-majigs? I went out looking for a payphone, of course.
You went looking for one.
Couldn't find one right away, you know. Wandered around for 5 minutes or so.
5 minutes? So for 5 minutes after the incident happened...
Yes, sirree, the owner was at Tribulations on his own.
Okay, there's a very crucial time frame that's being established here. It's 10 minutes. Kudo was gone during this bit. Time of death is very vague. It seems like it should be way more specific. It's quite a bit going on with the time here. Why didn't you mention this in court this morning?
Well, whatever, yeah, give me the chance.
No, you kind of ruined that for yourself.
You'll bully me out of the courtroom.
Solaris, thank you for 500 bits. Fun fact, this case was written for the second game, and it shows. Really? God, the second game had it rough. Just like, I mean, the last case of the second game was amazing. I love that. Apart from a particular plot hole concerning a cat. That was a pretty good time. Franziska not as strong as Von Karma as a prosecutor. Big Top really was a letdown in the second game, yeah. I can't even remember what the second case in the second game is. Oh no, that was the murder at the that was like basically the face-off murder, yeah. With Pearl, yeah. That wasn't too bad of a case. That was okay. I think Big Top really just dragged down the entire second game. Honestly. Okay, wait a minute. That's the case. There's more. I've got more to say. This guy is so awful. Escort the witness out.
It's not my fault, you're the ones to blame.
Could have at least told us before we got to court. Is it really that important that Mr. Kudo was the one who called the police? As important as the unaccounted time before the police arrived. The victim was dead, and Maggie was unconscious. Which leaves that woman... Which leaves that man alone in the restaurant. Game, please. Mr. Kudo might have been chased out of the place on purpose. What do you mean? Maybe a certain someone didn't want him in the restaurant. Ah!
Oh sure, you go ahead and say I was in the way as usual. Suppose I should have been getting myself covered in pigeon poop instead, huh?
The to get more details about what exactly happened. From Maggie and from Mr. Armstrong. Okay, let's head back to Tribulations then. Mr. Armstrong in the kitchen. Looks like Mr. Armstrong's out again. The place is open for business. Can't have an open restaurant without a chef. Hey, it's not my fault, Nick. Don't take it out on me. Only a couple of minutes after the incident happened, Mr. Kudo left the scene, leaving Mr. Armstrong here alone. Missing when we need to talk to him the most. Maybe he's trying to avoid us on purpose. I mean, it's clear that the other guy was there. And, like, Tiger's just blackmailing him because he owes Tiger money because he got the loan from him. You know, so, like, he was, like, kind of forced to kind of give run-of-the-mill of his restaurant for the sake of the crime. A quick help me out, chat. Is there anything new to examine here? Or are we good? Nope. Cool. We'll just hop on. Just saves a bit of time. Does Gumshoe know anything here? Nightingale, thanks for 1,000 bits. Bits to get the potato of blatant transphobia out of our mouths. Love these games, but characters like Armstrong don't make it easy. I think it's very much aged poorly in terms, just the game there. You know, it's not aged well. Like, it is weird kind of looking back in the day where there was a time where there was, like, that was just gender humor. It's just kind of weird looking back at it now. Can't really imagine it. Shows its age. There used to be, like, a time where there was a lot of slapstick where it was like, wait a minute, that's not a man, that's... You know, and it's just really insensitive. Still exists sadly, but it's getting better. It is getting better, yeah. No, it definitely is. We've come a long way since then. It is a shame, too, because, like, yeah, it really does show its age with this particular case. No, they refer to him as Mr. Armstrong, so we're just gonna kind of just stick to that here. And just kind of gloss over the game just being old. I think we kind of have to. What happens if you present the fake badge to the Gumshoe? That's a good question, actually. What do you think about this, Detective Gumshoe? Nope. Okay. That's not helpful at all. Metaskipper, thank you for 500 bits. Fun fact, Big Top is one of the most popular cases in the Japanese fandom, in large part because it's filled with characters that are seen as wacky and over the top. Similar reason as to why Old Bag is routinely top 5 in Japanese character polls. I fucking hate Old Bag. So annoying. I guess they do kind of like that. They do like slapstick humor more in Japan, that kind of wackiness. You know, we even kind of hear about that, like, from here, where it's like the oddity of, like, that is Japanese game shows, where it's just absurd for the point of being absurd. Like, I think some of us have probably heard about this one, where it's like a room in a house, but one thing's made of chocolate, and the contestant has to find out what that is by biting into shit, which is just, like, really stupid. But apparently, like, I mean, that's comedy gold over there. Yeah, some people might have heard of that one before. They kind of like the absurdity of some stuff like that, where it is like, that's comedy. Different culture there. But yeah, I mean, some of the humor is definitely, it's not aged well. Oh, it's very clear. Okay, can't help you out with it. Okay, we gotta talk to Maggie. No, Maggie's not about. Anything new at Criminal Affairs? Sorry, yeah, we got a bit sidetracked there. A quick help me out, chat. Where am I actually supposed to go? I actually don't know right now. Go back to Gumshoe. Oh, okay. Well, I didn't mean it like that. I meant... Repair bill? I don't know what Gumshoe wants right now. Apparently everyone's listening to this show now. That's because everyone wants money. They said the victim, Glenn Elk, was really into gambling. Yep, you can't beat gambling. I love it too. I won $500 last night playing cards with Nick. When did that happen? Oh, we were playing for money. Of course. So you better pay up. You're a smart one. Waiting for a cop to be present before asking for the cash. This guy was a real programming genius. They called him the walking computer at the place where he worked. What happens when he crashes, though? Does he just stop moving all of a sudden? He wasn't literally a computer. Anyway, there's nothing between Maggie and the victim. Yeah, that's what we found out yesterday, too. Hey, Detective Gumshoe, don't you have any information that's a bit more fun? Fun? Oh, I know. So, have you paid a visit to where Mr. Elk worked yet? You might as well. His workplace? Where's that? A computer firm called Blue Screens Incorporated. Or something like that. It's like not naming like your auto repair shop like Car Crash Co. or something like that. Automobile on Fire Industries. Blue Screens Incorporated, yeah. No wonder he died. There's an omen here. Sounds like a real stable company. This could be fun, Nick. Let's go. Computers aren't really my thing, Maya. We'll be fine. I know all about that high-tech stuff. I wonder about that. It's just around the corner from this joint. You should take a look. Computer firm called Blue Screens Incorporated, huh? Well, I'm gonna head back to the precinct now. Got a big meeting starting in a bit tomorrow. About Maggie's case, you mean? No, that's pretty much wrapped up now. There's another big case going down at the moment, so she's been pushed aside. Okay, we'll see you later then. Bye-bye. Oh. Welcome back, Gumshoe. Animation. Better get going, detective, or you'll be late. Actually, I kinda got a favor to ask. It's a big one. A favor? Yeah, it's, Maggie, actually. I was kinda hoping you'd give this to her for me. Oh, God bless you, Gumshoe. What is it? It's a lunchbox. I got up early so I could make it. I've been really worried about her. She looked like she'd lost a lot of weight. Detective Gumshoe. How many weenies are in here? There's not a person on Earth who could down this much meat. Maya, no! Maya, no! You think? I love weenies. I can't get enough of their tent. Gumshoe, no! None of us are mature. So will you give it to her? It took ages to make, so please, say you will, pal. I can't exactly say no, can I? A tenderly handmade lunchbox fills the stomach with love and plenty of weenies. Why is that evidence? Maybe I'll eat it myself if I get hungry. Don't forget, okay? I'm counting on you to give that to Maggie. He's finally gone. Okay, can we see if Maggie's in? Oh, Mr. Wright! Hello, Maggie. So they finished questioning you. Wasn't it just unbelievable in the court today, sir? I'm gonna stay up all night and blog about everything that happened. Weren't you scared? It was pretty touch and go in there. Yeah, but you totally nailed that old man. Well, he was all over the place with his testimony. He's not the only one. Huh? What do you mean? Everyone else's testimonies don't match up either. Not what I remember of the incident, anyway. Is it possible she's the one misremembering things? Maggie, you know how you said that everyone else provided testimony doesn't match up with what you remember. Yep, there are just so many things that don't seem to add up. The biggest contradiction is the other guy I saw at the victim's table. He was the one who slipped something into the victim's coffee. I'm sure it was him. But didn't Mr. Kudo testify earlier today that it was the waitress who put some white powder into the coffee cup? That actually is an interesting detail, yeah. I don't know what's going on there yet. So you really think it was this disappearing man that did it? Well, he's not the only thing that disappeared. The CD vanished as well. You know, the CD with the writing on it. Oh yeah, the Mick Screwdriver album, right? It was Mick Bomber, Maya. That name was scrawled on the sports paper as well. They never did find that CD at the crime scene, sir. Or the victim's medication. That's gone missing too. Ouch, my head. This is getting way too complicated for me. You said that you passed out when the victim, Glenell, collapsed, right? Yes, so embarrassing. I mean, I used to be a cop. When I came to, the restaurant was buzzing with police. And before I knew what was going on, they arrested me, sir. So between the time the victim collapsed and the time the police arrived on the scene, you have no idea what went on at Tribulations. No idea at all. Why? Is it important, Mr. Wright? The other witness, the old man from the park, was pretty much chased out of the picture. Chased out of the picture? What do you mean? Old CD wasn't inside the restaurant because he was told to go call the police. Exactly, and you, Maggie, were unconscious. That means Mr. Armstrong was alone in the restaurant for a brief period of time. No. You don't think Mr. Armstrong set me up, do you? When you consider the facts, it's hard to imagine that Mr. Armstrong isn't involved in this at all. It's like the master biting the paw of the dog that it feeds. Are you sure about this, Mr. Wright? Well, the old man said as much when we spoke with him earlier. If the old man is also, like, senile and probably shat himself this morning, Phoenix. Like, I don't know how much we should trust his testimony. He's not long for this world. I don't know. The things that man says don't add up for some reason, sir. Maggie looks like she's trying to figure something out. Maybe we should ask Maggie exactly what she knows about old CD. Oh, also, here's your lunch. Oh, no, present. Oh yeah, I've got something you're gonna love. Really, what is it? A lunchbox just for you. Here. Wow, a lunchbox. Weenies too. I can't believe it. Thank you, sir. Did you make this just for me, Mr. Wright? Nah, it was Detective Gumshoe. Who else will make such a nice lunchbox for you? Detective Gumshoe. He's really worried about you. Looks like he put a lot of effort into making this too. How, like, that's like 3 packs of sausages. That's an extortionate amount. That's so many. I'm like a 3 sausage man when it comes to a meal. I think that's like my limit. If they're really small ones, maybe more. His whole month's salary. He probably spent it all on this, yeah. Like, that's the good rice right there. Oh dear. I can't accept it. Detention center rules. No gifts allowed, sir. Hey, come on, Maggie. Don't be like that. The rules are the rules. They'll lock you up if you break them. Somehow when an ex-cop turned waitress says that, it seems a whole lot scarier. And anyway, I hate weenies. Oh, really? It's all yours, Maya. You can enjoy it with Mr. Wright. Poor Gumshoe, he tried. But she's right. It's better than letting it go to waste. But I guess so. Gumshoe's lunchbox eaten with mine. Just gonna, oh, poor Gumshoe. He spent all the salary on that. Well, how was it? That hit the spot. I love weenies. Oh, good. I'm glad I gave it to you then, sir. Does that advance anything? Just eating the food? I don't think I did. I feel much better after the trial this morning. I've been a bit of a courtroom proceedings addict for years now. It feels like forever since I saw a witness as slippery as that old man. He's not really that bad of an old man, though. Still, I feel a bit uneasy. Huh? I thought you just said you felt much better. Maggie, if there's something on your mind, you've got to tell us. Especially if it has anything to do with Mr. Kudo or his testimony. Roger, I'll spill it all and see what you make of it. Okay, there we go. Is there anything else about Mr. Kudo's testimony that stood out as odd to you? Actually, yes. The fact that he was even testifying to begin with doesn't quite what? Well, when I took the coffee over to the victim's table. It's true that there was another customer in the restaurant. Yeah, we know that already. It was Victor Kudo. But I can't really say. It was an old man. Okay, then how about calling him a really old middle-aged man? No, age isn't the issue. The other customer was a woman. A woman? Are you sure, Maggie? Well, I'm not 100% sure, but I think so. So, what did this woman look like? She was sort of creepy. She had a kind of cackling laugh. That's the other... Yeah, Viola. That's who it is. Creepy. Cackling. I don't get the feeling I've come across a woman like that recently. Is this who you're thinking of? I know I used to be on the police force, sir, but I'm incarcerated now, so I can't use my connections to help you. All I can tell you about now is info about ex-cons or the clientele of Tribulations, sir. Aw, don't let it get you down, Maggie. No, she's got nothing to say about that? Holy smokes, that's him! Huh? That's your phony, Mr. Wright. Just look at that ridiculous suntan. For the record, I'm not sunburned like an over-dried tomato, so I don't know how. He told me he'd been on a business trip to Hawaii, and that's when he got the tan. I'm not hearing this. No, nothing more to say there? Help me out, chat. Is there anything else I need to present to Maggie right now? I thought that would do it. The fake badge. Ah, it's that. Your attorney's badge. Actually, it's a fake. Holy smokes, that's it. Huh? That's the badge your phony had, Mr. Wright. You got duped by this. But it's a completely different color. And what about the fact that it's made of paper? He said the badge got a tan as well, while he was on Hawaii on business. Okay, how the fuck does that work? How does that work? Yeah, the badge went to a tanning salon, clearly. I'm beginning to see how my phony was able to gain her trust. God damn it. Oh yeah, that's from when I was carrying a customer's breakfast over to them. The ketchup splotch, you mean? My whole face was fire engine red, thanks to that stuff. But you spilled the ketchup on your apron, didn't you? I don't see how. The ketchup-covered omelet went flying and hit the customer in the face. Oh, talk about a tomato red face. Makes me wish I could have seen it myself. Yeah, I guess. It was kind of a sight to behold. Okay, so help me out, chat, then. There's nothing else I need to show Maggie right now, is there? We're all good. It was I, Von Tanma, that tanned the badge in the chemical factory? The CD, thank you. Where is the CD? I know I used to be on the police force, but I'm incarcerated now. I don't pick up much information in here. All I can help out... No, we've had that before. No, nothing. people were saying that was the one to show, but there's nothing there. Potassium cyanide. I've never heard of that poison before in my life, sir. Okay, maybe I have. But I've never seen it before, that's the truth. I wouldn't even know where the nearest potassium cyanide dealer is in the first place. Potassium cyanide dealers? Sounds like another group of drug pushers to avoid. In any case, this definitely isn't something you can pick up just anywhere. Oh, curse my rotten luck. The criminal must have stuck the bottle in my apron while I was unconscious. Okay, so there's nothing else then. There's nothing else. Right. Let's have a look-see about Blue Screens Incorporated. Wow, this place is so high-tech. You can almost smell the electricity in the air. There's a computer firm, Maya. It can't work without electricity, you know. Who are you? She did it! Oh, hello. I'm sorry. Access is restricted to authorized personnel only. This is a computer programming laboratory. There are far too many trade secrets that could be leaked. Wow, what secrets? Everything you see here is classified. No information can leave this building. Sammy, thank you for 1,000 bits. Phoenix's badge actually has an ID number so people can know it's Phoenix. I'm convinced everyone in this game is brain dead. Yep. Yep, no, I think so. Jacob, thank you for the tier 3 as well. Understood. Who is this woman? It's like a robot for some kind of whacked educational show. My name is Lisa Basil. I'm the company director. Director? She's human. She seems more like a ghost in a shell. Ho ho! And that thing over her eye, isn't that the same device as Glen Elks? That's a DMH, right? Nice try, but it's the other way around, Maya. It's an HMD. All of my programmers here at Blue Screens Incorporated are supplied with HMDs. And do you write programs too? No, I just enjoy wearing this. They are pretty cool. I wouldn't mind one. So, what exactly is this firm's business? I will try to simplify it so that you can understand. We analyze the data management systems required by certain branches of industry, and then deliver optimum operating systems and source level components to them. Huh? You lost me on the corner of analyze and management. Doesn't matter, they analyze stuff. You got that much, right? The software we produce is distributed on CDs. CDs? Yes, compact disc. Digital optical storage media. Of course, CDs are used for software as well as music. Okay, so that's what this is about. There's some kind of data on that. It is a small firm, but all my employees are first-time class programmers. Let's ask one of them what they are doing. Excuse me, what are you working on right now?
Global research and the impact of time slice continuum on logical access to shared global variables. Obviously, program structure influences response time and performance variables, and memory overheads is vitally important to the... Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, you get the idea. This is the sort of thing we are involved in. Did you good people follow all of that? Yeah. Your blank spell just said otherwise, Maya. You know about what happened, right, Miss Basil? You mean about Glenn being poisoned? Yes, I know. It's terrible. Can you tell us anything that might be helpful? I don't think so. A police officer was here earlier, too. But I couldn't tell him anything either because the waitress who committed the crime has nothing to do with Blue Screens Incorporated. Oh. How about Mr. Elg's desk? Have you cleared it out already? No, not yet. It's this one, right in front of you. If there's anything that might be useful to you, you are welcome to take it. There might be a clue here somewhere. Okay, let's present this real quick. Would you mind taking a look at this? I'm sorry, that data is super admin restricted, desktop access password protected. Super admin restricted desktop access password protected? What? This is madness. No, Maya. That is Sparta? What? She won't tell us unless we say the right code word. A code word? Sesame. If it's not Sesame, then it must be her mother's maiden name. That's how it always is. There's no point in having a password if it's always the same thing, Maya. Guess she doesn't want to talk about this. Maybe we should focus on asking about Glen Elg. What do you say? This is Sparta. Funny reference, please laugh. They're cramming them in this place. They got Ghost in the Shell in too. About Mr. Elk. He was a top programmer. I would say he was a genius. But he did suffer from 1 or 2 bugs in his personality. Oh, like what? He was a bit of a loser. Perhaps that would be the best way to describe it. Oh, you got a bit of a glitch there. Something's wrong with you. You should get that fixed. God, did you know how like sad and lame you are? Man, the latest like balance update for life did not do you any favors. They nerfed you hard. That's what got him into trouble. What's the matter? He was a top programmer. I would say even he was a genius. So he was really no trouble at all. A model employee. Hey, wait a minute. Just now you said something about him being in trouble. Gotta find out what this trouble was exactly. Glenn's troubles. About Mr. Elk. Was he in some kind of trouble? I'm sorry, why would you think that? I thought you said something about it just now. You said he got himself into trouble because he was a bit of a loser. Oh, here we go. 3 on this one, right. I guess Mr. Elk is like every other man with his own pile of secrets. Okay, see if there's any evidence in here first. That's a lot of money sticking out of the drawer. Oh, maybe it's just post-it notes, actually. No clues here. Is that really just post-it notes? Wow, look at this mess. Looks like they're all betting. Looks like they're all betting tickets. What kind of betting tickets? Betting on which horse will win a given race. Or horse racing tickets. Oh, wow. These drawers are stuffed full of these. Looks like they're all losing tickets, though. Glen Elg's losing horse racing tickets gathered up. There's over 500 of them. Okay, maybe he took out a loan from Tender Lender because he has a gambling addiction that he needed to finance. And to try and start repay it after a while, you have to sell like kind of company data or something like that to the mob to try and get money back. Maybe. This many tickets will get you what? $1 down at the recycling center. I didn't know you were so hard up that you'd try to profit from the dead, Nick. Just taking them as evidence, Maya. Money's tight, Maya. To keep buying burgers. Wow, look at this desk, Nick. What a mess. It's pretty average to me. But you can't get any work done with everything all over the place like this. You'd think real whiz kids can work under any condition, you know. Just trying to hint that I should tidy my desk more. I'll clean up my desk when Maya stops asking silly questions. No hurry then. Hey, this calendar. What about it? This is another hint about tidying, you can forget it. Someone's marked December 3rd in red pen. December 3rd. That's the day Mr. Elg was murdered. Is there anything else? Princess, thank you for 1,000 bits. Cheer didn't go in. Just know I'm at work. I work at a Starbucks and got an order for 17-ish cups of coffee. Won't be able to watch the stream. Sorry about that. You're all good, don't worry. Thank you very much. Yeah, it says meet with the tiger. The tiger? Okay. Yeah, that's pretty damning. I'm amazed they didn't even try conceal this, and I'm actually amazed of how much like his computer monitored its blocks. Let's check on these fine fellows here. He's really pounding that keyboard, isn't he? Wow, I bet that's where the pro and programmer comes in, huh? Guess I should be resting on my laurels. Gotta expand my skill set and all that. Yeah, it's a good idea. Maybe I could become old CD's apprentice. What about your spirit medium trading? They're just working away. Hey, look, Nick, it's a supercomputer. It looks like it's really smart and wise, doesn't it? Computers are only as smart as the humans who use them, Maya. That explains why we don't use the computer in our office. You work there too, Maya. Yeah, but at least I'm... Please, don't argue about something that's so trivial. Otherwise, the computer will laugh at you. She said she'd laugh at us, Nick. She's a human, Maya, not a computer. Okay, what's this? Those pillars almost look like they're moving. It's kind of unsettling. Nah, they just look a bit twisted or warped or whatever word I'm looking for. This office was designed with a futuristic feel in mind. Futuristic? Yes, we tried to imagine what things might look like in the future when we designed it. It helps to soothe and calm the soul. On the second thought, I agree with you, Nick. This place is really unsettling. We got a bright future ahead of us, gang. Oh boy. Okay, okay, we gotta try break someone's psych block. I reckon we start with her. So, how about you tell me what kind of trouble Mr. Elg was in? I'm sorry, sir, but we don't deal with troubleshooting here. Perhaps you'd like to speak to someone in customer service. What's she talking about? Guess I better just take a shot and see where it gets me. Miss Basil, let me ask you something. Do Mr. Elg's troubles have something to do with this? Well, what do you think? No, apparently not that. I'm not sure. Let's ask one of the programmers. Excuse me, can you answer this man's query, please?
The data queue that manages a multitasking simulation for local variables we put into sleep mode. Transmission on active nodes can be bundled correctly according to the source code. Obviously.
So I'm afraid that is the situation you see. Did you good people follow all that? Not even slightly. What was all that mumbo jumbo? It's exactly as my programmer explained. I picked the wrong piece of evidence. Okay, it must be the tickets then. It must be the tickets. What is that? A bunch of horse racing tickets. All losing ones. For someone who doesn't want to talk about this, like, I'm amazed I didn't try, like, cover up his desk or something. I kind of just left it, like, open and exposed for me to gather all this evidence. Without that many tickets, you could get $1 at the recycling center. You good people are very, very bad. Cashing in on others' misfortunes is immoral. Is that a whiff of hypocrisy I smell? RT, stop making such fire content, please. I've got a fucking game jam to finish. I'm sorry. I'm just too entertaining. I can't help it. I was just born like this, you know? I'm comedy gold. Oh, when I was born, my first thing my dad did was laugh at me. Set my career path for life. But what is the relevance of these tickets? The victim, Mr. Glenn Elk. He had a gambling habit, didn't he? I don't think that's a logical conclusion based on the facts. Everyone likes to go to the races from time to time. There's 500 tickets, Basil. But not everyone buys as many tickets. Anyway, I don't believe that proves anything on its own. You're right, but I'm not through yet. Mr. Elk's gambling wasn't restricted to horse races, was it? The lottery ticket. The lottery, horse racing. He bought a lot of tickets and lost a lot of times. It's gotta have hurt his wallet pretty bad, don't you think? It'd be bad enough to be the cause of some pretty serious trouble, perhaps. No. You are right. Glenn did have a gambling habit. You good people must not follow his example. Do you understand? Trust me, even if I wanted to, I don't exactly have the money to buy any. But if you win, there's no problem, is there? And Glenn had a winning ticket, didn't he? For $500,000. Yeah, but it's hard to imagine how he could have been in trouble then, isn't it? It's true that Mr. L won $500,000 in the end. But that was his first stroke of good luck. He was in deep trouble before that. Yeah, is she trying to justify gambling because he won? The lotto? It's like, it's okay to gamble. This Euro Million winner clearly profited off of it. With like 0.00001% or something. There are like 30 people to win. Gambling good. You're one to talk, RT. I'm very responsible. I've only gambled once in my life, and I set a budget, okay? The Willy Wonka slot machine might have taken everything from me, but that was money specifically set aside, maybe not for the Willy Wonka slot machine, but, you know, to spend while I was in Vegas. That's the only time I've ever gambled in my life. Wasn't there a gambling stream? That was betting channel points on Amiibo. That's different. And yes, I might have had like an underground gambling ring in college where we did that. But that wasn't real money. That was a mock gambling ring. For the thrill. RT is the head of the Mafia, confirmed. The event might have actually been called the Amiibo Mafia, but no, that has nothing to do with that. I'm a responsible gambler. I've only done it once. How much did you spend on TF2, Dan? I actually didn't spend much on TF2. Honestly, considering how long I played that game. I don't think I spent much in the grand scheme of things. Like, I played that game for like 7 years. I think maybe I spent like upwards of 50 quid. On just like the occasional bits. So I don't think that's pretty bad for 7 years. What about the Stardew Valley Casino? That's not real money! You bet 7,000 Happy Meals. Glenn Elk used to stream video games on Twitch on the Elias RTGame. Oh yes, even. You're a maniac gambler in Kirby. But we won there! I didn't gamble. That was assured victory. Well, thank you for 500 bits. Please take these bits. I don't want any more problems with the Blue Mafia. He's falling apart like his witnesses. Your Cyclops are showing. I've gambled once in my life. He's got a gambling problem. He's out of control. Once in my life, I went to Vegas. 2.5 years ago. And I set aside money for that. False, your virtual gambling is still gambling. Everybody, 50 loot boxes. You own Genshin Impact, Daniel. I spent I spent £5 on Genshin. Just to try out the daily bonus thing. Because I figured if I was to try a free-to-play game properly, right? Then sure, why not? It's £5. Let's go for it. I'm like, I don't even play the game anymore. I haven't played it in like months. I just gave it a go. I don't think it was for me. I can see why people like it, because the gameplay loop and that is actually quite fun. But I don't think it was for me. I prefer stuff like Xenoblade. How could you? What about Pokemon cards? That was Dahi. That's Dahi. He went in deep there. Can we play the game now? Sorry. We're trying to clear this up. There's a lot of accusations. You're addicted to the gambling in Heart Gold, though. Why are we cross-examining the streamer? Everyone's on my case. I like gambling mechanics in video games when it's like a fun, free thing. And you get some collectibles out of it. When it doesn't cost money, yeah, it's kind of fun. But that's because there's no actual stakes there. Let me buy like 50 loot boxes in Overwatch. Like, I don't do that. I don't. This testimony has more holes than Daniel's bank account after his terrible gambling habits. I gotta keep playing the game. Artemis, thanks for 300 bits. Have some of my secret gambling stash, RT. Your secret is safe with me. Thanks very much. I'll put that. I'll put that all on red next time I'm in Vegas. In October. I'll put it all on there. Don't worry. McDonald's was gambling. Got you. God damn it, guys. I've only been to Vegas once. Okay, we gotta keep going. That was his first stroke of good luck. He was in deep trouble before that. Deep trouble? What do you mean? Mr. L's real problem was with someone or something more terrifying and ferocious. The meeting with Tigray. Mr. L met with someone on the day he was killed. He even made a note on his calendar about this meeting. Meet with the tiger. What is the relevance of that? You chose YouTube and Twitch as a career. How is that not gambling? Oh my god. Liv, thank you for 300 bits. I spent my first money on Twitch to tell you that psych is pronounced psyche. Please, Dad. I'm stuck in my ways. Bailiff as well. I know it's bailiff. Cyclox, you'll never change my ways. I'm stuck in them. English major. Gotta keep going. Are you trying to suggest that Glenn was meeting him to discuss his death? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. But I have never heard anything about this tiger before. Maybe he's not even human. Maybe he really is a tiger. No programmer, but does she really expect me to buy such messed up logic? In that case, I think it's time to introduce you to the tiger. Like, that's him? Furio Tigray, aka the Tiger, is the boss of a loan office called Tender Lender. This is who Mr. Elk met on the day of his murder. The only thing a loan shark would talk with him about would be his debt. No. It's true that Glenn had racked up quite a bit of debt from his gambling habit. About $100,000, I think. $100,000. Ouch. But I heard he won the lottery, so he should have been in the clear. Shame Maggie couldn't get a bit of that good luck. Okay, so the guy who got lucky and won the lottery. What if he hadn't won? What was his plan then? Well, this isn't easy to say, but he said he would use his talents to repay the money. His talents? I suspect he was talking about programming. A computer program is worth $100,000. Perhaps you good people should leave so I can get back to my work. So close to cracking her. The program in question. Was it by any chance this? It was the CD. The Mick Bomber. No? If I show her the program itself as evidence. Okay, help me out, chat. I don't know what I'm missing. I thought that was it. I don't see anything else it could be. You have to do something else. The newspaper? So you're telling me after all that I'm missing one bit of evidence? I gotta go all the way back, I think. Do I have to figure out what the disc is first? Oh, that's kind of lame. It took a while to get to that point. Now we gotta do it all again. Oh my god. Okay, help me out, chat, then. Where do I have to go? Yeah, that actually is quite annoying. It's clear that's what it is. Police station, okay. That's very annoying. Because I know that there's something on it. But we have to update the game into what it specifically is or something. Very annoying. The main server just went up in smoke. Why the heck isn't the press conference set up yet? Superintendent's here already. Yeah, and there's a problem with the internet too. I told you to stop using the computer, Chief. But I'm watching videos online. I'm catching up on my Asian soap operas. Gonna have to wait, Chief. I'm throwing the switch. No! Just when some young guy was about to confess to his son's hot-to-trot girlfriend. Wow, this place is really buzzing. Something must be going down, something really big. Oh, what are you doing here, pal? Detective Gumshoe. You can't be here right now. You'll be roped into the briefing if you stay. Huh? We got a big problems here today. Why? What's going on? It's a virus. A virus. A virus. There's a virus ripping through the precinct's computer system. I really need to ask you some questions. So what exactly is a computer virus, Detective Gumshoe? Oh, no. What? Look, I just go with the flow, alright, pal? Here I thought detectives were supposed to be somewhat knowledgeable. What's with that face, pal? You think you know what a virus is? Well, Nick, do you? Computer virus, sure. I mean, only in simple terms, of course. Really? Wow, you know everything, Professor Nick. Yeah, I'm gonna call you Dr. Wright from now on. Hey, that sounds pretty cool. Don't you agree, Dr. Wright? I get the feeling they're making fun of me. Okay, fine, I'm no expert, but I can at least explain the basics to the two of you. Technology 101 with Phoenix Wright. A virus is a program that gets inside a computer and causes damage. Damage? You mean it makes the machine go boom and explode? No, the damage is, well, it's all internal. So the inside goes boom, right? Imagine all the case data you've got stored in your PCs here in the station. Virus could wipe out all that. That's the kind of damage I'm talking about. Whoa, that's scary. Yeah, and what's even more scary is that viruses are infectious. Infectious? Most computers are connected together on the network, right? A virus can move from one machine to another over the network. So the virus just keeps on spreading faster and faster. Oh, just like a real virus, huh?
But Nick, why would anyone want to make a program like that?
Yeah, it takes ages to type in all that data. Why would you want to destroy it, pal?
No, people don't infect their own machines. They send the virus to someone else's. What? That's horrible.
Oh, I get it. It's like you sneezing on Mr. Gatto so he catches a cold.
Right, then he wouldn't be able to turn up in court because he'd be too sick. You really shouldn't do stuff like that, Nick. It's wrong.
This is a little too on the nose with current events.
Ooh, what? Where, when, and why did the conversation jump to talking about me?
Anyway, that's what a computer virus is. A bad program that causes damage. And all the different viruses have names, right? I kind of feel like I've heard the name of the virus that we caught somewhere before.
The name of the virus, huh? I feel like I've heard of it before, too.
Okay, I'm only gonna say this once, so listen up.
Yes.
No matter how poor you get, never borrow money from a place like this, you hear?
Okay.
You got money trouble, just go on a diet of instant noodles and hang in there.
We're not thinking about borrowing money, Detective. We want information.
Oh, is that all? Well, let's see. Tender lender is considered to be even fishier than the average illegal loan shark. And it seems it ran into trouble just recently. Those guys have been pretty heavy-handed, calling in all their debts.
Gumshoe, if you know this, why haven't they been arrested if they're clearly illegal?
Oh yeah, that's the local drug dealer. He's got run-of-the-mill over 3 districts here. It's impossible for us to stop him.
The mafia. Of course, the cops are in on it. Really?
Don't go poking your nose around in their business, pal. You'll really regret it if you upset that lady.
Alright, I get the picture. Hey, wait a minute. What did he just say? That lady. Who's this lady he's talking about, Nick? Gotta find out what the story is with this lady.
Her? That's the girl that works over at Tender Lender. You want to stay away from her, okay? I mean it.
She does look kind of unforgiving, doesn't she?
Should be the least of your worries, pal.
What's that supposed to mean? What could be worse?
Her name's Viola Cadaverini. She's the only granddaughter of Bruto Cadaverini.
Bruto Cadaverini? Do you know what that is, Nick? Never heard of him.
Bruto Cadaverini is the boss of the Cadaverini family.
The Cadaverinis? That's one scary sounding name.
We can't touch them. They're way too powerful for the police.
Actual mafia! I've been waiting for this moment.
But you're thinking of taking them on, aren't you?
No, I don't remember ever saying I was going to. Better get some more info out of Gumshoe about this family. Also, we do have to present this. Maybe he has information on it.
Ah! This is it! This stupid name. I remember it now.
Thought so. Here it comes. Don't just nod to yourself and keep me in the dark, Nick. What's going on?
It's okay, Mai. You don't have to cry about it. The name's scribbled on that sports paper and written on that CD. That's the name of the virus. McBomber.
What?
Yeah, the virus that's just infected every computer in the station, pal. It's the McBomber.
Give us any more details, please. There we go.
We already knew about the McBomber virus from a while back. A group of criminals issued a series of demands to the head honchos of law enforcement. They threatened to release the virus if the demands were met.
Who are they?
I don't know. Some hotshots from the criminal underworld would be my guess. And now the virus has been released, huh?
Oh, and now the virus has been released.
Yeah, it's in every computer and every public office in the city. Everyone's going nuts. They're hopping around like they're dancing at a carnival.
All this stuff with criminals and viruses almost feels like we're in a sci-fi movie.
Apparently the programmer who made the virus was a real genius or something. The focus right now is on tracing the root of this virus on the black market.
You mean someone put this virus up for sale?
Yeah, and because this one's so powerful, they're estimating its price tag was in the millions of dollars, pal.
In the millions? A virus can be worth that much?
The Mick Bomber found at Tender Lender. Needs a computer virus program. Okay, so we can now go back to the other place with that. Mick Virus. I'm not sure if I really want to get involved in this, but who are the Cadaverinis? Who are they? A scary bunch of people, that's who. You're a cop and you're scared. What's that about? Trust me, it doesn't matter if you're a kid or a cop. These guys are scary. They've got some serious clout in the criminal underworld. We can't touch them. They've got too much moolah. Moolah? As in, they pretty much control all the cash in the city's black market. Black market, huh? And that includes Tender Lender, I take it. Sure, no one stands up to Bruto Cadaverini. And I mean no one. Interesting. I feel like this guy might become relevant, if not in this case, in a future one. They tend to not give people profiles unless they come up somehow. So Viola's the granddaughter of some mafia boss then. Yeah, and everyone knows how much Bruto loves his little girl. It means everything to him. So, how'd she end up at Tender Lender? I don't know, pal. But I heard she and the boss at Tender Lender are pretty tight. Tight? That's what it said in the file I read related to Maggie's case. That's like a pretty important clue. Ah, I can't believe it. I almost forgot the most important thing. And that is, you know, the lunchbox. How did everything go? Oh no. Lunchbox. You remember the weenies. I hate weenies. Gumshoe, no. How did my weenies taste when they went down the hatch? Huh? Well, it was delicious. Yeah, that's what she said. Really? Well, not exactly. Don't worry about it, pal. I figured something would happen, so I came prepared. Prepared? What do you mean? I made a jumbo lunchbox. Oh. Do me a favor again, huh, pal? I'll deliver this. God love you, Gumshoe. Gumshoe, you need like some vegetables or something in there. You can't just cook that many sausages. It sure is a heavy burden in more ways than one. You can just imagine Maggie's little eyes sparkling with joy when you bring her that. Weenies again, Nick? Tell me we don't have to eat all those too. It's given to Maya again. I really can't eat anymore. Okay, we have everything now for the other one. Gotta go Tribulations to blue screens. And we're just gonna gloss through this as fast as we can to get to the end of it. It's a real shame you gotta start all this over. Even if like you stop halfway. Just seems like they could have like streamlined that process. This one was especially long too. Calendar. Tiger. Keep going. Okay, the program in question. Was it by any chance this? Well, this is it, isn't it? This is the virus that's infecting computers worldwide as we speak. McBomber. No. That was a journey. Glenn's head had more processing power than any computer, but it had been infected with a gambling virus. Glenn was in too deep. You mean he was in debt? Yes, $100,000 in debt. Not an easy amount to repay. So, he said he was taking on some extra work, something a bit risky. Risky how? Maybe he was going to become a waitress at Tribulations. Where do you come up with these ideas? Okay, risky extra work. It's safe to say Mr. Elk was the creator of the virus, huh? The McBomber virus, yes. It was a work of genius, in a bad sort of way, of course, but still genius. Something like that would probably fetch several $1 million on the black market. Inconceivable. Gumshoe was right for a change. Who says inconceivable? What film is that again? Princess Bride? Just a bit weird seeing that. It's all I can think of whenever I see that.
Inconceivable!
That's a real shitpost of a movie. It's great. This date, December 3rd, that is marked on his calendar. That was his deadline for repaying his debts. Computer virus made by Glenn Elk, potentially worth millions of dollars. Guess we won't be needing these horse racing tickets anymore. Glenn Elk's horse racing tickets thrown back on the floor. Use the trash can, Nick. Okay. So, a quick help me out, chat. We have everything from here, yeah? I think that's the evidence we needed. Yeah, okay, cool. Where have I gotta go next? Who are we looking for? Did he have Cyclops? Oh, the weenies. Alright, hang on, let's drop off. No, no, she's gone. No weenies today. Okay, tender lender. Okay, we gotta ask about the head bandage. I don't know how far in we're gonna be able to go here. Say that bandage around your head was from an operation. You also said you suffered a fatal injury to the head, correct? Yes, the operation was very difficult, apparently. Now, by fatal injury, you mean you were hurt very badly somehow, right? Give me one moment. The ice cream truck is fucking blaring. I've never once gotten ice cream from that truck. I only know it as coming, like, swinging by here whenever I'm streaming. Hee hee. The injury in question have something to do with this. A car repair bill? I have here a car repair bill. From this, it seems pretty obvious that this car was involved in an accident. Let me see that. This bill is made out to the Cadaverinis. Yes, it is. I don't think I ever introduced myself. Tell me, what do the Cadaverinis have to do with me? Someone tells me she's not about to say hi and introduce herself. Alright then. Your relationship with the Cadaverinis is very strong, and this is what... Present your name? I know exactly who you are, Viola Cadaverini. You sustained that injury in a traffic accident, didn't you? It happened about 4 months ago. I was driving in one of our family's cars when someone pulled out in front of me. Oh, it's your man! It was a motorbike or something like that. I don't remember it much. Anyway, I swerved to try to avoid it, but... She hit Phoenix! I took a blow to the head, a bad one. Yeah, I can imagine. So what happened to the person on the bike? I'm guessing they didn't get away with injuring the Viola Cadaverini, right? I don't know what happened to them. They ran away, or so I heard. Ran away? If they'd stayed, I'd have... He. possible could the person who committed the hit and run have been? I mean, we have their silhouette. It was this man, wasn't it? He was the cause of your accident. It wasn't Don Tigre. I refuse to believe it. We collided, the motorbike and my car. But Don Tigre isn't injured at all, is he? It was the tiger who caused Viola to crash, I can feel it. Plus one of her locks just broke, so she must suspect it was him too. I'm sorry, Miss Cadaverini. I have proved that the tiger was involved in a traffic accident on his bike. His bike is quite messed up. Not exactly a motorbike, but Mr. Tigre rides around in a scooter, doesn't he? You'll notice the front wheel guard is badly damaged. Miss Cadaverini, you know the truth, don't you? He. This repair bill was paid by Furio Tigre. The Cadaverinis have known for ages who caused the accident, haven't they? It's possible, perhaps, somewhere inside me. I know that may be true. I knew it, but Don Tigre still saved my life. The operation was very complicated. It was very, very expensive. How much are we talking? Very, very, very expensive. Seems kind of hesitant about giving me an actual figure. I should back off. Well, anyway, it was the tiger who paid for it, right? After I recovered, Don Tigre told me. He said he paid for the operation because he cared about me. I believe him. Really, but do you honestly believe that to be true? You want to know what I think? I think the reason he paid for the operation wasn't because of you, but someone else. We have a profile for Bruto Cadaverini. Seems to live for his granddaughter. Perhaps I shouldn't be saying this, but your grandfather, Bruto Cadaverini, controls a lot of dubious cash, right? And you're his beloved pride and joy. Sure, I don't know exactly how much the operation cost, but if you weren't the granddaughter of Mr. Cadaverini, do you think Mr. Tigre would have paid the money? $1 million. Okay, we got it. Head bandage. 4 months ago, I was in a traffic accident. That's why I needed the operation. When I woke up, they told me it was nothing serious. A simple procedure. Oh, really? Well, I guess if she recovered in 4 months, it couldn't have been too big. I said the operation cost $1 million. Ah, so I see. They've borrowed this bit from America again for the game, I think. Welcome back to California. $1 million? My grandfather ordered John Tigre to pay $1 million in compensation. Compensation, huh? It's underworld lingo for paying money to settle a score. Basically, pay or get into some serious trouble. But $1 million? This has to be related to our poisoning case somehow. I wanted to believe him. I wanted to trust what Don Tigre said. He said it had nothing to do with my granddaughter being Bruto Cadaverini. I wanted to believe he helped me because he cared about me, not about my grandfather. But I knew that wasn't really true. Wow, I'm so sorry. What he did to get the money was evil. He said it was all for me, so I helped him. You helped him? In what way? Here, take these. What are these? Medical papers. I'm Bruto Cadaverini's granddaughter. He had to pay compensation. He made an offer. He was made an offer he simply couldn't refuse. Little on the nose there, game, but alright. Okay, Viola's medical papers. $1 million bill for cranial surgery. Payment was due last year. Was it not 4 months ago that was the accident? How does that work? That's just mob mentality there. Oh, okay, because we're in January. Okay, right. Sorry, yep, you're right. Wow, I feel so bad for Viola. It's inexcusable. Huh? There are two things I consider inexcusable. Poisoning and betrayal. Everything else is fine. Only a coward would hurt people using either of these tactics. Stab a man in the back? That's okay. That flies in my book. Is everything alright, Nick? We should get going. Right after we finish our espresso. No, Phoenix, it could be poisoned. Yeah. Don't need to convince Viola of anything else, so I guess I can get rid of this. I mean, that seems like an important piece of evidence, but okay. Sure, just chuck that away for some reason. Like, rip the piece of the connection to implicate Tigray as having, like, a connection to the mob. Okay. Where are we heading now? Tribulations something. Hey, bonjour, I have been waiting for you to return. Mr. Armstrong. Ah, good timing. I was hoping to find you here. We'd like to ask you a few questions. Well, he hasn't got anything to say to yous, fellas.
I'm walking here.
Ah, it's Zinny up.
Who yous calling Zinny Oop?
Ah. Come out from under the table already, Maya.
Okay, hand it over.
What?
Yous want to play games with me? I don't recommend that. The medical papers now.
Uh-oh. I think he wants Viola Cadaverini's papers back. You mean this? The $1 million medical Let me just take this out of my briefcase. You mean these papers? Miss Cadaverini trusted you. That's why she said that she helped you.
Forget about it.
That girl's dumber than an eggplant.
Yous want to know what's sad? I'll tell yous what's sad.
And it ain't only her face. She thinks she got power because she's Bruto's little girl. Now that's sad.
Walk in here.
Cal, you have these papers. Tomorrow in court, I'm going to expose what you did to get the $1 million you used to pay this off.
Are you crazy or something?
I don't care if you want to give it to me or not. There's two of us here. You got that? Two. Mr. Armstrong, no! Mr. Armstrong, forgive me. Désolé, I cannot argue with them. No! That really hurt. Is that all you got? I'll be taking those papers now. Armstrong, get that lighter. Wait, don't take it too hard. Phoenix, right? That's so stupid, I shouldn't have let my guard down. This happened before in the first game. With Mr. Blue White, wasn't it? Here's the crucial evidence. I'll just be taking that. Red White, sorry. Those medical papers were vital evidence. Hold it, pal. Detective Gumshoe.
Detective? You think you're gonna stop me, copper? Beat it. Grah.
Whoa. Come on, Gumshoe, keep it together. You guys, get out of here. Leave this guy to me. But, go, pal, and take this. You got hurt. Who's gonna look after Maggie, huh? Alright, thanks, Gumshoe. Wait, Nick, don't leave me behind. Get even with that guy tomorrow in court. Tenderlender is going down. Gumshoe might be dead. But it's okay, because we got the evidence we needed. Good morning, Mr. Wright. Good morning, Maggie. So what do you think is going to happen today, sir? Real quick. This is a good time to take a break. I'm gonna just get some more water. And we'll be back in like about 5 minutes, okay? We'll take a quick break. Okay, be right back. Heyo, folks. Appreciate all the 07s. Because Maggie's like solution. How y'all doing? Vroom. Nerd, thank you for 300 bits. Who's the best Ace Attorney character and why are they gumshoe? No, it's Von Karma. It's always Von Karma. He's always number one. Maggie's arm is probably quite sore. It's probably getting tired, yeah. She's been saluting a while. The VODs aren't working? Are they not? Let me see. I'm gonna open the stream I had. Just taking a mo anyway. Oh wow, this one's not here, which is a little weird. I don't know what's going on there. Yeah, I can't see the VOD for this stream specifically. That's weird. I'll take a look at that a little later. I don't know what that could be. That is a bit weird. Patrol out a new feature where you have to enable the VOD. But they've had that for a while. I thought I already enabled it though. I'll have a look at that later, okay? I don't think I can fix it now. But I'll have a look and see what I can do after the stream, okay? Several streams have had issues with the automatic VOD thing. Okay. Yeah, that's a bit unfortunate, ain't it? Twitch being Twitch. We added better Twitch TV emotes if you want to shout it out. Oh yeah, we do. We have support for that on stream. People should be able to, I think, see those? I've logged into it at least, so it should be working. You can finally Monka S. Does this mean this will be lost? I don't think so, no. I think it's being saved somewhere. I'd be surprised if it was lost. Is there a way to watch the stream from the beginning? Just got here and don't want spoilers. Unfortunately, not at the moment, no. I have to have a look at the settings. Like, there's nothing I can do right now. You gotta just leave it with me till later. I'll figure it out then. We're just gonna keep going for the time being. Yeah, Twitch is just being Twitch. Flawless masterpiece. I'll figure it out. Okay. Let's dive back on in. Let's try. We're doing quite well on time as well. I'm hoping we'll have enough time for the other case today. We'll see how we get on with this this stretch. So what do you think is going to happen today, sir? Yesterday's session didn't go so well and ended on a giant mystery. That's true. And we still haven't solved a single part of it yet. Are you okay, Nick? Huh? Oh, yeah, of course. I saw that little flash of doubt in your eyes. No, that wasn't doubt. That was determination. Why don't I believe you? It's nearly time, Maggie. Better get going to the defendant's seat. Roger, don't let me down, Mr. Wright. I'm counting on you. Hey, pal. He's alive! Hey, Detective Gumshoe. Quit stressing Maggie out. She doesn't need that. How'd you know she was stressed? I was watching through the doorway. Oh, that sounds not creepy. You look like you lost the case already. Show a bit of confidence, will you, pal? Here, maybe this'll help. Huh? Have you taken up aromatherapy too? Not in a million years, pal. Don't tell me that you don't remember this thing. Oh yeah, we had this. He sent this to the lab ages back. Come to think of it, it doesn't look like one of those aromatherapy bottles. This is the small bottle that turned up in Tribulations' kitchen a couple of days ago. Wow, look at all these little bottles. Oh, they're aromatherapy oils. He's got so many, there's overflowing to the floor. One bottle that's different from all the others. And it doesn't have a label. Doesn't smell. We finally got the analysis results back from the lab. So, what is it? Is it the poison? I'm afraid not, pal. It's medication. Medication? Oh, this is the ear medicine. Armstrong stole it, yeah. Topical use only, apparently. For ears. You mean... Yeah, it's the medication Glenn Elg was using for his ruptured eardrum. What was Glenn Elg's ear medicine doing in the kitchen? Found covered in unidentified fingerprints in the kitchen. Okay. That could be relevant. What about the unidentified fingerprints? Anything on that? Someone screwed up, so they only had time to analyze the contents of the bottle. Another hour and they might have gotten something on the prints, but... it's gonna weaken its impact as a piece of evidence. Okay, pal, this is it. Make sure your defense is impregnable today. Got it? Today's trial. I'm gonna expose that guy for what he's done, or my name isn't Phoenix Wright. Yeah, the police messed up there. They didn't give us the fingerprints. Court is now in session for the trial of Maggie Bird. The defense is ready, Your Honor. Ready and waiting as always, Your Honor. Very good, and we'll get underway at once. Sammy, thank you for 1,000 bits. Thank you very much. Yesterday we heard the testimony of Mr. Victor Kudo. He claims to have witnessed a defendant putting a powder in the victim's coffee. However, the witness's testimony was plagued with a number of problems. The mark on the rim of the cup shows that the victim drank it from his right hand. But according to the old man's testimony, he picked it up with his left hand. Thank you, Mr. Gatto. Furthermore, according to the witness's account, the victim was listening to the radio with an earpiece in his left ear. Yet the victim's left eardrum was ruptured, which made him effectively deaf in that ear. I'm still picturing it in the left ear here. It's amazing how many contradictions a single case can have, huh, Nick? Ha! Allow me to enlighten you, Your Honor. The world, you see, keeps turning, and we must turn with it. You've lost me already, Mr. Gatto! Don't let the mysteries of yesterday mystify you today. Only losers think like that. You've got to change with the times. That's one of my rules. Mr. Gatto! What does this have to do at all with the prosecution's case? You know, we can have some idle chit-chat in the elevator if you want later. You implying that you've resolved these contradictions? You know the answers to these riddles? The old guy wasn't just throwing seed in here. He was throwing us off the scent. And today I'll prove it. Very well. Let the first witness take the stand. And you are? Oh, bonjour, everyone. I am Jean Armstrong, the owner and head chef of La Tribulations restaurant. Enchanté. Forgive me for asking, witness, but... Game, please. Oh la la, monsieur. As you can see, I am the pert and perky gentleman, no? On the day of the incident, you were in Tribulations' kitchen. Isn't that right? It was you, monsieur. Everything feels right. Ha. Oh, he's totally unfazed. Doesn't anything intimidate this guy? Very well. Your testimony, please, witness. Please tell the court what happened that day at Tribulations. Oui, volunteer. When it all happened, there was just 2 customers in my restaurant. I remember I was experimenting with some new art decos that day, like having a large mirror between la table. For example. Oh, okay. We were speculating mirrors before. That might actually be hugely relevant here. Oui, perhaps that is what the old man was looking at. The cup, the earpiece, and the glasses. He would have seen everything in reverse, no? A mirror. Oui, un grand mirror. The most enormous mirror. And suddenly, the mystery disappears. Like I said, the world keeps turning, so roll with it. That would explain the coffee cup and the earpiece conundrum. The mirror would have made everything appear back to front. What the heck, it's way too early in the morning for this to be happening to me. Now, Mr. Wright, you may begin your cross-examination. So there was a mirror. It does seem still pretty suspect if there was, because that's not been mentioned up until this point. And there weren't only 2 customers. And who were the 2 customers exactly? May, of course, the young man who died. And the other not-so-young man. You were referring to yesterday's witness, I presume. What about the other man Maggie says she saw at the table? Something tells me Mr. Armstrong isn't planning to disclose his existence. We need some hard evidence first before we can bring him up, don't we? I guess I'll just have to try a different approach for the time being. I remember I was experimenting with some new art deco. Large mirror. Okay, where was it? How big of a mirror are we talking about here? Of something about 4 meters wide and we about 2 meters high. Let's see, if 1 meter is about... You should all just use meters, gang. I was intended to install it on the ceiling eventually. The ceiling? Was there a mirror on the ceiling? I don't remember. Nay, no. I decided not to go through with it in the end. Should I do? Should I ask him more about the mirror or not? Yeah. If you really had such a large mirror in the restaurant, someone would have noticed it. But there's nothing about a mirror in Mr. Kudo or Maggie Bird's testimonies. But
Objection!
you didn't ask, Trite. You have only yourself to blame for such sloppy work. What? A mirror was delivered to Tribulations the day before the incident. Really? As Mr. Armstrong testified, he was carrying out some design changes. And as it turned out, he didn't actually use the mirror in the end. This just doesn't add up. Even if a mirror was delivered to Tribulations, it doesn't prove that it was in the restaurant on the day of the crime. Ha! If you want to doubt someone, try it. Look in the mirror. I'm sure the person looking back at you will be dubious enough. So the witness yesterday had seen the victim reflected in the mirror. Is that why his name's Glen Elg? It kind of makes a bit more sense now because it's reflected. Okay, so they are going the mirror out. Having a large mirror. I could show a photo of the crime scene, but there was no mirror. Is that gonna hold up? Try it. No, that's not gonna hold up because you can just say that you changed the decor again. Everything. You would have seen everything in reverse. Oui. Hey, Nick. You should take a second think about what old Seedy said in his testimony. How'd he phrase it again? The boy was wearing the earpiece in the same size as the green lens of his specs. No question, you can lock me up if I'm wrong. It was his left ear without a doubt. And he used the same hand to pick up the cup, his left hand. Saw everything described reflected in a mirror. And everything he said he saw on the left was actually on the right, huh? Clears up all the problems with his testimony, I guess it does it. Ha! It's kinda hard to believe everything's the fault of a mirror, but you think old Seedy saw everything through a reflection? If he did, it would explain all the contradictions in his testimony. But that just makes the situation worse for Maggie. There's gotta be something in that old man's testimony. We just gotta dig deeper. What's the bit that he gave me? I broke the vase at my seat. I'm not sure what evidence to present here. Normally I expect people to know the difference between a reflection and a real object. Normally. How does normality come into this? That's lame, Trite. Even for you. Huh? Are you trying to say that if something isn't normal, it isn't possible? Is that it? Where does that leave the pork-you-headed lawyer and the top-knot chick over there? And the ungodly cool guy with the mask over here? Well, Trite. Act not the hair. I do not have a top knot. Mr. Gatto was correct. A lack of normality is no basis for discounting an argument. The end. Logic has won the day. Help me out here, chat. There's nothing I need to press, is there? It doesn't seem that. I'm just trying to think what evidence I actually need. We saw it all in reverse though, because yeah, it's still... But it's still wrong sides, is it not? I'm getting really confused with all the left and the right, because it's making a huge point out of it, but it's like, it's constantly going back and forth with it. It is a bit confusing to follow. We also have a lot of evidence to present here. The coffee cup, the earpiece, and the HMD. Let's think back over Mr. Kudo's testimony for a second, shall we? Boy was wearing this earpiece on the same size as the green lens of his spectacles. The specs, no question, you can lock me up if I'm wrong, it was his left ear without a doubt. So to summarize, we were told both the HMD and the earpiece were on the victim's left side. Now if Mr. Kudo saw that as a reflection in the mirror, it means both the HMD and the earpiece were actually on the victim's right side. Exactement, you see, monsieur. And as that you think about it, it is not so hard, no? Unfortunately, that's where you run into a monumental contradiction with the facts. Mr. Kudo really did see everything in a mirror. Why is that the HMD is now on the wrong side of his head? Order, order! Mr. Wright is correct! The witness genuinely observed the victim reflected in a mirror. And we would expect the victim's eyepiece to have been over his right eye.
Objection.
How bitter. Trite, you should have a taste of this bitterness. It'll calm you down in no time. We talking about your coffee or something completely different? You don't understand the way the witness thinks. How he thinks? You remember this, I presume. I broke the vase, sorry apology letter. I mean, Mr. Kudo's sworn testimony. Exactly. The old man has one very grievous habit, other than throwing seeds. The more of an impression sub makes, the more muddled his mind makes it. And what's the most striking thing about Mr. L? Clearly it's the victim's eyepiece. And that's my point. The old man strikes again. Mr. L's HMD made a big impression on the old man. I saw the earpiece and those newfangled spectacles he was wearing. Oh yes, they were both in his left ear. Do you hear? His left ear. Ha! Well, Trite. That's the worst, but best impression of Kudo ever. Wow, I really thought he was old seedy for a minute there. God, it was good. Enough! I must agree that yesterday's witness was irresponsibly rash in much of his testimony. Bad luck, Nick. Looks like the boil of a contradiction you found is just a rash. A mirror can't be beaten by a handful of seeds, nor can it lie. So, what exactly was the old man looking at? Fill us in, Mr. Armstrong. Go on, tell the court. We're all ears. Oui, I can explain. Please, if you will look at the plans of the restaurant. Okay. Hello, is everyone sitting comfortably? The mirror. It was in the middle of the restaurant, divided into two halves. Okay, if it was there, and if he actually was, he wasn't sitting here. There's no way. That's not how this works. Yeah, there was only one seat from which you could have seen an image of la victim. That was the seat at the table next to la victims. That was where the old man was sitting. But he broke the vase, and the vase isn't broken. After the terrible incident occurred, I moved the mirror so it was not in the way. But naturally, I did not touch anything else. I see no problems with the explanation we have just heard. At the table next to the victims, Mr. Kudo could have seen the victim in the mirror. What a naughty little... Okay, I am in, confusing all the men like this. Don't worry about it. We can keep up, except for the guy breaking out in a cold sweat over there again. I hate that guy. He said he didn't touch anything else apart from the mirror. Are you quite sure about that? Volunteer, of course. Well, actually, no, we already know because he stole the meds. Very well, Mr. Wright. Your cross-examination, if you please. He touched the meds because the meds were taken. Oh. There was no mirror inside Tribulations that day. I just gotta prove it somehow. Wait, that's the logic they want me on? They want me to prove there's not a mirror, so I glossed over that a little. It is pretty strange though, isn't it? I mean, nobody mentioned anything about a really large mirror. You think someone would have, but Maggie didn't, and neither did old Seedy. The only logical explanation is that there was no mirror. Did not touch anything else. The victims... Okay, it could be the meds. Let's try. After the terrible incident occurred, I moved the mirror so it was not in the way. I did not touch anything else. Okay, no, it is the vase. It has to be the vase. Yeah. This piece of evidence contradicts that testimony we have heard, Your Honor. The crime photo? Yes, this photo clearly shows something that theoretically should not exist. What on earth do you mean by that, Mr. Wright? Should not exist? Ha! Sounds like you're describing yourself, Trite. Now then, if the defense would please clarify its statement. What is the something that should not exist in this photo? The vase. Take that! I think it's pretty obvious this is what should not be in the picture. The vase! What possible connection does that have with the witness's testimony? Your Honor, I'm telling you that there should have been no vase in this table. Because it very clearly contradicts with this piece of evidence. Take that! I broke the vase. There is one thing that was clearly demonstrated by yesterday's testimony. Mr. Kudo broke the vase that was on the table where he was sitting. And yet, as the court can see, there is an unbroken vase on the table next to the victim. Why? Because Mr. Kudo was not, in fact, sitting at the table next to the victim at all.
Objection!
Don't be an idiot, Trite. That's impossible. That seat's the only one where Kudo could have seen the victim's reflection from. Exactly. There is only one conclusion we can draw from this contradiction. There was no mirror in Tribulations that day. Your testimony, Mr. Armstrong, is an elaborate lie. Mon Dieu.
Objection!
Don't try to confuse the court, Trite. Obviously, the witness cleaned up the vase, while the police were taking their time getting to the crime scene. Unfortunately, Mr. Gatto, that doesn't quite work for me. Mr. Armstrong already testified to the contrary. In his own words, I did not touch anything else except the mirror. Well, witness, what do you have to say for yourself? I was right. There was no mirror in the restaurant that day. In light of this revelation, we returned back to the original problem. Why did the victim have an earpiece in an ear in which he couldn't hear? Ha! You only get one shot in life. There's no turning back. But you want to claim that the mirror wasn't there, Trite. And this problem is all yours. How do you explain what the old man saw? I can answer this and I'll be that much closer to the truth. I can feel it. Are you gonna be okay? Can you really solve this contradiction, Nick? It's more than just this one contradiction, Maya. What do you mean? Remember what Maggie told us? There was another man at the victim's table. And there was a sample CD on the victim's table. It all flies in the face of Mr. Kudo's testimony. I think I know the reason why nothing in this case is adding up. Well, Mr. Wright, let's hear your answer. Let me just quickly save the game, Your Honor, because I'm really not sure. Yes, Your Honor. The reason behind all the contradictions in Mr. Kudo's testimony is simple. The ear doctor made a mistake. Okay. It's probably not that one. Mr. Kudo made a mistake. Clearly, Mr. Kudo made a mistake. Mr. Trite, you're the one who brought up all these contradictions. And if you're trying to tell us the old man just made a mistake, we can wrap up this case right now with a guilty verdict. How about it, Mr. Wright? Should I just declare your client guilty? Is that the best you can come up with, Nick? No? Okay. I'm sorry, Your Honor. I was the one who made a mistake. I'll give you one more chance, Mr. Wright. The victim was a phony? This case is riddled with contradictions. Yet there is one very simple answer that clears them all up. What is that? The incident Mr. Kudo witnessed and the incident the victim experienced were two completely different events. What? Yes, the victim that Mr. Kudo saw wasn't Mr. Glenn Elg at all. It was an imposter. A phony pretending to be Mr. Elg. Is everyone impersonating everyone else? What's going on here? Obviously, unlike the victim, there was nothing wrong with the imposter's left eardrum. That's how he ended up wearing the earpiece in his left ear by mistake. What? I don't know what Phoenix is even suggesting here. I have no idea where this is going. Yeah, there goes Gatto's coffee. Order in the court. Settle down or I'll clear the courtroom. Quiet, Gramps. Why don't you clear out of here, huh? What did you say? What the rest of us want to, Judge. What the rest of us want to. Right. Are you saying that what Mr. Kudo saw was a setup? Yes. Someone pretended to be Glenn Elg and acted out the whole coffee poisoning. All for the express purpose of creating a witness out of one Mr. Victor Kudo.
Objection!
Yeah, the real trite. Why would anyone want to do that? Isn't it obvious? The thing Mr. Kudo was most insistent about in his testimony was... The servant girl brought him a cappuccino, but she put something in it. It's the servant girl right there in the defendant's chair. I remember her well. It's so hard to believe, but... There was one and only one reason to show Mr. Kudo this fake poisoning. To show Maggie Bird in the act of poisoning the coffee. What? I still don't get the logic here. I understand that this is Viola, but I don't know why is Glenn now a fake? Why is Glenn a fake? There were two imposters.
Objection!
Are you insinuating that the waitress in the old man's story was a fake as well? It's true that there were no other customers in the restaurant at the time, but it's also true that the chef was there. He would have noticed what was happening. That's right. Well, witness, if your restaurant really was the scene of such theatrics, you would have known about it, correct? Oh la la, this is most difficult for me. No, it's quite simple. All you have to do is testify. You were under oath after all. Was there, in fact, a phony at Tribulations that day? The defense demands that Mr. Armstrong tell the whole truth about what happened. The defense's request for additional testimony is accepted. He will accurately explain in detail the events in the restaurant that day. So I have no idea what's happening anymore. I'm lost. I know who did it still. Got that much right. But no, did they even do it? Someone else is dead if that's not Glenn. The victim, Monsieur Elg, he came to my restaurant alone. I remember the old man arrived not long after him. There were no other customers. When he got the word he won the lottery, Mon Elg became very excited. It was approximately 5 minutes later that the poisoning incident occurred. Nuns, there was no time for a phony to do the acting. Just so we're clear, there was no mirror in the restaurant after all. Je vous demande pardon. Forgive me, Your Honor. I lied because I wanted this mess to be cleared up quickly. That's not how you do it, Armstrong. What you have just done is commit perjury, Mr. Armstrong. We'll decide how to punish you later. For now, we will hear your cross-examination. Mr. Wright, if you please. Took that perjury charge a bit too well. Yeah, you did. But I'm guessing he'll be in more serious trouble after this cross-examination. Okay, right. There were no other customers. When he got word he won the lottery, Monsieur Elg became very excited. It was approximately 5 minutes later, the poisoning incident occurred. Okay, this is where the times are gonna come in. We know that something doesn't line up here. What was it? It was in those 10 minutes. I still have Gumshoe's lunch. I don't know if that's relevant. Time of that was between these. What were you doing at that point? Without any customers, you must have had time to kill. I am a multi-talented woman, monsieur. Sorry, what do you mean? There is the renowned chef Jean Armstrong and the tragic poet Clarice Armstrong. Clarice! Yeah, I was writing a poem. An angry tale of a chef in $500,000 of debt. Cooking for a man who won $500,000 on the lottery. It is called Pourquoi. It means why. Perhaps I could recite it for the court. Please don't. There was no time for a phony to do an action. I mean, you contacted the police as soon as the incident occurred. I asked the old man to call from the payphone. By your own argument, Wright. The purpose of this phony victim's performance was so the old man would see it. In other words, once the incident occurred, this opportunity would completely disappear. Indeed! Yeah, it seems the shadow of doubt has been lifted, n'est-ce pas? I guess Mr. Armstrong is connected to this case, huh? Absolutely. Someone was impersonating Mr. Elg, and I refused to believe he was oblivious. He was there the whole time, after all. But if you're right, wouldn't Maggie have noticed too? She fell unconscious when the incident occurred, remember? You mean that's when the phony staged his act? I'll know for sure once I find a hole in his testimony. Is anyone even dead then? Or is it just like mafia? I don't understand. Is Glenn even a victim anymore? Because at the programming company, they seemed pretty convinced it was Glenn. I'm so confused. I'm so confused. Yeah, It's approximately 5 minutes later that the poisoning occurred. I don't know. Maybe the autopsy on that. Like, the problem is I still don't understand exactly what's happening, so I'm not sure what evidence I even need to present here. We're kind of just winging it. There was no time for a phony to do it active, but there was time for you to steal this. Maybe? No? Got excited. No, I don't think that's it. That doesn't actually help me at all. Did I press this one? Help me out, chat. Did I press the statement already? Yeah. Getting very excited. To see him. No, I was in the kitchen, but I heard him. I remember him shouting, yes, $500,000. Presumably the defendant heard that too. Then, correct? Maggie. She looked like a poor little frightened dove. And what about Mr. Kudo? The old man choked on some birdseed as that had got stuck in his throat. It seems we now have yet another incident on our hands. I have no idea. He won the lottery. It was 5 minutes later, but the lottery starts at 1:30. Nope. Lottery. No. He came to my restaurant alone. Was he alone at his table as well? Nay, oui. I saw him from the kitchen. But the defendant, Miss Bird, remembers it differently. He swears there was another man at the victim's table.
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Trite. Yesterday's witness also testified that the victim was alone. You know, seeing you squirm like that reminds me of a certain coffee's bittersweet bite. What kind of coffee is he even drinking? It's not coffee, it's love. It's love that's bittersweet. Or Maya said it makes her seem wise all of a sudden. I'm thinking it's something to do with the time. Help me out, chat. Am I right to think it's to do with the time? This prompt here. Okay, people are saying yes and no, right. There's no time for a phony to do la acting. It's as simple as that? No. Huge window. There was no time. There was no time. I'm surprised it's not that. I'm still struggling to work out what's actually happening with the case. So apparently, like, there's a fake plant for a fake witness with a fake poisoning. And that's all to get a witness to then do the actual killing and pin it on Maggie, I think. Which is, like, so fucking convoluted. Okay, I really don't see this one. I'm gonna take a help me out chat on it. What am I actually supposed to do? I don't understand what's happening. Press the second one. What's wrong with that one? Wait, old man, you mean Victor Kudo, correct? Wait, he comes often for my special coffee. Drank your coffee once, Mr. Armstrong. It's special, I'll give you that. Worth a sip just for the experience. Well, you make me so happy, Monsieur. You are most welcome anytime. I said it was worth one sip, and nothing more. So old Mr. Kudo arrived at the restaurant around the same time as the victim. We should ask about his arrival in more detail. What time was it? Out of curiosity, about what time was it when Mr. Kudo arrived? Oh, no, I cannot remember, Monsieur. I believe we were told by a witness yesterday. Okay, yeah, so like the time does not match up. A lot of time passed. Does that perhaps jog your memory, witness? The incident happened about 20 minutes after he arrived. So the victim must have arrived between 2 and 2:10, no? Just after 2, huh? No, yeah, okay. Thank you for your help in jogging my memory, Monsieur. You are wonderful. The thing, okay, yeah, I mean, I guess this is a case of just pressing it. So the claim that it's later than it is. Because I thought that he's just gonna make the claim that's like, yeah, he came here at 1:30. I didn't expect such a fucking bold-faced lie. You know? Okay, so the actual poisoning happened at around 1:30 with the lottery. And then Mr. Kudo came later with actor Glenn pretending to win the lottery and being poisoned. And there's just been 2 events happening this entire time, and that's why nothing makes sense. Right. I can't sit here all the time and do nothing now, can I? The time of the day will be added to the witness's testimony. Merci bien. That's French, isn't it? Oh, shut up, Judge. Shut up, Judge. He's even humming a song to himself now. Okay, so, yeah, so to clear up the confusion, because this was really struggling. There's 2, basically, the actual poisoning crime occurred. And Maggie saw that and kind of fell into shock and was unconscious, right? Then there's then a fake poisoning that was specifically set up for Mr. Kudo to bear witness to it. That's what's happening. There's actually, it's like 2 separate incidents, and that's what's going on, and that's why it's so fucking confusing. Okay, well, then clearly the lotto time was at 1:30. I'm afraid I finally got you, Mr. Armstrong. Wait, what do you mean? At the time in question, the victim was listening to the radio with his earpiece. The show he was listening to was Millionaire Radio. Each week they announced the winning numbers of the $500,000 lottery ticket. Please, that must have been the show Monsieur Elg was listening to. I can't see any problem with this testimony, right? I wonder. You say the victim arrived at your restaurant after 2 p.m., correct? Oui, I am sure of it. I remember it perfectly now. I know it was that time because I just finished serving our lunch menu. Get to the point, try, if you have one. That show is broadcast live at 1:30 p.m. and it claims to be the most thrilling 10 minutes of your life. It's on the air at 1:30! Now supposedly, the victim made some noise when it was announced that he won. And yet, I don't believe his cry of joy could have occurred after 2 p.m. because the show had already finished more than 30 minutes earlier by that point in time. No! This victim we've been told about has done nothing but the impossible. Listening to the radio with a ruptured eardrum. Catching a show that was already over. There's only one conclusion you can draw from these facts. This victim was an imposter, acting out the poisoning 30 minutes after the real murder. Yes, there were 2 Glen Elks in Tribulations that day. The real Glen Elk, now dead, having been poisoned by the real killer. And the phony Glen Elk acted out the events for Mr. Kudo to witness. It certainly seems that way. I mean, if it wasn't the case, how can you explain the time discrepancy?
Objection.
Quite a performance, Trite. You were almost on a roll. But sadly, you lack the rock-hard foundation of rhythm to build your song. What is this, Music Theory 101? Let's recap. According to your imaginative theory, it's just now after 2 p.m. The phony elk is performing a play for the benefit of Mr. Kudo. How do you explain, then, where the real Glen Elk is? I don't believe I have to spell this out for the court. However, at that time, the real Glen Elk was already dead. That's certainly the obvious conclusion.
Objection.
Thank you, Trite. That's exactly what I was hoping you would say. What? Now, I presume you can prove this theory of yours. Can you explain where the missing corpse went to? The missing corpse? According to the old man's testimony, there was only one other customer there. That customer was the phony Glen Elk. Then where did the killer hide the body of the real victim? In the kitchen? The prosecution has a valid point, Mr. Wright. Your theory is to stand up to examination by the court. You must provide us with proof by answering the prosecution's question. Where did the killer hide the body? Yes, Your Honor. No conjecture, Trite. Let's hear some facts for once. Show the court a piece of evidence that proves where the body was hidden. Evidence? What's with the intense pressure in here all of a sudden? I thought I had him with that contradiction. He's turned it all around and backed me into a corner instead. Well, Mr. Wright, the court will now hear the defense's theory and evidence. The evidence is the ear medication because it's in the kitchen. First, where was the body of the real Mr. L concealed? Inside Tribulations. It would have been too dangerous to take the body outside. Obviously, the body must have been hidden somewhere inside Tribulations. Interesting. But where could a body have been hidden inside a restaurant? Perhaps you would care to show the court in these plans, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. Exact location where the body was concealed. Kitchen is here, Your Honor. Oh, I see. Nice supposition. But the real question is, can you back it up? Where's the evidence that proves the body was hidden in that location? The small bottle. Mr. Armstrong, do you recognize this bottle? No. I have never seen that ugly bottle before in my life. I only use the very best bottles, monsieur. The highest quality only for me. Where was that bottle found, Mr. Wright? Interestingly enough, Your Honor, it was found in the kitchen of Tribulations. Oh? What? I only ever use these bottles for my aromatherapy oils. But this bottle doesn't contain aromatherapy oil, Mr. Armstrong. No, it contains a medication. What kind of medication? I'm sure everyone remembers, don't they? That Mr. Elk visited an ear clinic and was given a medication that day. You can't be serious. The defense had the contents of the bottle analyzed, and I have the lab results here. The contents of the bottle match the prescription that was given to Mr. Elk. Glen Elk's murderer hid the body in the restaurant kitchen, at which time this bottle fell out of the victim's pocket. Mr. Armstrong, when the incident occurred, didn't you say you were in the kitchen? Mon Dieu. Yes, you know what I'm about to say. It was you who hit the victim's body. You did a fine job pretending to defend my client, Maggie Bird. However, you were setting her up to take the fall behind the poor girl's back. We got him. Order! This is an extraordinary development. It's nothing new, Your Honor. Yeah, thank you for the 900 bits earlier. Thank you. Witness! Did you murder Mr. Glen Elk? Never. I could not do such an horrible thing. Oh my... No! Mr. Grotto! The bitterness. Every time I get lied to. I always down a mug of coffee. That's one of my rules. You have the slightest idea how many cups you've had by now? Then I like to do the same thing to the person who lied to me. I like to take them down with my empty cup. Listen up, chef. How about a brand new flavor in your ear? My H-deficient friend. If I demand pardon, please, you must hear me out. You haven't told the truth like 3 times. It is a trap, listen to me. Por favor. Yo hablo español, Mr. Armstrong. And por favor is Spanish. Okay. Alright. I'm only gonna ask you once. Did you do it? No, absolutely no. Let's hear it. You've got one shot. Right, Gramps? Witness! The court will permit you the chance to make one final statement. If you lie under oath again, Mr. Gatto's coffee mug awaits you. As does my gavel. It is clear. Oh, sorry, I remember the truth now. It won't happen again. Oopsie poopsie, we lied again under oath. Sorry, Your Honor, I've never seen perjury before. I don't know what that means. What do they always say in the movies? I got a bad feeling about this. Very well. Begin your final testimony, Mr. Armstrong. It is true, I ate the body in the kitchen. Okay. Right, so you're implicated in the crime now. That much is certain. A man forced me to do it. I had no choice. I had to go along with him because there was a reason why I could not refuse. But I did not kill him. I swear it. You must believe me. Okay, who's the man? Who's the man, Armstrong? You were forced by who? I cannot say, or I will be erased. You're under oath. You don't get a say in it. Let's try a different question then. When Mr. L died, was he really the only person at this table? There was. There was another man. I knew it. Maggie was telling the truth. You may cross-examine the witness now, Mr. Wright. Just one more thing I need to do. Gotta break this guy and get him to tell us the name of the real killer. It's taken this long for him just to tell the truth. It's weird that we're just gonna gloss over this bit of it. What man? Who was he? No, I cannot say. I fear for my life. He's really scared. I just have to put the words in his mouth, Nick. Yeah, you're right. If he won't tell me, I'll tell him. Why would you go along with this man? There was a reason why I could not refuse. And what reason would that be, Mr. Armstrong? You know, monsieur. Yes? Surely you cannot expect a young maiden to talk about such an embarrassment. Maiden, you're a bit old to get away with that. Maya? Can't finish the cross-examination without establishing his reason. So I'll just have to prove it with evidence. He's already confessed as much. We might as well stop dancing around the real issue. If he really doesn't want to tell us who the killer is, then sock it to him, Nick. There's a reason why I couldn't refuse. I think we have the reason. You have $500,000 debt, don't you? $500,000? Is this true, Mr. Armstrong? Oui, je suis désolé. I was weak and I borrowed the money. That's why I assisted in murdering a man. This is Mr. Armstrong's Achilles heel. And that's why you couldn't refuse anything asked of you by this man. He was the mastermind! I can tell today has worn you out. You have my permission to go home, Mr. Wright. Excuse me? You are tired. This oil is a mild blend of myrtle and lavender. Don't worry, Trite. We've got this covered. Cover like I'm gonna leave it to you to finish. Okay, I was worded for the meme. A $500,000 loans from a black market loan shark. You had no way of paying it back, did you? That's why you were forced to do anything. This man told you to. It is as you say. Mr. Armstrong. The tiger. He told me he was going to use my restaurant for a business rendezvous. On the day in question, he was meeting the victim to demand that he repay his loan. Don't know why it happened like that. I just did what he told me to. I had no choice. I carried the body and the unconscious Maggie out of the dining area and into the kitchen. After that, I just tried to forget what I had seen. We can now safely say that the man who forced your hand was Mr. Furio Tigre. I do have one further question for you, Mr. Armstrong. The poison and the lottery ticket that were found in the defendant's apron pocket. Was that your doing as well? No, I knew nothing about that. Making it look like it was Maggie who had done it. I was not. It is despicable. Mr. Grotto! You will summon this Furio Tigre as a witness. I doubt that can be arranged today, so we will adjourn for now. Proceedings will continue tomorrow. Has he already got him? 30 minutes. What? The trial will go on. I'll see to it myself. I need half an hour to get that guy on the stand. Not a minute more. How the... Don't sit back and relax yet, Trite. No one knows if that chef is really telling the truth or not. This trial could still go either way. Very well! Your request is granted, Mr. Gatto. We will resume once Mr. Tigre is ready to take the stand. Until then, court is adjourned for a 30-minute recess. God, he's so damn good. Doesn't even need the police to get this guy in custody, or like to get him on the stand. He's just gonna call around to his house and get him. So we're finally gonna see the tiger on the stand. We've almost got this case won now, Nick. Wish I could agree. Huh? When I cross-examined Mr. Armstrong just now, he said he was just doing what the tiger told him to do. But Gatto picked up on it, remember? He pointed out that without proof, we don't know if what he testified is the truth. You mean you think Mr. Armstrong was lying? I don't know. If that's the line the prosecution takes, we could be in trouble. I'm feeling that we don't have the case-making evidence we're going to need. Hey, pal. Detective Gumshoe. What are you so jumpy about, Detective? Your hair's standing on end. Hey, that's the pot called the kettle black, little Miss Topknot. It's not a top knot. Never mind about the hair. Just calm down, alright? I can't stand still when I don't have a job to do. I kinda get wound up. No kidding. Gotta have something you need me to do, pal. Anything. Well, hey, I'm gonna take a jog back down to the precinct. I can get some prints analyzed for you if you got an hour. An hour? The trial will have reconvened by then. But Nick, we still don't have a really decisive piece of evidence, right? True. With some kind of trump card to pull out of the bag, we're really stuck. You said you could get some fingerprint analysis done in an hour. You bet. In that case, would you mind checking the prints on this for me? No, we need the newspaper. Of course. The paper badge. Of course, my real badge. What are you doing, Nick? If Detective Gumshoe's gonna check some prints for us, shouldn't he be checking this?
That's a small bottle I gave back to you this morning, right? The victim's ear medication that we found in the kitchen.
Look, it even says covered in identified fingerprints right in the court record.
You're right. Actually, that's been gnawing at me too.
So you take a look into it for us. Awesome. What about the thing I asked you to run a check on?
Oh, that. Sure, I'll see what I can do if I've got any spare time.
Is he gonna take my badge? Spare time, I feel so important right now. Small bottle given to Detective Gumshoe.
Okay, I'll get this off to the lab right away. Just make sure you don't lose the case before I get back.
It's pretty much the final showdown, I guess. It's time to separate the phonies from the real guys. Ash, thank you for the 5 gift subs. Thank you very much.
Okay. The court will now reconvene. Mr. Gatto, did you find this Furio Tigre?
I even tamed him for you. It was a 3-cup job. No problem. The coffee makes him more powerful. Tamed him? The guy's name may be Furio Tigre, but come on. He's pretty lively. Be careful, he still bites.
Very well. Please show Mr. Tigre to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation for the... Ah!
Again, how did he get in this court before and pretend to be me? I'll never know. Don't hide under the table, Maya, unless there's room for me down there too.
Would you mind?
What you say to me?
None. I didn't say none, honest.
Could have guessed that fear would induce a bad Brooklyn accent in the judge. Is that the accent he's supposed to have? God, what am I doing?
Walk it here.
Wait, if it's Brooklyn, wait,
Brooklyn Rage.
Can I do a Joey?
I'm walking here.
It's too close to the nerd. It's too close to my nerd voice. I don't know if I can do it. Can I keep that up?
You activated my trap card.
No, it's already going.
Flame Swordsman. Brooklyn Rage. Flame Swordsman.
Getting there. Getting there.
Red Eyes Black Dragon. Wow.
It still sounds like a nerd.
I'm walking here. I got business to take care of, you hear me? So who the hell called me into this hole? Was it you, Spiky?
Heck, no, of course not. It was the judge. Judge, please. Your Honor.
Oh dear, I seem to have dropped my pen. Where on earth is it? Don't mind me, just carry on with the proceedings as normal.
That's it, we're doomed.
Maybe you just didn't hear me. I said, who the hell was it that called me in here? Walk in here.
I don't know if I can get the old voice back. I think it's gone now. I think it's gone. It's just become nerd. The nerd has consumed everything. Angry mobster nerd. There's no need to shout. We can all hear you.
What'd you say?
There's no need point struggling. You're caught in a snare. The relentless snare of the law. And I'm the one that hauled you in.
Grr.
Too cool. Don't let him get the better of you. No, hang on, wait, sorry, hang on. We just, Don't let him get the better of you, Nick. Let's start with the basics. You know about the incident in question, correct?
Incident? I don't know nothing about no stinking incident, mask boy. You mean you didn't attend the previous trial of Maggie Bird? Maggie who? I got more important things to do than watch courtroom dramas. It's gone. Walk in here! Wait, Joey's gone. Okay. He's gonna be torn between them. Joey's dead. Yep, much like the show. Spoiler alert. He dies an agonizing death. Of course. Well, perhaps you can give us your testimony then. Please tell us about what you did on the day of the murder. Ha, Phoenix Wright. You was the one who set this up, didn't you? You was gonna regret the day you ruffled the tiger's fur. You hear what I'm saying? Walk in here. Maybe I should have brought a diaper with me today. Phoenix just shat himself. Get a grip, Nick. I don't know nothing about no murder. I was tied up with business in December last year. Walking here. Spent all my time walking in my office. I got whales lined up to borrow cash from tender lender every day. You just want to check my alibi? Just ask Violetta. Oh, alas, I found my pen. Very well, Mr. Wright. Your cross-examination, please. Ah! What is it? Please, witness. You can refrain from shouting. I know the kind of games that guy in the blue plays. That lowlife ain't no lawyer. He just punches away at stupid details till he wins. Coffee? Lowlife? Listen to me, smarty. Every time you ask me something that doesn't relate to this case, I'm gonna bill you $50,000. And you's gonna borrow the cash from me. That's one loan contract I refuse to sign. Don't think it ain't gonna hurt when you tangle with the tiger. Ha! I love a good spectator sport. Just a minute! That's really not. This witness is, how can I put it, a hungry tiger roaming the urban jungle. Getting his bad side, and he'll bite everyone's heads off. Yours too. Very well! I have no choice but to impose a penalty system here. What? What? Coffee! You's better be listening. I said I got business to take care of. Big business. If I don't split now, I ain't gonna catch my bus. The court will impose a penalty system for any irrelevant precedent of witness testimony. What the fuck, Judge? Keep that in mind as you begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. You can do it, Nick. Come out from under there already, would you, Meyer? Oh. Okay, I mean... I don't know nothing about no murder means you do know something about murder. So there's already like a contradiction here. I was tied up in business in December last year, spent all my time in my office. Got whales lined up to borrow cash from tender lender every day. So want to check my alibi, just ask Violetta. Okay, we got a thoroughly bitter person. Oh no. He's struggling financially, isn't he? A $1 million bill for cranial surgery. That has to be it. No?
Can I press it? I take it you get a lot of customers at your black market loan office.
Walk it here. It's tough for the little guys these days. What? Small businesses are feeling the pinch. Bosses of a company like me want to get good in with me. I'm their best friend.
I see. That's very admirable of you, witness.
Yeah, well, Tender Lender's motto is win through compromise, you know?
Win through compromise? What is that supposed to be?
Compromise the customer to win. That's what it means. Yous got it?
Best friends like you, who needs enemies?
Here, let me spell it out for yous all. You don't need to pay me back within 3 days, Spiky. I take what's due, and you stupid air. Yous follow what I'm saying.
But I'm not one of your customers. Press harder. Mr. Tigre,
What do yous want?
if you wouldn't mind going into a bit more detail.
Objection.
This is a dead end, right? And you know it. Remember the rules.
Really?
Present the witness without evidence to back up your attack is prohibited. As I said earlier, the court will... Fucking hell. Right. Oh, you know what piece of evidence I was looking for that shows he was out of the office? That receipt for the car repairs that might have implied he had to go to the fucking mechanics. Guess I threw that in the bin. Oopsie. God damn it. Just why would you chuck out any evidence until the case is over? It might be useful. It might be useful. It's as simple as this is a double negative. I don't buy that you haven't even heard of the incident that occurred at Tribulations.
You's got a big mouth, right? You's trying to say I was in on some mob hit? Is that what you're trying to say? Where's your proof then?
Evidence, yes, well...
For attorney to make an accusation in court, you must have evidence. That's from Lone Shark the lawyer, a beginner's guide, yeah?
Ah, I see you're the studious type, Mr. Tigre. Very good.
Ha.
Why don't you ask him to represent you sometime, Trite? Press it. Mr. Tigre,
What do yous want?
if you wouldn't mind going into a bit more detail...
Objection.
This is a dead end, Trite, and you know it. Remember the rules. I really don't like it when it does the punishment for investigating, because this is a game where the whole idea is working out the puzzle and taking your time to do it. I hated this in Big Top when they did it too. It's just a very annoying mechanic. Because yeah, you're discouraged from actually pursuing a line of inquiry. Violetta, you're talking about the Cadaverini's families.
Yeah, you don't want to cross them, or you's gonna wind up sleeping with the fishes. Once the Godfather finds out you's been dragging Violetta through the mud, he'll do you in.
Sorry, I couldn't quite put it all together towards the end there. He said that just like Viola, didn't he? I have a feeling this might not be the right time to probe him about her. Press harder. Mr. Tigre. You keep doing it. Well, no, because I'm looking for the sentence that you need to press on. It's one of them. Has to be this one. Are you sure about that? We're talking about 1 month ago, you know. You see these teeth? That's how sharp my secretary is. Sharp, is he talking about Viola Cadaverini? She writes everything in my scheduler. December, mainly in the office. That's what it says. That's where I was. Okay. That's quite the schedule there. Entire month, office. That seems like a rather sketchy schedule. There he goes again. The tiger did all December isn't the issue. Do I just not press it? Too dangerous to press things without knowing where they might end up. Now, Mr. Tigre, would you mind repeating your testimony from the beginning? Is that bus someone's gonna pay? No, clearly that has to be the one I press. Yeah, that has to be it. There goes the judge. Mr. Tigre, what do you want? You wouldn't mind going into a bit more deep.
Objection.
It's a dead end, try. Okay, there we go. No, it's essential that we establish the witness's alibi accurately. I agree. The victim was killed on December 3rd. Were you in the office that day too? Maybe yous ain't listening. Of course I was. I never set foot outside. I had meetings all day with a bunch of cats wanting to do business with me. I ain't never seen that young kid before. I do believe the witness's last statement was important. Mr. Grotto, if you could please. Mr. Tigre, the court asks you to add that last statement to your testimony. Don't let an animal beat you. Be a man, Your Honor, and ask him yourself. I was in the office too. I never saw that kid before. Okay. You didn't know Mr. Glen Elk? Really? Oh, do we have proof of that? Bomber. Maybe? That might be it. Hasn't come up yet as evidence. I don't mess with the guppies when there are bigger fish to fry. What do you say, boss? Oh, who? Me? How's about I hit you with a fat 200K? Well, I was thinking about the purchasing a nice car from Europe. Is the judge just entertaining a bribe? Oh, get rid of him. Wow, the tiger's a really good salesman, huh? If I want to sell this case, I need to copy him. How about you hit him with every fat piece of evidence, boss? Wish it was that easy. The day you was talking about I was in the office, I never saw that kid. Oh, his schedule. Okay, there we go. Mr. Tigre, you claim you didn't know Mr. Glen Elk. But it appears that Mr. Elk knew you. What? Mr. Elk left this little note on his calendar. Meet with the tiger. And the date, December 3rd. December 3rd? That's the day of the murder! So, Mr. Tigre, I submit that you did indeed know one Mr. Glen Elk. Because on the very day of the incident, you met with him. Grah! Not bad. You's actually not bad. Sorry? Walk it here. I was just messing with you to see how good you are. Did you hear that, Nick? He said you're not bad. It's one compliment I can do without. Plus, he's lying through his teeth. Witness, please remember that you're under oath. Lies will not be tolerated. Oh, I see someone just committed perjury again. That's a real shame. How many times must we do this song and dance, Your Honor? Yous call me a liar? Is that what yous doing? So you're saying that your claim to have never seen that kid before is the truth? I said I'm dead serious. Yous better believe that's the truth. Ha. Then I'd say that gives me time to enjoy another cup of pure black magic. That is, while you testify for the court again, Mr. Tigre.
Oh, yes. Would you mind indulging the court? Witness.
You never actually met the victim. That's gotta be a lie right there. Time I nailed this guy. I ain't no liar. I never met Glen Elk. There was some lame guy with that name, though. Wanted to borrow cash from me. I set up a meeting with the guy at my office, Tender Lender. I waited around for him, but he ain't ever showed. I ain't never been to that Tribulations joint. You's here? Okay, but we know from the CD. I see. Well, it seems perfectly logical. You had arranged to meet with the victim, but he didn't show up. I've heard it's pretty hard to keep appointments when you're dead. Very well. You may begin your cross-examination, Mr. Wright. Yes, Your Honor. I even Gatto sees seeing through his lies here. Didn't I tell you I got a big deal going down today? I ain't gonna make my bus now. I'm gonna have to take the express train. That bill's going straight to you, right? Mr. Tigre, could you please put your tongue away? It's just a little unsettling. I waited around for him, but he ain't ever showed. Is this a fast round? No, it was literally at his office. How does that not show that they met? How? Still wondering how the lunchbox comes into it all. Okay, Tribulations matches, they were found at Tender Lender. Maybe that's to do with it. Okay, I've never been to Tribulations. Yeah, that's it. Mr. Tigre, is there something you'd like to tell the court about these matches? Matches? What are you talking about? We found them in your office at Tender Lender. They're from that restaurant. If you've really never been to Tribulations before, what was the book of the restaurant's matches doing on your desk? You was been snooping around in my stuff now too, wise guy. Why, you my ball and chain? Ain't no broad controlling me. Order! Well, witness? I think it's time you start telling us the truth, don't you? You've committed perjury twice now. There should be some kind of consequence in our legal system for this.
Sorry, I'm terribly sorry. Please forgive me.
I ain't no pussycat. I don't go back on what I said. But okay, I was at the joint that day. But listen good, alright? I might have been there, but I still never met that kid. Well. Looks like an order just came in for another testimony. I'm this close to proving it was him. He did meet Glen Elk that day. And he did put poison in his coffee. He must have. I was supposed to meet with the kid at the restaurant that afternoon. When I opened up the door of that joint, I saw one ugly scene. The guy was laid out all over the table, stiff as concrete. I figured if the place wasn't hot already, it was gonna be, so I split. I heard the cop sirens on my way out, and I went straight back to my office. Okay. I see. You didn't actually meet with him in the end, did you? Well, Mr. Wright, your cross-examination, please. Yes, Your Honor. Hold it, if I wait around here any longer, I ain't even gonna make the normal express. No more stupid questions. Ha, no problem. Anytime Trite presses you on something irrelevant, I'll see he pays a penalty. Mr. Gatto, that's my job. Your job is to slam that little hammer of yours and call a guilty verdict. So do it. Yes, sir. That was a short trial. Special Express ain't cheap, right? Just so yous know, since you's paying. Oh man, doesn't the rule of law mean anything around here? You know, I've been asking the same thing a lot lately, Phoenix. When I opened the door to the joint, I saw one ugly scene. The guy was laid out over the table, stiff as concrete. I figured the place wasn't gonna be hot already. It was gonna be, so I split. I heard the cop sirens on my way out. And I went straight back to my office. Okay, that doesn't make sense in terms of the time, because a lot of time passed. But we're gonna have this weird thing with pressing the statements again. You went straight back, but a bout of guilt suddenly hit you for what you did. What are you trying to say? You trying to tell me you ain't ever been guilty of nothing? We all have our crosses to bear. We all have to swallow the dark secrets we hide. Like this. Courtroom's not exactly the place to talk about dark secrets, is it? Seems you've done it again, Mr. Wright. An irrelevant line of question. What? Oh, a penalty for those two jokers and the garbage they keep coming up with. Well, Nick, what do you think? He's running out of ways to avoid the truth. I need to press him fast before he has time to think things through. Gotta come right back at him with a contradiction. Be careful what you press him on, though, or you'll get penalized, okay? Okay, save it here. We know it's not that one. When I opened the door, an ugly scene, what do you mean? The witness has already told us, Trite, which makes that question irrelevant. But I limit myself to 17 cups of coffee during a trial. That's the rule. You better limit the number of times you take a penalty, Trite. Or your guts will look like the inside of a chimney. What the fuck? You saw Glenn Elg's dead body. I guess I did, but I only saw him from behind. He was wearing some raggy bit of cloth he called a hat. Okay. I think we've got him on that one because of the partition screens. And what time was this? I don't know. Huh? You know what winds me up more than anything else in the world? Watches, round watches. I ain't gonna pollute my paws with some ticking henpecker. Out of interest, Mr. Tigre, what winds you up the second most? Huh? What do you think? Square watches. This guy for real. Look, all I need to know was that something bad was going down in that place. Okay, but how did he see that? Like... I didn't get penalized for that one. I like, my logic is actually pretty sound here, that it's like, he wouldn't have seen it, and if he just immediately left. No, but it's not sound enough for this case. He didn't actually set foot inside the restaurant then. Tiger is a busy cat. I don't hang around for no one. I ain't got time to be caught up in no murder investigation. So, when exactly did you pick up the matches? There were matches just inside the front door. Our detective friend wound up in trouble with the chef after taking 5 books home. Poor Gumshoe. That was enough to make a man cry. Oh god. I've pressed everything now as well, haven't I? Didn't press the first one. So the meeting wasn't due to take place at Tender Lender at all then. He was making a fuss about coming in the office. It's always that way when I want to talk about repayments. Even though I got the best punching bag you've ever seen if there are any issues. Maybe it's because of the punching bag that people are scared to come. That's why you decided to meet at Tribulations.
Objection!
Ha! You're going over old ground again, Wright. How did he know this? I figured the place wasn't hot already. It was gonna be, so I split. These two, it didn't punish me for pressing. You know this was taken. There's a case that he walked in and maybe just saw him and then walked out. So I don't think it's that. Is it still gonna be the partition? Because, I mean, I don't even think the logic for this works, because he could just step inside, see what was happening, and then leave. Like, he literally just takes a step inside. If it is this, then I don't think it should be. Okay, I don't think it should be this one. Yeah, because he could have just stepped inside for a moment, and then this claim is still true, even with the partition. The partition actually doesn't show anything here. He said he didn't go in, though. Yeah, but, like, you could still just say that, like, you entered the place and then leave, you know? Because that's still not going in, really. That's just taking a step inside, kind of glancing at it, and then it's like, oh, okay, I better leave. So I think it's, like, testimony's still valid here. Couldn't really see him from the door. Yeah, but like like that's the. I think this is just semantics, though. Like, I don't like the way the case is presenting this, because if you to step inside a place means you can just step inside a bit. He's saying that he didn't go in, right? But that he looked inside and could see that something was going down. So he stepped in that much at least, and it's like literally a step to be able to see this, even with the partition. That's why I don't buy it. Like, if where Glenn was sitting was, like, way at the back, if he was at, like, the bottom left, like, if Glenn was sitting here, okay, yeah, that's very valid. But Glenn's here. Literally, you open the door. You can see it. You see? Like, you just open the door, and then you could see. Like, open the door, walk in. There's a wall. Yeah, but the wall doesn't really matter here, though, because like, he still stepped inside. Like, saying you didn't step inside, I just don't like the game's logic for this, because I still think it's actually credible that he did just see it and leave. He just walked in for a mo, and it's like, okay, I'm gone. Where do you think the door is? The door is right here. So he stepped inside, right? Follow cursor down there. Sees this, and leaves. And I think that's valid. That he just, like, kind of stepped inside and left. Because he could see something was going down. That's more than a step. That's what I mean. It's just semantics. Like, it depends on how you define the phrase to step inside. Which I think is pretty poor. If Glenn was here, much more valid. Because then it's like, yeah, okay, you actually have to go pretty fucking far in. Yeah, I don't like the game's logic for this, honestly. I don't. Lauren's all about semantics, even IRL. Yeah, but like, you could just refine, like, again, because it's like, aha, I caught you. It's like a big aha, I caught you moment, when actuality, like, you could just rephrase it and say, like, yeah, I just stepped in Mo, and then I left. You know, I just don't like that. I think that is pretty weak. Dan, stop, it doesn't matter. I'm just expressing my point. That's all. I just think it weakens the case a bit, this. This is probably the weakest case of this game so far. Just because, like the old man and... I guess, like, just... The gameplay feels a little torturous just with the whole press and penalties. Yeah. I don't like your logic, bro. You didn't buy the Happy Meal. Yeah, I just don't like the game's logic there. I don't think this is the dramatic reveal the game thinks it is. I think this is just purely a semantic. I don't think it's that good of a point to catch him on. But regardless, we'll carry on. You're something of a lone collecting pro, aren't you, Mr. Tigre? No one escapes the tiger's clutches. Well, I'm something of a lie detecting pro. You read the diagram wrong, the door's on the top right. No, I read it correctly. I know where the door is. And no one escapes the Phoenix's clutches. I think it's time we got something straight. What's this, Trite? A new line of irrelevant questioning. These are the floor plans of the crime scene. You say you were standing at the entrance, Mr. Tigre. From there, your field of vision would have covered an area something like this. Indeed, the witness would have a clear view of the victim's seat. Isn't that what I just said? I saw the back of the kid's head. Unfortunately for you, that is not possible. If the court would think back, you'll remember that between each of these tables is a tall partition. Why, that's true! Again, now, we're lucky here with the line of questioning, right? That he's just a fucking idiot. And he's, like, doubling down on, like, a ridiculous lie, but I still think, like, you stepped inside. I don't think that's the point you call him out on. I still don't like the game's logic for it. It's just convenient that he's just a moron. He said he was standing at the entrance. Yeah, the entrance. This is the entrance. All of this area. You step inside. You're still at the entrance, even if you're here. Right? He's a minor criticism with the Ace Attorney game. He hates the franchise. It's just a minor critique, but some guys are losing their minds about it. Like, I'm just... Move on. I'm just expressing the point where I think that's a bit poor, and like, here's my reasoning for it. But some people can't handle that, and it's just a bit much. It's not the end of the world. It's not. I just don't like the game's logic with it for stepping inside. That's it. Real life English major. Yeah, but like, you step inside the entrance. Like, this is, I would define all of this space as the entrance. And I think that's what it comes down to. And I think even if like you were to step inside and go here, then it's like, oh, hang on, you can clearly see something's going on. But again, he's a moron, and he's doubling down that he was standing here and he didn't even go in. But the logic of which we called him out on, I don't think holds up. Yeah, we'll carry on. Some of you need to chill, because I think sometimes whenever there's like a minor criticism of these games, some people lose their fucking minds. The stuff with the cat, I still think is a stupid plot hole. I remember even when I did that, and then I had to read comments telling me like why I'm a failure of a human being after that one. And I thought that was wild, because it's like, I just think this is a plot hole. You know, I'm happy to accept it as a plot hole. It's like, the game is perfect, Daniel. It's like, it's not. Every game's flawed. This case is very flawed. You know? The cat needed McDonald's. Now look at the plans again. The truth is painfully obvious. From the entrance, the field of vision of any customer walking in ends here. So from the entrance of Tribulations, you couldn't have seen the victim's seat. But you did see the victim that day, because you met with him.
Objection!
Wrong. Have you forgotten the old man's testimony yesterday? The victim was alone at his table. But the defense just proved that point to be moot. The victim witnessed by Mr. Kudo was not Glenn Elk, but a fake. What? In order to have Mr. Kudo falsely testify, the real killer posed as the victim he had just killed and acted out a charade. Are we really going at like the master of disguise route that he is Glenn? Oh my god, they're actually doing that. I joked about that. I actually joked about that earlier. Oh no, this case is dog shit. No. Alright, this is just stupid now. This... worst case of the game. Yeah, no. Absolutely stupid. This guy is not a master of disguise. That will do. This trial's gone on long enough without the obvious question being answered. Who exactly was this real killer who impersonated the victim? He said the killer murdered Glenn Elk and then impersonated his victim in a performance for Victor Kudo. In that case, Mr. Wright, reveal the identity of this criminal to the court. It's actually doing this. This is so stupid. Yeah, no, this is such... Like, how does this man... Glenn? Furio Tigre. Corporate wants you to find the difference between these two pictures. It's like, this is just stupid. And and also, lest we forget, This man is apparently impersonating Phoenix Wright as well. He's a master of disguise. Who's a giant of a man with an orange tan and, like, significant facial scarring. Yeah. This would now be the worst case in the series for me if Mo the Clown didn't exist. What? Well, witness. God, now that's cute. You was thinking you could pin this on the tiger. Baby, you don't understand. The tiger is king of the jungle. So I dare you to say it again. Come on. You got the guts. You can't threaten on me, Mr. Tiger. Tigre, it's a defense. Go ahead and tell the witness, Mr. Wright. Mr. Wright! Sounds to me like it must be you, old man. You've got guts, I give you that. Mr. Wright, do not leave me to handle this alone. Ha! Perhaps I can end this embarrassment. Mr. Grotto! Let's just go back over Mr. Kudo's testimony one more time. The old man didn't see just the victim. Oh no, no. Servant girl brought him a cappuccino, but she put something in it. There's no question about it, she was very conspicuously put some white powder in there. Was the victim he saw the real victim or not? That doesn't matter. The fact remains, he saw the accused put the poison in the coffee. Yes, it was the waitress who... Oh, I was about to get under the table. Very impressive, Mr. Gatto. Waiting for my absence to launch your attack. Ha! Found your pen at last, Tribes. It was in my pocket. But anyway, Mr. Kudo witnessed two people that day. He saw the victim, the supposed Mr. Glenn Elk, and the waitress from behind. Yes, your point, Mr. Wright. I think the conclusion is obvious. If this Glenn Elk was really the killer in disguise, then surely it's possible the waitress was also part of the show. What? You mean the waitress was an imposter as well? Who fucking knows anymore, Your Honor? The defendant, Miss Bird, fell unconscious immediately after the incident. And someone used her fainting to hatch an elaborate plan to pin the murder on her. Who on earth was it? Who was this waitress that Mr. Kudo witnessed? It was Viola. Who was this woman? Her name is Viola Cadeverini. She's an employee of Tender Lender. He was making a big mistake. Nightingale, thanks for 1,000 bits. The waitress was also Furio Tigre. Oh my god, he's everyone in this trial. He was the old man as well. He was the chef. Oh my god, I knew it. And he even works at blue screens. Like, I'll be honest, if he had a more plain appearance, maybe he could pass and, like, get in disguise as Phoenix or you know, Glenn. But, like, just look at him. There's no, like, he can't impersonate anyone. He's so distinct. Unbelievably so. It's so stupid. I was willing to overlook the bit that he pretends to be Phoenix, right? Which is already stupid enough for the case. But the fact that he's now also Glenn is just, no, it's fucking ludicrous. He was making a big mistake. You know who Violetta's grandfather is. You better be going home in an armored truck tonight if you know what I mean. Stop shaking, Nick. hat covered his hair, a monocle covered eye scar. Both of them could hide skin color. Okay. This is a 42-year-old man who's probably over 6 foot tall. This is just a person. Right? There's no fucking way. The eye shape is different. The complete facial structure. Are you seriously telling me that that's how you write off this bit of the case? Like, remember who he's supposed to fool? Victor Kudo, who never saw Glenn Elg. Yeah, but there's fooling Kudo, and then there's literally fooling the entire court as Phoenix. Still, he's fooling he's a master of disguise. Like, you can't dress up as everyone, right? You can't. There's no way. Yes, the defendant, Miss Bird, had stated the following. I took the coffee over to the victim's table. It's true there was another customer in the restaurant. Wait a minute! Oh my god, that's Furio in prison. Because if you just age her 20 years, do the minor facial reconstruction, put gel in her hair and an eye patch. Holy shit. I can't believe it. And that guard as well. Of course, he was trying to keep a close eye on the investigation. That's him as well. If you just adjust his height by like 6 inches, lose 100 pounds. Oh my god, he's Christian Bale. Of course, it all makes sense now. That's how he pulls it off. I can't. Actually, here's why Daniel's wrong. Can't wait for those comments, gang. Can't wait. She was sort of creepy, but she had a kind of cackling laugh. There are just too many contradictions in this case. The second man at the victim's table, who nobody but Miss Bird seems to have seen. The earpiece worn by the victim in his left ear when that eardrum was ruptured. And the radio show he was supposedly listening to half an hour after it was over. There's only one logical explanation that clears up all of these contradictions. The whole incident took place twice. Once for real and once for show. Mr. Furio Tigre, the only person who could have committed the crime, is you. Witness? What have you got to say? That's cute. Sorry? He was alright. I could do with a guy like you around. Excuse me. Fish, thanks for 1,000 bits. Obviously, his face looks completely different now because he's a master of disguise. He changed his appearance so nobody would believe it. Certain oddities, thank you for 1,000 bits as well. For you see, Phoenix, it was I, Don Tigre, all along. I used the chemical factory to aid in all my disguises. God almighty. Oh my god, it's Mask Starter Mask! What do you mean? Okay, I'm in on this game. I'm gonna have to charter a jet to get to my meeting now, but I'm gonna give yous one more thing to think about before I go. Something to think about. Yous got it all wrapped up nice, huh, right? But yous missed out one real important thing. But that can't be. I was in the joint that day, and I met that kid too. but I couldn't have poisoned him. You's here? What? Do you really expect us to believe you now, Mr. Tigre? Ha. What a troublemaker. Troublemaker. Looks like we're going to need another one for the road. One more steaming cup of hot testimony. Indeed. Witness, you will explain yourself to the court. I will give you one more chance to testify. What happened that day at Tribulations between yourself and the victim? Yeah, I loaned El Cash about $100,000. That day, we was due to have a little chat. That kid had hit his paycheck date, see? So anyway, he tells me he's got no way to pay up. I'm about to flatten the guy when he starts screaming. Yes, I won. $500,000. He got lucky, you know. Real lucky. If that waitress hadn't done what she'd done, everything would have been over. Now I see that the principal amount you loaned to Mr. Elg was $50,000. Yeah, well, you's got the vig to take it to account. Interest builds up fast, you know. It's faster than fast. $100,000 is twice his principal. And the repayment deadline was December 3rd, the day of the incident in question. Yeah, he was the one lucky kid. He got that $500,000 just in time. So I have no reason to kill the kid. And if I ain't got no motive, you ain't got no case. His motive. He has to have one, but what is it? He needed the money. Also, I do like in that cutscene. By the way, that cutscene with the flashback there did not actually feature Glenn at all. Because apparently that was Tigre in disguise who was screaming about the lottery tickets. So, like... who even knows anymore? His testimony is now that he sat down with Glenn and he also exclaimed, I'm about to flatten the guy when he starts screaming. So, like, this, I remember, he's disguised as the guy in the game's logic. He got real lucky, you know. Okay, how do we end this train wreck? I mean, I know what his motive is. Tells me he's got no way to pay up. But he did have a way to pay up. Because he had the McBomber CD. No? The newspaper. What's going on here with the 500k still? The newspaper has something to do with it. Okay. Can I actually press things again, or is the game going to punish me? How much does he have left on his debt? You want it in round figures? About 100,000 bucks. That's the whole amount. We're talking about a guy who had 58 cents in his wallet. Well, you was telling me he wasn't even gonna pay for the coffee? He certainly seems to have been a brave man, this Mr. Elk. Guy was smooth, I tell you. Real smooth. He'll have your money in less than 5 minutes. That's what he says to me. Guy didn't call me the Tender Tiger. He was skating on thin ice with me. He starts screaming. Is that because guy won the lottery? Was his last chance at a big win? And you can confirm that this is the ticket in question. That's it. The Millionaire Radio Show starts at 1:30 p.m. and runs for 10 minutes. It fixes the time you two met with some accuracy. The whole scene was acted out again 30 minutes later. Also that Mr. Kudo would see it. I can still see the kid's face now. I ain't never gonna forget it. Was there anyone else in the restaurant at this time? I don't remember. There was no one there. I'll wear that ridiculous tiger shirt for a month. Mr. Armstrong, Maggie, and if I'm right, Viola Cadaverini were all there at that time. So the victim had intended to repay you from his lottery winnings from the beginning. Seems that way to me. But you wouldn't normally expect to win the lottery, would you? Ha. The undying belief that your next roll will end the worst losing streak you ever had. That's what defines a true gambler. Flashback of Glenn was the real Glenn because the earpiece was in his left ear. Not the ruptured one. No, his left ear was the ruptured one. And that exact flashback was used earlier to denote like an actor on the recreated scene. Don't be tempted, Nick. You haven't got the willpower for it. All I know is the kid took a shot and he got lucky in the end. Okay, if the waitress hasn't done what she'd done. The waitress, you mean? Girl with the glasses in the defendant's chair. Who else could I mean? If he hadn't gotten in the way, things would have been bada bing, bada boom, over and done with. We should push a little on this. What did Maggie do? What exactly are you implying the defendant did? How about you go and ask Four Eyes about that $500,000 ticket? She wanted so bad. She poisoned Elk's coffee. A likely theory, your word hasn't held water lately, Mr. Tigray.
Objection!
Let's not forget this witness was actually at the scene, Wright. The law don't exactly agree with some of the deals I send down. I couldn't be there when the cops showed up, so I split. I see. Your Honor. The witness's last few statements are worth a good 2 cups of coffee. I concur, Mr. Grotto. You will amend your testimony accordingly, witness. Haha, so that's what you's after, Phoenix Wright. Thanks to what she did, my business with that kid was over. But that's not true because we have this. When is this gonna come into play? Tiger's trying to pin the crime on Maggie. They asked him about what he saw. It's only going to damage our case. What do you mean things would have been over and done with? Are you all there or what? I'm talking about the cash. I was there to get my $100,000 back. That's all. I'm a businessman. It was all coming together before that waitress got in the way. As far as I can tell from the witness's testimony, other than recouping his loan, Mr. Tigray had no motive for killing the victim. Well, Mr. Wright, are you happy with the testimony? We'd like you to amend it. Have it amended. Not gonna get anywhere with the testimony as it stands. Your Honor, the defense would like the testimony amended. Very well. Witness, you will amend your testimony to reflect your recent statements, please. I didn't have no other reason to kill the guy. We just keep pressing it and like the testimony keeps changing. But is it now the CD? Let me save it. Finally! It took like 3 revisions of the testimony to finally get him to acknowledge this. Cause we've known this. Like, he had the CD on his office. And this is the connection we were trying to make for ages. So you just intended to get back the $100,000 Mr. L owed you, correct? I loaned the guy the cash, so that's my right. Unfortunately for Mr. L, I don't believe the $100,000 is what you were really after.
Objection!
What are you getting at, Wright? What else would a moneylender be after other than money? Oh, the moneylender was after money, but money in a totally different league. The kind of money that a single disc like this would fetch. What is that? A computer virus, Your Honor. A virus called McBomber. A computer virus? What does one of those do? Computer virus is a program that wreaks havoc on the insides of a computer. A computer? What does one of those do? Mr. Beard isn't the only part of his honor that is from the Stone Age. I'll explain it to you later, Your Honor. Right now, this is the important point. A virus like McBomber would be worth several $1 million on the black market. Several $1 million? Lending money with no hope of ever seeing repayment would normally be bad for business. But in this case, the very fact that Glenn Elk had no way to repay the money is crucial. What? Glenn Elk was a programmer, a highly skilled programmer. That skill was the collateral Mr. Elk put up in order to borrow the money.
Objection!
You're trying to suggest the witness's motive was to get hold of that program. Exactly. The witness may have poor fashion sense, but he is by no means an idiot, Wright. I don't know, Gato. I think that's the most questionable defense you've had all day. A man like him could get his hands on $1 million without resorting to murder. I don't know. Of course he could, provided he had time. What if he had needed the money right then? When the pressure's on, the luxury of choice tends to disappear. It seems you have a logical conclusion for this theory, Mr. Wright. Would you care to share it with us? Why did Mr. Tigray need money to the tune of $1 million? The medical papers. In December of last year, you found yourself in need of a huge amount of money. About 6 months ago, you were involved in a traffic accident, weren't you? An accident involving a car and a scooter, in which a young woman was injured. She was taken to the hospital, where she underwent surgery. How much of this do you know? These medical papers document the treatment of the young woman in question. According to these, her operation cost $1 million. And yet, when the payment was due last month, you somehow managed to pay it in full. $1 million? Preposterous sum! Someone should sue these HMOs. Ha! No one would pay a bill like that. If the medical association got wind of it, the hospital would end up as dead as a morgue. Actually, Gato, this is unfortunately very common practice in some parts of the world. Especially without insurance. And it's quite tragic, really. Mr. Tigray had no choice but to pay, because his very life depended on it. Order! Order! You say his life depended on it, Mr. Wright. Indeed it did, simply because the injured woman was none other than Viola Cadaverini. Did you say Cadaverini? Bruto Cadaverini, mob boss in charge of all underworld activities in the city, and doting grandfather to his precious Violetta, also known as Viola Cadaverini. Your life was in danger unless you paid compensation to the boss, correct? It makes sense. You were desperate to acquire the $1 million Bruto Cadaverini demanded of you. So desperate, in fact, that you decided to sacrifice Glenn Elk's life to pay your debt. On the day of the murder, Mr. Tigray's sole intention was to get his hands on this CD. Glenn Elk had no way of paying back the $100,000, and Mr. Tigray knew it. But then a miracle happened. The kind that Mr. Tigray would prefer to say never happened, but he can't, and neither can I. The lottery win? Exactly, at the 11th hour, Mr. Elk won $500,000 on the lottery. Okay, I guess that is Mr. Elk, and he jumped up like that twice. They did introduce that picture originally for Mr. Tigray jumping up, and that was in the act because it was for Mr. Kudo. But they're using it for both of them, which is preposterous in of itself because they look nothing alike. But game logic. Which left Mr. Tigray with no way of getting his hands on the all-important CD. Actually, no, wait. No, because that's still... No, it's just actually making a mistake there, because his earpiece was still in his left ear, wasn't it? Because that actually was Glenn, but he had the earpiece. Yeah, it's some kind of budget. It wasn't? You see the same scene, so what? I mean, it's just ridiculous to me because one of the people in the scene is 42-year-old Tiger Man, and then the other is Glenn. You know? It's just ridiculous. Master of disguise. Simply for illustration. Yeah, I mean, it's still kind of stupid though because he's in disguise. I think that's the stupid bit here. Remember that the visor isn't the same as the earpiece. True. Yeah. But yeah, it's still ridiculous that they're using the same image to portray both Mr. Tigray and Glenn. Like, there's just no way you could actually realistically disguise as them. There's none. Like, we still haven't. The case isn't over yet. We have to prove that, like, hey, that wasn't me in court yet. Next. At least no legitimate way. So we resort to illegitimate means. That's crazy. He murdered Glenn Elk and then made his next move to frame Maggie Bird for the crime. Mr. Tigray posed as Glenn Elk, while Viola Cadeverini played the role of Miss Bird. And then they reenacted the whole thing in order to establish a witness. The witness being the one we all heard testify yesterday, Mr. Victor Kudo.
Objection.
Like I said, Trite, that's crazy. No one could pull off a stunt like that. For starters, there's no way the chef could have been kept in the dark about it. But Mr. Armstrong was in on it from the very beginning. Have you forgotten already, Mr. Gatto? Mr. Armstrong owed the witness money too. $500,000, in fact. He had no choice but to go along with Mr. Tigray's plan. Order! Order! Silence or I'll clear the courtroom! Oh, there he goes. Yous are putting on a good show, Spiky. If yous want to stay alive in the loan shark business, you gotta be careful. Yous are saying I dressed up like that kid, created a witness, and framed someone. If I did something crazy like that, I'd leave a trail as bright as my shirt. I ain't dumb enough to do something sloppy like that. No. No, you are that dumb. You do? Despite your appearance, you are very careful. That's why you took one more precaution. One more trick to make sure Miss Bird had no way out. What? Another one, Mr. Wright? Oh no, this is gonna be... He dressed up as me in court. That's what it is. No. Why don't you fill us all in, Trite? What was this trick you say Mr. Tigray performed to frame the accused? This is his badge, Your Honor, and it proves he's not a lawyer. What nerd is that? What an insult to think anyone could be fooled by such a childish imitation. Consider yourself insulted, Your Honor. Mr. Tigray, you didn't just pose as the victim on the day in question. A month ago in this very court, you posed as me. Master of disguise. What? That's the truth. But the witness looks nothing like you, Mr. Wright. Yes, you're absolutely right, Your Honor. Although, now that I think about it, it was you, wasn't it? No doubt it was you, standing here in this very court a mere month ago. The Phoenix Wright who put up the most disreputable, shabby defense I had ever seen. It's all come full circle. Can you prove that, Gramps? Prove that the attorney who represented the accused here a month ago was this man. Are you prepared to take the stand and testify that it was him? Wait. Hey. Forget about it, yeah? I wouldn't do something like that, not me. You made a mistake, right? It was someone else, huh? Have you no pride, sir?
Objection.
This isn't a matter of pride. In case you didn't know, Trite, here in court, we deal with people's lives. Mr. Grotto was right. Your Honor, speaking for myself, I am absolutely convinced. The attorney in question was the witness standing before me now. However, I preside over this court as the judge, with the vested power to hand down a verdict. Someone in my position cannot be swayed by a memory without evidence to support it. For fuck's sake! If the defense has no further evidence, the court will now excuse the witness. The circumstances surrounding Mr. Tigray are dubious for sure, but not conclusive. I'm seething right now. I'm so angry. But we've come so far. You say he impersonated Glenn Elk. You say he impersonated you. None of that adds up to a murder charge. You don't have a shred of evidence that the witness poisoned the victim's coffee. But we do! Ha! Sucks to be you, right? Don't mess with the tiger, or you're gonna get mauled. You's got that? All he managed to do here was chase him around a bit. But I was so close to getting him to admit his own guilt. Ha! Looks like I won't be needing a refill. If I just have one more piece of evidence. We have so, like, how? One more piece of evidence and maybe I could get Maggie off the hook. This witness's cross-examination is over. You're free to go, Mr. Tigray. Oh! Your Honor, wait! Deus Ex Gumshoe! The impossible! Detective! Detective Gumshoe! Sorry I took so long, pal. I staked everything on this. My badge, the works. So here it is. My heart's counting on this too. What is this, detective? Isn't it obvious, pal? It's the final, decisive piece of evidence. Tim, thank you for the 1,000 bits. What? We're taking a recess? Are we really? Sorry it took so long, pal, but I finally got the results from the lab. The results about the prints, pal, from this medicine bottle. Oh, so, do you know who the prints belong to now? Do you think I'm some kind of hack detective? Of course I know. So, tell us. They're the tigers, right? I knew it. Haha, you bet. Clear as crystal, all over the bottle. They're Furio Tigers' paw prints, alright? That's great, we've got them now, Nick. What's wrong with you? You've hardly said a word since Detective Gumshoe got here. He's laid everything on the line for this, Nick. I know. Look, I'm sorry. It's kind of hard to say, but it really doesn't make any difference whose prints are on that bottle now. Oh, what? Why not? What we need to produce at this stage in the trial is irrefutable evidence that the tiger put poison in Glenn Elk's coffee. He's already admitted that he met the victim. The fact that his prints are on this bottle, that really doesn't make any difference now. I knew it. Great, no matter how hard I try, I'm never of any use. Hey, don't be so hard on yourself. This is our last chance to help Maggie. I've been working on some useless piece of evidence the whole time. It's alright, I'm a real loser. It's not breaking news to me, pal. Oh, Gumshoe. Detective, Gumshoe. Maggie. You've been working on something for me. Sorry, I let you down, Maggie. I know you didn't do it. And I'm a detective. We're supposed to be able to prove stuff like that. I'm really sorry. I'll get out of your hair now. Detective Gumshoe, wait! He's gone. Isn't there anything we can do now, Nick? I wish there was. Gumshoe worked so hard to get that evidence. If only there was some way I could use it. Small bottle put in the pocket. So this trial is still not over. Oh my god. We're still going. I can't believe it's not over. Mr. Wright! Yes, Your Honor. I granted you a recess so you could prepare this decisive evidence you discovered. Yes. Don't keep us all in suspense, Wright. Show us. Gonna have to save it here. Naturally. We can assume it's evidence that will actually stand up in court, can't we? Think, Phoenix. Don't let Gumshoe's hard work go to waste. How much more of my time are you's gonna waste? I ain't been to no court before. But you's lawyers sure know how to blow things out of proportion. No doubt, given the nature of the evidence, it will speak for itself. Nevertheless, you would talk us through it, Mr. Wright. Well, I know I can't prove anything new with this evidence. I'm really backed into a corner here. Maybe he thinks he got me beat. We'll let his guard down a bit. Don't keep us waiting any longer, Mr. Wright. Present this final, decisive piece of evidence to the court. Okay, help me out, chat. It's not this, is it? It's not this. No, it is. Okay, right. I was thinking, because, like, where else is this gonna go? Because Phoenix is saying it's not this. But it has to be. Do you want Gumshoe's lunch? This is the defense's final piece of evidence. Isn't that the victims? Your Honor. Naturally, the court is already aware of the contents of this bottle. However, interesting new information has come to light. We have clearly identified some fingerprints on it. Fingerprints belonging to you, Mr. Tigre. What? But Mr. Wright, what conclusion are you hoping to draw from this new information? Everyone here knows what this bottle contains. Except one man. One person in this courtroom should theoretically be in the dark. My prints are on that pansy-looking bottle. Is that what you say? What the hell's in it anyway? Phony trial, a phony lawyer, and a phony clues. Everything about this case has been phony. Seems like the perfect excuse for some phony evidence. Mr. Tigre, this is a decisive piece of evidence that will prove your guilt. Why? Because it contains... Well, this is a bold fucking claim. Yeah, we're committing perjury by this, aren't we? This is really illegal even for us. This bottle contains potassium cyanide. Potassium cyanide? The poison used to murder Mr. Elk, Your Honor. The victim's killer used this very bottle. And on this bottle, Mr. Tigre, we found your fingerprints. Well, how do you explain that? You make a good clown, you know that? What? Yous ain't never gonna get to this stick. This the stick. Yous just making me laugh now. You think a cheap bluff like that's gonna fool the tiger? A bluff? I can see
Straight true, you Phoenix Wright. That ain't the bottle with the cyanide in it.
Oh, you fucking idiot.
You activated my trap card, Joey. No, Brooklyn Rage! It's back!
No, this is the bottle we found traces of the poison in.
Don't mess with the tiger, or you're gonna get ripped to shreds. The cyanide bottle was brown, and it was made of glass. That cheap piece of trash. Don't look nothing like it.
Oh my god, you idiot.
Got him. Oh, gee. Why's everyone gone quiet? I said that bottle.
Is this the bottle you're referring to?
Yeah, that's it. That's the bottle the cyanide was in. But yous ain't gonna find my prints on that bottle. Don't let that cozy looking suit fool you people. That lawyer's just playing games. Tell him, Mr. Prosecutor. Tell that guy where to go.
You still haven't figured it out? Don't you realize what you just said?
What I said was, what did I just say?
You were summoned to this court for the first time earlier today. If you really had nothing to do with the murder, you shouldn't have known all the little details. For instance, you shouldn't have known what kind of bottle the potassium cyanide was in. But just now you slipped up in front of every single person in this courtroom. You described the exact bottle used by the killer to hold the poison.
Oh, gee. Yous don't know who yous messing with. I'm the tiger. I control millions of dollars on the black market. Yous think I'm gonna let some jumped up suit get the better of me?
Sure, the last piece of evidence was phony. But that's just what you deserve. The phony trial with a phony lawyer. It was all played out by you, the biggest phony of all. Phoenix just casually admitted perjury there. Oh, here we go. Here's the scream.
Brooklyn Rage!
Mr. Tigre, you are the imposter. What's going on? It looks like a blackout. Oh no, no one go near the elevator. No, not again. Well done, Wright. I saved my 17 cup of coffee just for you. Savor it. While you watch the police restrain your prey. Bit of a dick move, Gato, but okay. Mr. Wright, you got a tiger by his toe. But if this one hollers, he won't let go. Really? Now then, how are things going with Mr. Tigre, Mr. Gato? He's being arrested on suspicion of the murder of Glenn Elg, Your Honor. Fortunately for us, we managed to rectify a very grave error. Miss Bird was found guilty in the absence of a genuine defense attorney. Yes, she was. And the absence of genuine evidence. But the tiger made one mistake. Indeed. He very nearly got away with everything if it wasn't for that one slip of the tongue. Superior Tigre is truly a frightening criminal. Ha. The truly frightening one is that defense attorney over there. Got him. Well, I am now in a position to deliver my verdict. This court finds the defendant, Maggie Bird, not guilty. That is all. This case is adjourned. It has been a journey. Defendant lobby 1. Mr. Wright, I'm at a loss for words. Thank you, sir. Congratulations, Maggie. I was so mad when Mr. Wright landed me in all that trouble a month ago. But now I feel like I can forgive him. Hey, that wasn't me, Maggie. That was the tiger. Look, Nick, in the doorway. Detective Gumshoe. Oh, guess I'll be heading off then. See you around, pal. Wait. Detective Gumshoe. Oh yeah. Congratulations, Maggie. Thanks. I knew you were innocent all along. Why didn't you say that in your testimony then? Oh. Well, I was... Well, guess I'll be heading off then. See you around. Wait up, detective. He just ran. Maggie, why are you being so hard on him? He busted his butt for you. It's thanks to him that we got the medication bottle. That wasn't even of any use. But it's only because Mr. Wright used it so cleverly. Detective Gumshoe was just running around in circles. Poor guy. Didn't realize, like, Maggie fucking sucks. Looks like she still isn't ready to forgive him. Can't you put in a good word for him, Nick? Yeah, Maya is right. I should help Gumshoe out. It's clear he needs it. Maggie. You know, Detective Gumshoe's been really worried about you through all of this. I wanted to believe that, sir. But on that first day of the trial, he practically gave the judge a free pass to lock me up. He didn't have any choice, Maggie. He's the detective. He has to report the facts. He doubted me, that's why. He thought I might have done it. Got to prove to her that Gumshoe really cares about her. I know. I'll give her a little present to celebrate our freedom. Maggie. This is my badge. And it proves I'm a lawyer. Huh? Oh, I thought it'd be a good present. You know, to celebrate your freedom. Oh, well, I don't really get it, but... Okay, I'll reload, hang on. Of course, he kept the apron for her! So she can remember her previous employment. Here you are, a present to celebrate your freedom. That's a present from Detective Gumshoe, made with a ton of love. He said you lost weight and he was worried about you. Detective Gumshoe. I actually really like weenies, you know? Did you guys hear that? I'm pretty hungry myself, you know. Yeah, the trial dragged on a bit today, didn't it? Oh boy. Is it okay if I eat this now? So, how is it, Maggie? It's really good. So the case of phony versus genuine comes to an end. The false allegations surrounding Maggie have all been cleared up. And who knows? Maybe a whole new chapter of her life is about to start. Recipe for Turnabout. The end. Oh shit. Oh shit, it's Edgy Boy. Oh, I've missed you. Okay, save progress. Okay. Yeah, let me save it again. The girl. Let her go. Wait, I don't want it to start. Hang on. Shut up. Come closer, and I kill her. Sorry. But you're not going to get the chance. I'm reading through the file of an old court case. It was the first case of my longtime mentor, Mia Fey. Name, Terry Falls. Charge, kidnap, and murder. Sentence, the death penalty. After escaping, Falls met with and then murdered Sergeant Valerie Hawthorne. Recaptured on Eagle Mountain about 8 hours after his escape. Her very first client was a death row inmate who had recently broken out of prison. That was a whole year before Mia and I ever met. Six years earlier, Mia Fey, first trial. Oh, it's a time skip again. Okay. But we are parking it there for tonight. I've already saved it, so it's fine. We've gone almost 7 hours already. What we are gonna do... Now, here's my plan, right? Here's my plan. Tomorrow, we're going to do the next case. We're gonna do it tomorrow. And that way, we can gear on up for the finale the weekend after. Yeah, so we're gonna do this case tomorrow, and then we'll probably play something else on stream. That's my plan. Because at this point, it's best to just take a break, especially for the sake of my voice. Because otherwise, I'm gonna be, like, not too well tomorrow. Yeah, so tomorrow we're gonna tackle the new case. It should be a good time. And then we'll play something else. But for now, thank you so much everyone for coming by the stream. I hope you've enjoyed it. Thank you to everyone who subbed. Thank you to everyone who gave bits. Thank you to the mods as ever for being on hand. That's by far the worst case of this game. I think it just pales in comparison to the other two. It's the Master of Disguise shit that really just is the nail in the coffin. Because, like, this is a giant of a man. Like, all they had to do to redeem that case is literally make him look less imposing. That's it. That's all they had to do. Or, like, make it more believable that this man could disguise as both Glenn and Phoenix. That's it. But the fact that they went for this giant of a man with, like, significant facial features, it's ridiculous. And it's just to the point of stupidity. The stuff with, like, the fake poisoning as well is all a bit far-fetched, honestly. That's kind of ridiculous, everything that's going on there. And I hate that in this case they punish you. I hate that in this case they punish you. And I hate the humor of this case too, surrounding Armstrong. Like, it's just, it's not aged well. It's just got a lot of problems. Yeah, so it's by far the weakest one. It's not as bad as Big Top. It's still not as bad as Big Top. Because I think Big Top, the entire cast is unlikable. I hated every character in Big Top. And, like, poor Acro, he's kind of just wedged in there in the midst of it. And it's like, it's just wildly inappropriate considering the rest of the case. And that case is even way more stupid than I think this one is. I think Gatto really helps, because Gatto's a more interesting prosecutor than Franziska. Now, I'm sad to say that, because I do like Franziska. You know, she's a Von Karma blood. You know, and that in itself is very entertaining. But I think Gato is just much more intriguing. And like his attitude in that. He's a little less like ridiculous. I think Edgeworth's still the best prosecutor. Actually, no, sorry. Von Karma is the best prosecutor when you're against him. Edgeworth is second. Von Karma is the best one by far. You can't beat him. Like to show Von Karma's impact, like we're still talking about him. It's been 2 games. And his impact in his one case that he appears in is like still rippling through the entire playthrough. Like that shows how much of an impact he's just had and everything. Absolutely. I think the best case of like any of the games so far is still Von Karma's case. And it's carried by Von Karma just because he's so stupidly absurd, but entertaining. He's entertaining through it all, which I think is like the best part of it. Like comically evil villain. I think if I was to go to second best case, like I'm tempted to say the last one, Injustice for All, kind of took it. Like apart from like the one plot hole, it's very solid, I thought. Best case so far of this one is probably like just the second one. But we still have 2 more cases. Yeah, Luke at me was just like, it's just kind of ridiculous. McDonald's turnabout, you know, is also going to be quite memorable, I think, in the long run. Okay, yeah, we're going to park it there for tonight. We will, so, same time we started at today, 3 p.m. GMT +1 tomorrow. We're doing case 3-4. Gonna do another one. There's quite a few people streaming. I'll leave you in Simon's care. Simon is lovely. Go say hey to him. Yeah, thanks for coming though, folks. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Have a good night.